It's Retro Nerd Girl, and I am at the International Science Fiction Space Station and broadcasting live. I have Douglas A. Burton. He's in the green room, and I already see that there are quite a few comments already waiting. I just wanted to say hi to a few people. We've got Amy Jo, we've got James Bacon, we've got Moonbeam, we've got Putin's Cat, and Keith E. Thank you guys for being here. Also, Sable Phoenix is also here. So without further ado, let's bring on Douglas A. Burton.
Hey! How you doing, Retro?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm hanging in there on this fine weekend in June.
Yes, and we thank you so very much for joining us today and offering up your time to explain the Heroine's Labyrinth further. We all experienced the 5 hours of magic and glory it was the first time. And this is really just to kind of, just refresh ourselves with it, and also to ask you some burning questions about the Heroine's Labyrinth. Now, let me just see something really quickly, because we start out with, just for, I know that Amy Jo's birthday is today. So happy birthday, Amy Jo.
Happy birthday. That's awesome.
Yes, have a wonderful birthday event. I hope you're having a piece of cake. And yes, we have James Bacon.
That's awesome. James Bacon and Sable, how you guys doing?
Yes, those are your pals and mine too. I love those guys. And Moonbeam is saying happy birthday. And Keith E is here, and he has some questions already. So let's see.
Awesome.
Keith E said, the first question: do you think you're writing the roadmap for artificial intelligence to create these stories in the future? Wow.
I hope not.
Keith E, that's some hard-hitting questions right away.
That's like right into like current events and like current issues with writing and Hollywood and everything. I don't know if you guys have ever seen South Park, but there's like Awesome-O. You know, he came up with all those movie scripts. Everyone having to do with Adam Sandler. But I hope not. I do think that it's still, and who knows, AI is moving fast. So, you know, what it's limited by today could be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
I still think it requires a basic level of human experience to bring to the creative process to incorporate some of these ideas. Like, it's one thing to say there's a masked minotaur, a guy who's duplicitous and also socially benevolent.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have to bring something to that as a writer, or even a role player, or a memoir especially, because that's pure experience. You have to synthesize the archetypal benchmarks that I've noticed in the pattern with something else that you're bringing to the table. And I've experimented with AI, because I write in the Byzantine Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So I've experimented, and it cannot write Byzantine anything. And that's a pretty niche thing. I get it. But at the same time, if you want to write something that's extremely original or something that's dynamic, I still think the creator has to bring something to that table and then synthesize it with something that's time-tested to see what comes out of it, to see what comes out on the other end. Because I think one of the examples I said for like the Battle of Hoth. So you have The Thing from 1950 retro.
Yes.
1950.
Oh, what year? Is it
92?
I'm not sure. Yeah, you can find out really quickly.
Nail me on that.
The Thing from Another World, right?
The Thing from Another World from the 1950s, right? Which takes place in Antarctica. It's an extremely Arctic, barren environment. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you have also in the 1950s, War of the Worlds.
Yes.
So I could write down in a book an unstoppable force advancing on civilization. And I could also write a barren location that's hostile and difficult to survive in. But only George Lucas could take both of those and come up with the Battle of Hoth, which is exactly what he did. He had the setting of the thing from another world, Arctic rebel base, and he mixed it with this advancing. And think about it, War of the Worlds. Those things had those like cobra heads. They would walk around, they would spray you down, and the U.S. Army, which in the 50s was the greatest, it just won World War II.
Yeah,
able to stop these things as they advance. There's a terror.
Great.
And now you've got AT-ATs instead that are coming up on you on the rebel base, and it's in. So will AI do that for us? Will AI come up with the Battle of Hoth by taking these two independent ideas and mixing? I don't know. I still think the human being is the most powerful creative force in the galaxy.
Yeah, and I think even if AI
BGD, what's up, buddy?
Even if AI were to get that smart, I think humans would just adapt and just be smarter. I don't know. You know what I mean? We would adapt to that and then said, okay, well, that's cool, but let's do this. I noticed that we're very adaptable to our tools, if you will.
So now, can AI produce something following like the hero's journey or the heroine's labyrinth? Yes. Will that be as compelling as all the other things out there of human beings making this attempt? Probably not. It could probably come up with something that, as far as I've seen so far, AI tends to be overly generic. I don't know if you've messed with it. Yeah. Have you messed with it?
Mm-hmm.
So
very disappointing.
Right. Especially if you have a real big idea, it's really hard to kind of trick it into creating what you're thinking of. That's what it feels like to me. Like I've got to trick it or coax it into producing an image that I have in my mind. And sometimes where AI, I think, is the most interesting or compelling is it will sometimes do something unexpected that I type in and I'm like, oh, that didn't come from me. That came like randomly out of the AI. Sometimes that's exciting to see it spit out something bizarre and unique. I think that can be cool. But I think one of the biggest dangers AI could be is flooding the world with images that we've never seen, which in some way cheapens imagery. Like retro, have you seen some of these things? I think they're on YouTube. I see them on social media. They're like what the Terminator would look like in 1950s Panavision.
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, so I used to like be blown away by this, like Star Wars 1923, and I'm like, oh my God, look at that! There's black and white R2, and it's so cheap in 1920s, and yet oddly cool. Yeah. And now it's already kind of wore out its welcome. It's like, okay, I've seen all the Panavision 1950s movies redone. So because they can create so much imagery, in a weird way, it cheapens the imagery because now it's everywhere instantly, everywhere, everything everywhere all at once. The images. So I think humans still need to come up with that some angle. To grab our attention and be like, oh no, that's something I've never seen before.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to Keith's next question. Second question says, do you think you're impacting people who write these stories who never knew that they were doing or never knew what they were doing or what the roadmap was, but now they can see a map?
Right. Great question, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's question. Brilliant. Thank you, Stevie.
Right. So Neil Gaiman famously answered this question on his own. Someone said, have you ever heard of the hero's journey? Have you ever? And he goes, if it is true, I don't want to know about it. Because if I've been doing this unconsciously and I'm successful, I don't want to know that there's a hidden pattern. And I respect that. I respect that answer. So I think it's really up to the creative. If you feel that you have a good grasp on it, by all means, ignore all the stuff out there because you're obviously doing something successfully and you may not need this as a tool or as a perspective with which to look at or frame your story. Now, for those who are amateurs or just starting out, which was all of us at some point, this could be very useful because it will show you. I remember when I first discovered the hero's journey. It showed me something about the scope of a creative expression and how diverse it can be. So you could take something like The Wise Guide. You know,
Okay.
it's such a simple thing, but how many different, on one side we have Morpheus, and over here we have Gandalf. They're completely different characters, and yet the archetypes are the same. So to me, the flexibility of it is always useful to a creative. It's the creative's job to make it more interesting. So like Morpheus doesn't look like or sound like Gandalf, and yet he's a wise guy because the human creative force behind Morpheus did something different with the exact same archetype. So I think it can be useful. I view this as a tool.
Yes.
Just like AI. It's a tool. If the tool is helpful, I really think you should use it. If it's not helpful, I certainly won't begrudge anybody who's like, I don't need this. I can do it on my own. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't sound arrogant. I think it's up to the creative person whether or not they're looking for something or whether they feel that they have this under control. Someone like Neil Gaiman, if he's never researched this stuff, all the better, because the world's got a lot of great material from him. So I don't really care how he did it. I just like the fact that he's doing it.
Yeah. And yes, and we got Sable Phoenix in the house. Let's see. Douglas Avenue in the flash.
Somebody in one of Heath's videos, they put me, I'm Douglas A. Burton, and somehow AI, who's never wrong, reproduced it as Douglas Avenue Burton.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
now
hilarious.
I am a street intersection in the imagination of YouTubers.
Oh, man. And My Flock, hello there. Great to see you. My Flock is everywhere. So great to see you. And let's see. Mr. Q is here. Hello, Mr. Q. And so is BGD. Hello. Good. He says good evening.
BGD on RNG.
Yes, I know, right? Thanks for hanging with us tonight. Oh yeah, Moonbeam's got the info. The Thing from Another World, 1951. Yes.
Okay, I thought 52 because that's the year my dad was born, and I thought anyway, 1951. Thank you, Moonbeam.
Thank you. And also, just want to let everybody know this week coming up, I'm doing The Hobbit, but the week after that, doing War of the Worlds.
Oh, awesome. I recently watched that retro, and it is awesome. I actually really appreciated how good it was for its time.
Oh, yes. And well, you're invited to come to that watch party if you'd like.
Oh, I will totally try to be there.
Okay.
It's funny when I watch movies sometimes, especially older movies, I'm like, is there anything that has resonated? Is there any cultural echo from this movie that we still, and obviously the Battle of Hoth came out of that, but also that little rattle sound.
Yes.
It's so freaky and it's still cool.
Yeah, it's still cool. And kind of reminds me of the Terminator's sound for the music that's being used for dun dun.
Brad Fidel soundtrack, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of that throbbing sound that kind of drives the fear. And let's see. BGG says AI will come up with the Battle of Hoth by stealing the concept of Battle of Hoth from ESV. And let's see.
But will it stick with us? Will we be impressed? Will we want to watch it again? Will it have any timeless factor? Will it pull off what Lucas pulled off? At first there was only War of the Worlds and The Thing from Another World, and now there's the Battle of Hoth, and it's new. It's a new life form in the creative storytelling space, and now it has its own thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that you can show someone something really cool, but if it's not packaged together in the way of storytelling in which it really affects people in a very emotional way or any kind of way that really makes them feel something, it's gonna just be sort of like a missed opportunity, you know? And I think that's why a lot of people are upset with Hollywood now, a lot of the things that they're putting out now, because you can see the things that, "Oh, that's really cool," but wow, it was packaged wrong, or
Totally.
the storytelling wasn't compelling enough to evoke really strong emotions. It was there, but it wasn't a completely rounded out story. So,
Well, and I think it's a human being or a creative person who picks out what is compelling about an idea. Like I could say remote location in Antarctica. Why? Why are you bothering me with this idea? Well, it's cold and desolate, and survival there is dangerous. And when it snows, there's a certain something there that you can't get even in the desert, which is another remote location. So, and think about it. Like if Empire Strikes Back was made today, you
mhm.
would start with the Battle of Hoth. The AT-ATs would just come roaring out, and the rebels would. Lucas took the time to show us how difficult life was on Hoth.
Yes.
And it looks tough because they filmed it in Norway. So there's some scenes with Luke where he's, putting the scarf over his mind, and then he, collapses, and you're like, oh my God, I don't want to be there. Your tauntaun will freeze before it reaches the first marker. Lucas identified that what makes the compelling aspect of a remote Arctic location or Antarctic location is the way life is difficult.
Yeah.
The means in which survival is difficult for human beings. So he
Yes.
took that part of that and put that into Empire Strikes Back, spent time, he put Luke in a dead tauntaun. That's horrifying. We saw that again in The Revenant, because this
Yeah.
is a horrifying reality if you're in a survival situation.
Yeah.
He spent the time to put all that out. And then he said, what is it about War of the Worlds that is the most compelling? And he came up with, there's something terrifying, a true terror of an advancing, large-scale creature with heads. I mean, I even pinpoint weird things on why something works. I'm like, why do these AT-ATs work? First, they're unstoppable, they're
Yeah.
advancing, and they're slow, just like in War of the Worlds.
Yes.
But also, there's something spooky about having heads looking around. The scene where the AT-ATs both look in the same direction at the same time, to me, I pinpointed that as the most horrifying moment, because they're kind of like coordinated, even though they're independent.
Yeah.
And I noticed War of the Worlds has almost the exact same scene. There's, because there was like 3 of them. And
Yes.
there's like these cobra heads on Manta Ray bodies. And there's a couple scenes where they both look in the same direction. There's something bizarrely terrible about that. And you have to figure that out as the creative. What is the most terrifying moment or thing? Yeah. And then do it to us. And if you're wrong, if you're just AI, if you're guessing, the chances are you're not going to be able to do that as a skill.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a long.
No, that was great. That was fantastic. Let's see. And BGD says, to Doug's point, the greatest threat that AI poses is its ability to recondition our expectations as an audience consuming art and media.
Yes.
I'm beginning, I believe that too.
I think that's correct, because already I've seen. So in retro, I think our generation we saw things on film that no one had ever captured before.
Oh,
there was a great golden age of Hollywood, and it was like that for them. Suddenly, Oz. There it is. There's Emerald City. We know it's not real, but we've never seen it before, and it's awesome. And there's the Yellow Brick Road, and that's what it looks like to have flying monkeys, and they look really, So I mean that was or Noah holding up the 10 Commandments and seeing the sea split.
Yeah,
audiences never saw stuff like that before, and then I think our generation broke out and created new stories and new ideas, from Alien to Star Wars to Star Trek, and we were captivated. I feel like the problem with AI is now amazing images are now cheap and easily produced. So to wow us, it's going to be very difficult, because it's like, oh, I bet AI could create that if it wanted.
Yeah.
So I think the importance of the human quality, the human factor, that what is it that's compelling about the Arctic, or about war? What is it that grabs the human mind? That's the thing that we need to focus on, because that's what's going to ultimately wow us in the end.
Even though when you were talking about film as a visual art, it's not the visuals that are going to impress us so much anymore, because we've kind of reached the pinnacle of, like, everything now looks very realistic, pretty much.
Except
So
Marvel movies. They're CGI.
and so now the thing is making sure that we write great stories, uh that really touch people, or break new ground as far as storytelling is concerned, telling great stories. And how do you tell great stories? If for some reason storytelling does not get old,
No,
it just doesn't. And there was a young lady on TikTok that kept people mesmerized for days as she told a story about her relationship. And
oh, really?
yes, 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 and it was really incredible. It was a huge sensation because people were like,
Hmm.
were glued into every word she said. She basically told the story from her car, and there was no special effects, no none of that stuff. It was just people waiting patiently for her to finish telling the story. And
Hmm. Wouldn't it
it,
be amazing if we come full circle and the future of storytelling is like you and me face to face talking
probably.
about what happened, and people are like, oh, wow. It's like sitting around a campfire again out in the woods.
Yes, it may turn back into that, but or and then maybe, even AI translating that into something visual. So it could end up being
Oh.
something like that. Like how sometimes you'll get some voiceover and someone does on a podcast, and then somebody decides that they're going to do an animation for it, and it's hilarious. Um, so that's a possibility. But as far as visually, I think we've done so much. Eh, we are ready for great stories.
Yeah, it's
Um,
almost like the tools got so powerful that now there's a group of people, a cross section of the industry, who has placed all their faith in the superficial power of these tools, and they
mm,
have they have turned their back on both the fans and the creators because they have these tools in their hand, and I think they're finding out that those tools are useless. They're
yes,
useless
yes.
against us if you can't tell a good story.
Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree. And Moonbeam says, "Would you call Coraline a Heroine's Labyrinth?" Now, and we,
Absolutely,
yeah,
it's
and
a
we,
beautiful example.
yes, and we did talk about it in great detail in our last video together. But did you want to just say a few words gently about Coraline?
Yeah, Coraline is a great one. If you're interested in studying stories and structure, and you're wanting to look at it through the heroine's labyrinth lens, check out Coraline. You will find, I think, every story beat in there. The Beast is ally, the fragile power, the doppelganger effect. The Math Minotaur, the Beast is ally, the doppelganger effect. There, you'll find the inner chambers, or you'll find the chamber guardians, the social tests. You'll find the apocalyptic imagery that's associated with the heroine. You'll find the poisoned apple, and
Hmm.
the needle. I think you said, you're like, get that thing away from me. I will not finish this movie. So you will find all of those elements there. You'll find the labyrinth. You'll find the secret door.
Hmm.
You will find the hidden victims. And some of these are terms that I outline in more detail in my book. But
Yes,
it has
yes.
almost every single beat of the heroine's labyrinth. Home is battleground. Yep. Yeah. So it has all of those things. Anyway, so Coraline is absolutely a heroine's labyrinth model in terms of how it's structured and put together, and it has the broken spell. So if you want to test yourself, and by the way, this is what I became obsessed with for years now. It's fun. If you're interested in this, it is
Yes.
fun to sit and watch a movie, and have a pad and paper, or the notes open on your phone, and be like, oh my god, that's that's the Beast is ally, and write it down, and then suddenly you'll have this checklist, and you're like, wow, this fits all of them. And what I appreciate isn't just that it follows the archetypal structure. I am particularly fascinated and give most of my respect and love and passion to the way the writer expressed it in this particular story. It's one thing to have a masked minotaur, right? But
Yes.
how your masked minotaur Neil Gaiman's Mass or Coraline's Mass Minotaur, or Neil Gaiman as the creator of the story, it's the mother. She's got buttons in her eyes. She's a doppelganger of she's the other mother. It's a type of Mass Minotaur we've never seen. And so he brought us the archetype in a new form, and it's perfectly suited to the story. And it's something new that we can remember on its own, even though it shares the archetypal features of, Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, which is totally different, right?
Yes.
So that's what I appreciate. It's the way that each archetype is expressed in each story. So it's fun. That's what's fun about watching stories like a Coraline, to see if it follows Heroine's Labyrinth or the hero's journey or something else.
Yeah. I've been looking for it in everything now, and it's really fun.
Isn't it weird how it seems almost more common than the hero's journey?
Yeah, it is. It's everywhere. I think the more I look, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You'll find like one or two aspects that you may not find everything, but you'll find like a little bit of something.
Yeah.
But James says, I think that an author choosing to remain ignorant on this stuff will actually benefit from the analysis, because they are not doing it on purpose. Then there'll be more there to explore in the breakdown. Okay.
That's correct. So none of these people followed the Heroine's Labyrinth consciously.
Yes.
So it can be done without any help. It can be done whether you read this or not. And artists, I think, can attempt this, but being a writer myself, it's always hard to dismiss all the knowledge that's out there and just forge ahead on your own. Now, so some people can do that, and I respect that. It's just very difficult to be completely original without any background. Almost all the artists have studied something in the past and have internalized it, shoved it to the back, and then sat down and began creating on their own. And they start accidentally, subconsciously drawing on this wealth of knowledge that they've built in their head. That's why, George Lucas, like when he did Raiders of the Lost Ark, him and Spielberg, like, remember those old serials with the anchors? They're drawing on that,
Yeah. Yeah, I just recently found some similarities to Star Wars in one of the 50s movies that I reviewed recently, and it's like, oh my God, like side-by-side photo, and you're just like, what?
Do you know that I found, and after I found that, I'm absolutely convinced, I think George Lucas got Han Solo from Gone with the Wind. There's even lines in the book that are almost identical to lines in like Empire Strikes Back.
Brett. Yes, he is.
So Rhett Butler's a smuggler. He bucks the system. He's not always nice to Scarlet. He talks harsh to her, and even the love affair and stuff like that. He actually says things that sound like Han Solo, and I'm like, dude, this guy was based on Han Solo's based on Rhett Butler.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely see it now.
Anyway, that's a great point, James. Also, that and here's the thing: anyone can create unconsciously a story or art, but is it good and is it something that is working? Those are the ones that I like to explore the most, because why? Why does it work?
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can read this. I think some people have a natural grasp and innate understanding of archetypes to the level that they can use them to create without necessarily being able to articulate what they're doing.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah. Well, the story that I'm writing, and I actually I started writing this in the 90s. It has a mass manager. It has a labyrinth, like a literal like actual labyrinth.
Wow, really?
Yes. It has a shield maiden moment. It has a literal, like, practically a beast's ally. It's really incredible. There's a lot in there that is there's definitely a broken truce and a poison apple.
Oh, wow.
there's a lot of things in there that I was like, wow, I had no idea that I was subconsciously writing that stuff. That was just from me, my ideas, and
Totally.
it was already there. So
Oh man, I can't wait to experience your story.
I can't wait to put it out there once I, start to
See,
really
there's
jam
just
on it.
something about the human psyche and the way it is expressing itself and what the psyche itself is viewing as conflict and the development of that conflict and the character who's dealing with this conflict, all laid bare into a story structure, meaning we understand intuitively there must be a beginning and an end. Once you put all those forces together, it's just interesting to see how these patterns develop. And like I said, you can know the pattern all day long. It's how you use it that makes your story unique and that will grab us and stick in our head and create something that we'll never forget.
Mm.
So I can't wait to see yours. That's going to be awesome.
Eventually one day. And Moonbeam says, yes, it says that he thought he'd help to save some time. And let's see, but
Thank you.
yes, and Sable says, for the rest, having something like the writer's journey or now the heroine's labyrinth is a way to be able to dissect and learn. Yes, yeah, that's exactly why I think this is so important, because I think, when you get stuck, because that it just is a hard moment when you feel so stuck and you don't know where to go
Totally.
and like, where am I taking this character? Or maybe you have the end in mind and you have the beginning in mind, but something about the center just doesn't feel right. Like, this is another tool to be able to help you like develop, how you want those characters to go and what you want them to experience on the journey.
Well, and
And
anytime, you borrow from an archetype like raw, which I've done with the hero's journey, like a mentor, a wise mentor. Because at first I started with the hero's journey. I didn't start with this. I just ran out of the hero's journey, just ended, and it was no help at all for the rest of my story. And that's where all this began. But I have a wise mentor. So it's like, I'm like, who's going to be a mentor to Theodore? And I was like, oh my God, it's going to be a fellow prostitute, and she's going to teach her the art of seduction. So then it's like, well, what is the art of seduction? Wise guy, like what? Tell us, tell us the art of seduction. So now I got to like research this. I can't just have her say, she has to say things that people are like, ooh, that would work. Or, oh, wow, I didn't think. So she has to work. She has to deliver on this mentorship, right? She can't just say she's good at it. She's got to deliver. So knowing the archetype does not solve everything. It just orients you, and then it puts the burden of creative pressure and power right back in your lap. And I just I hope everyone rises to that occasion. Come up with a great expression of an archetype we know works. We know these archetypes work. So it's your job to elevate the archetype alongside your own ideas,
And I think this is where AI is probably going to get into the most trouble with this, is that they're going to literally put in like a minotaur. Like they're not going to put in like the symbolism of the character. They're
Why is there a
actually
dude
going
with a bull's head on Wall Street?
Yeah,
This doesn't make any sense. It's only 1985.
Yeah, why is there a black swan walking across the room?
Yeah, it would be literal. It would be very difficult. Yeah, boy, I could see AI busting this up quick.
Yeah.
And we've all seen it. We were testing it. We're like, ooh, that's not what I asked it to do.
Yeah, it will take it too literal until it comes to the point where we'll understand how to do that, which I think it'll happen, but not at this point. It's not at at that level yet. Right. But Sable Venus also says there's a great value in having a set of shared terms that package particular concepts to promote communication and understanding. Yes, it's wonderful.
Yes.
And,
well, like Pablo Picasso.
That's
right.
What
he's famous for Cubism, and which is it's not very photorealistic. However, this guy mastered realistic art. He was the great, and then he broke it all up. So it's up to the artist to find out how they're going to use. He took the tools of realism and subverted them. And I think James Bacon said in a stream a long time ago, subverting a theme is still employing the theme. So, so sometimes in order to subvert a theme, you have to understand it enough to subvert it.
Yeah.
That's what I think Rian Johnson did not do with The Last Jedi. He subverted something without understanding the original concepts. He just did something so unexpected. He thought that alone should have been a standing ovation. I did something you didn't expect. How come no one's clapping? It's like, well, because it doesn't make any sense, Ryan.
Yeah.
You just did something we didn't expect.
Yeah. That's also true. Like, you have to know how to break the rules.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's the problem, because we love surprises, but we like surprises that still work within the canonical level of our story. We want to still feel like that world is still real to us, and it's not just abstract. Well, let's. James says, "How does it inform the story? Why is it crucial to the plot?" These are the questions that the human creator can answer that AI cannot even begin to ask.
Correct. I could not agree more. I think AI is going to do some amazing things.
I think so too.
But I still think the human being keeps it centered and anchored. I think the human being, like when I've been on AI and I have an image in my head, I'm like, oh my God, I got to see this. It takes hours and hours of coaxing and changing and steering and this version, that version, create another variation. It takes hours to do this. So it dawned on me, I was like, man, to get this to really work, it is still the human person steering this thing. That's the most important ingredient. Otherwise, it's just gibberish out there.
Yeah, and that's a skill on its own. That's a skill on its own that people are developing right now, and I'm already like late to the party. And Moon says, and today it's all action, no story. Yeah, there's a lot of action, and some of it's not great action either. But we'll get into that, because I do have other things in store for today's talk or questions too. George took time to build Star Wars. I love that statement.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to you going ahead and finish that.
No, I was gonna show some appreciation for Moonbeam's comment. The idea that AI can produce these images and ideas so quickly is truly awesome. Like it's not nothing.
Yeah.
But George didn't do that. He took time to put all these things together. He assembled a lot of specific somethings about things that mattered to people. I really identified, it's odd, but I identified speed. George Lucas brought us speed. He brought us realistic images, and like that trench run.
Yes.
You are moving, you are cooking. And the more I watched, I was like, what makes it? I'm trying to imagine what it must have been like in 1977 as a baby boomer. You're an adult, a young adult in 1977, and you're watching this for the first time. And if you listen to the dialogue, he really focuses on, Luke, is there enough time to put, can we pull out in time at that speed? There's a lot of dialogue dedicated to it. When you look out Luke's window, the trench is flying by. He brought that, and he knows something about speed. He crashed his car. He has personal experience. AI can't deliver that. It can't identify why that scene is going to grab people or demand that speed be the biggest part of the trench run, because it doesn't know enough to tell us that this is what it's identified as the most important, dangerous, compelling, thrilling part of this experience.
Yeah. At least not yet. And Bonzo says people used to listen to radio dramas. Stories always number one. Yes, they did.
Yes.
And even if you listen to those same dramas, even now, they had music attached to it. It just really was well produced, and they're still captivating.
So if anyone else remembers this, let me know in the chat. But when I was a kid, My dad, and this must have been 1980, 1981, pretty early. It was before Return of the Jedi, definitely after Star Wars. I don't remember, but my dad, I remember, he grabbed my sister and me. He's like, "Come on, kids, they're doing a radio drama of Star Wars." And it was the prequels, because this is how I knew that Obi-Wan and Anakin fought each other, because it was in this radio drama. I remember we were kids, so my sister sat on one knee, I sat on the other. He had a blanket around us, and we sat in front of the radio, which is in the 80s. So this was not like the 1940s. This was like a throwback event that this radio station was doing, because it was Star Wars, and Star Wars is a hot item. And it did this radio event, and I remember listening to it, and they had the sound effects and the music and all that stuff. And I was like, Anakin or Obi-Wan fights Darth Vader before he's Darth Vader. It was just so thrilling. Yeah. But even that was compelling, and it was just a radio drama, and it was long past its time. It was in the 80s,
Wow. And thank you so much, James Bacon, for this $5 super chat. Says, how does it inform the story? Why is it crucial about the questions a human creator can answer? Oh yes, this is the same question repeated. Thank you so much, and I do have a special thank you for you. So
these are the best.
How you like these? Here you go. All right.
That is awesome.
Thank you, James, so much. That really is wonderful. Really appreciate that. And
we got Heath Geekverse here. What's up,
Heath? Heath is here. Hi, Heath.
Awesome.
We'll get down there. I am way behind. I hope you guys don't mind as I go through these questions. VGD says human ingenuity has time and time outpaced and outstripped human society's ability to find a niche for its new tools and use them responsibly. Yes.
Yeah, AI ultimately does not know when it is gibberish or not.
Yes.
So, you need somebody to guide it. So and you have to have a person with some idea of what it's supposed to be guiding that process somewhere.
Yeah, there are a lot of marketing companies and employees that are specifically spending a lot of time doing this, because they know, like, if they can master this, they will save a lot of money on images and so on and so forth. I too base my life on the exploits of Carl.
Bonzo is a scoundrel, the ones that we like.
And VGD says a heavy conceptual crossover between Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, and Akira Kurosawa. Akira, yes. Akira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress. Lucas borrowed and reinterpreted certain scenes and shot for shot. Yes. I saw them. Yes.
There's even the Imperial insignia on some of the Japanese warriors. It's literally that wheel symbol. I was like, oh my God, that's crazy.
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to say. And it's funny for for all of you who have completed a story and it is amazing how much you do borrow from everything. Your mind just grabs stuff as you're synthesizing, and only in retrospect, you're like, oh my God, I wrote this scene in 6th century Byzantium thinking about Amadeus. I was thinking about Amadeus when I designed this room, or, Hidden Fortress or whatever. So, because everyone's like, George Lucas ripped off everybody. And it's like, no, every creative person borrows and synthesizes. And what's really happening is that their psyche is grabbing these things subconsciously. And they're saying, yes, that's new. That's right. That's what I want. And they put it together for us.
And also, it doesn't make Star Wars a bad movie, because it was there were scenes from other things before it. So it was inspired, or so on. He says the hero's journey is missing beats that the Heroine's Labyrinth doesn't, and the labyrinth begins where the journey ends. Ooh.
Excellent. Yeah, I even tried to reconcile a very contentious part of storytelling. A lot of people, especially feminists, and I understand why there's this criticism. They don't like the idea of the hero rescuing the girl, right?
Yes, yes.
Like we always talk about, Clash of the Titans. Andromeda's chained to the mountain, and here comes Perseus, on Pegasus. He's going to save her and everything. And I'm like, and they're like, this is a bad story because it's reductive to Andromeda, and Perseus is the hero. And, so I've reconciled it as an intersection of monomyths in which Andromeda is very clearly in a captive state. She's in the most dangerous form of a captivity bargain possible when she's chained to the wall or the mountain. And my thing is, if I was chained to that wall, I'd be very happy Perseus showed up right about that. I'd be like, oh man, thank God this guy's motivated to rescue me because things weren't looking. Now, does that solve Andromeda's underlying problems? No, it does not. It saved her from this moment. So the hero has come from very far away. He's risked life and limb multiple times in order to get here. He has slayed Medusa, another Titan, at the cost of his own life and kept her head. He has fought his way to this moment from very far away. This is great for him. And he defeats the Kraken. This guy's absolutely heroic, man. Like, we should take nothing away from this guy. But that's the end of his arc. So kind of what Moonbeam is saying. He's just experienced his supreme ordeal, and we should give him every accolade and credit he has earned this moment. But Andromeda is on an early part of her arc. She's in a dangerous captivity bargain. We know because there's chains around her wrists. We know because her native culture put her there. Something the native culture is not recognizing about her value to the society. None of that has been solved. So whereas Perseus is ending his journey, he's about to get his medal and reward, and he deserves it. She's just beginning. So what happens in a lot of these stories, since they're focused on the hero, we say lived happily ever after, and we skip the rest of her story, and we just bookmark it and say, Perseus, the end, Perseus. My thing is, okay, that's a great story with him. We don't have to throw that away. We should keep that because that's a great freaking story. But if you care about Andromeda, like the Heroine's Labyrinth does, then tell us the rest of her story. Let's find out what happens after that. And let's see how she deals with the rest of her native culture. Let's see how she beats them and defines herself and achieves that self-realization. And Perseus isn't going to necessarily, he's not going to solve any of that for her.
Yeah. She has to do that for herself. And I just wanted to say welcome to Retro Scotty. So cool to see you. Another retro in the house.
There's some common ground here, I see.
Yes, some retro people. Let's see. And he says, I've watched a few of Nerd Girl's videos, thought it was interesting and to the streaming now. Thank you so very much. Oh my goodness. Josh Herrera, so great to see you. Oh my goodness. I hope you will enjoy this session. It's just been just a blast being able to have Doug here to talk about this incredible thing that he's discovered.
I'm a guest, but I'm also a fan.
Oh, you guys are so amazing.
That's why I noticed that Retro Scotty called you just Nerd Girl. So I didn't know if you're both retros, you could drop the retro and just go straight to the rest of it.
Yes.
That's the etiquette.
Yes, that's the etiquette, I suppose. Yeah. Let's see. Just gonna zoom down. I hope I'm not gonna insult anyone by skipping over a couple things. And let's see. BGD says that Lucas made American Graffiti also strong speed themes because of his life experiences. AI doesn't have life experiences.
Right. That's my whole point is AI would never know because it never crashed a car. It never lived on, it never got in a hot rod race, which was big in the 50s, right?
Yes.
It couldn't know that there's something about speed itself that we need to capture and have the desire to try to capture it on film. I remember in 1991, I'm an Eagle Scout, by the way. I was playing a lot of Dungeons and Dragons in the early 90s, and we would play these adventures, and I always noticed that if we were in one city, we would just get to the next city. Like, okay, you get there, and now we go to the tavern, or whatever. And while I was in Scouts, I went to Philmont, which is in New Mexico, and we hiked 77 miles in 10 days. So just a backpack, and you go camp to camp to camp. And while hiking, I realized how much of the adventure we were freaking skipping in the role-playing game. I was like, Jesus, we skipped the whole trek. We're like, oh, you just show up at the city. I was like, when I DM, I am going to make them travel and get to that city, because I identified that there's a certain monotony to hiking, right? It becomes monotonous. But there's also, it's monotony amidst the most amazing, spectacular views all around you. And I was like, wow, these views are both spectacular and somehow suddenly commonplace. And only when you get home and the trek is over, you're like, wow, man, I just did that. I just climbed a mountain. I've also climbed the Grand Tetons. You have to get up early and you have to do this. And so I realized, as a human being through the experience, I was pinpointing things that were actually pretty amazing. And in my book, Faraway Bird, I have a few paragraphs dedicated to that very idea, about how terrible and sometimes traumatic and awful adventures are. They only become glamorous once they're over, because you made it.
Yes.
And in retrospect, you're like, wow, that was pretty amazing what I did.
Yes.
So, but only a person can I pinpoint and pick out what it is about something, about the experience, that they think other people might go, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So AI can't do that. I think only people can do that.
Yeah, so true. And Retro Scotty says James Cameron thought AI would be perfect to improve his backlog catalog of well-known film Aliens, Abyss, and True Lies. And The Abyss had the best transfer versus Aliens and True Lies.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that.
You're talking about converting them to like 4K, or what do you mean? Just out of curiosity.
Oh yeah, I think it's like to update them to the visuals, right? Are you talking about the visuals?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so using AI to upscale.
Oh yeah, to scrub out the grain.
Oh,
the
okay.
grainy film, yeah. And of course,
Okay, awesome, Retro.
so good to see you here, Heath. And let's see. Let's see. James says, I went to Catholic elementary school, and one of the nuns brought her the shadow radio drama recordings one day, and we all sat and listened. I loved that class time. That's really cool.
And James never forgot it. I mean, it's all up there because it had an impression on him. That's freaking awesome.
And Bonzo says, my mother used to listen to old Jack Benny and Fibber McGee and Molly radio shows back in the 90s. Oh, cool. In the 90s. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
90s. Wow. That is really.
Oh, thank you,
make a kind of comeback.
Keith E says, Scotty, when she hits 8,000, you will know you helped. Oh, that's the state. Yes, I'm really close. Let's see. And let's keep going. Any more questions, guys? Because I wanted to
oh yeah, I was going to say
with my harder hitting questions for you. There's some good ones because we're about to go.
I bet.
We're going to have an entire Star Wars section. Okay.
Ooh,
yes, the whole Star Wars section.
Well, I think that first question really got us onto AI.
Yeah, it was so good, Keith E. You nailed it, and with that question.
Well, I think people are just fascinated by AI, and wonder what is going to happen and where it's going to go. So, yeah, can you teach AI some way how to model a story? Probably. I just passionately doubt that it will know what about the human experience to incorporate that is going to catch me off guard and captivate me. Yeah, and by the way, I did watch the 4K of Aliens.
Okay.
It's awesome. It's awesome. And yeah, there are some crap 4K conversions where you feel like you just got cheated because it doesn't look that much better or different or anything. Aliens 4K was phenomenal. And I noticed it was brighter and it allowed me to see all of the stuff in the background. It almost felt like watching a new movie in some cases because the scenes and the sets were just all there all of a sudden. And it just hit you in a different way. I loved it.
Yeah, and Sable Phoenix says Aliens True Lies aren't true 4K. They are AI upscaled off DVD. Okay.
Wow. Well, it was amazing.
And Putin Scott says you guys are generalizing AI. AI is a subset of machine learning. Yes, definitely generalizing because I know enough about it, but not detailed. As you might not know a lot more than Putin Scott.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
so good to see you.
we're more on the speculative
Yeah.
side from storytelling. I'm definitely no engineer or coder or computer programmer, so I'm mostly uneducated about the process.
Okay, well, it's time for the second portion, and you guys continue to ask your questions. But here's Doug's wonderful book, The Heroine's Labyrinth. We've got the wheel here, in which you went through very extensively. What would you classify this? Is it a wheel or is it just a spiral? It's a spiral.
A spiral.
Yes, a spiral.
And there's different types of spirals. And I actually, this is bizarre, but I actually investigated multiple spirals to land on this one. There's like the Fibonacci sequence, which I like because it seemed to indicate a design that can be a flower or a seashell, right? This idea of different expressions of the same spiral.
Mm-hmm.
RPG with DBJ. What's up, man? How you doing?
So great to see you.
He's got an awesome channel too. He dives into the role-playing side of things and really focuses in on the art of storytelling mixed with like improvisation and story structure and structuring an adventure. And he goes well beyond the general discussion. He dives deep in those.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you for hanging out with us today. I did see your incredible video with Doug, and it was fantastic. I watched every minute of it. And
RPG, he was amazing. He just got it. He just understood it and like just started taking the ball and running with it. And
yeah,
I was like, wow, it's like he's been doing this for years.
Yeah. The questions were so great. Yeah, it was fantastic. Juicy conversation. And Retro Scotty says, Retro Negro and Douglas, since we are talking about Star Wars, I'm proud to say that I have the original Star Wars trilogy in 1080p, though I have the episodes 1 through 6 on Blu-ray. Oh,
awesome.
Okay, cool. Yes,
awesome.
this is something you must have in your collection.
Absolutely.
And Sable Phoenix, thank you so much for this absolutely fantastic gift of $5 for super chat. This is fantastic. Says, here's a question for you, Doug. What, in your opinion, is the best example of a story that encapsulates every archetype of the Heroine's Labyrinth? That's a good one.
That is a good one. In my opinion, Silence of the Lambs. I know that sounds crazy, but there's multiple reasons. It doesn't just have the archetypes, because it does. It has every archetype, every step, in almost a perfect order and everything. It has the helpful randomness. It has even some of the nuanced stuff within each archetype, because you have the major archetype and then there's subsets and there's other patterns within the archetype. It hits some of the nuances, and it even has. I traced one of for me, the original sources of the Heroine's Labyrinth in terms of a certain specific expression in folktale, Little Red Riding Hood. And here you have a creature who can eat the heroine in Hannibal Lecter. You have the other guy who wears, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He literally puts on a different skin. So there's several layers of powerful archetypal imagery and concepts that are just layered into Silence of the Lambs. And it's a Best Picture winner. It's unsurprising. They both won Best. It won Best Director. She won Best Actress. He won Best Actor. Like, the film cleaned house.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
sounds, and what I'm suggesting is there could be a reason. There was some archetypal resonance there.
Mm.
So I think Silence of the Lambs is almost a perfect example, but Coraline isn't far off. Coraline, which we talked about earlier, is very, very close. It has almost every exact. I think it does actually have every single beat of the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you again, Sable Phoenix, and here's my special thank you to you. I can't help but dance after watching that. All right, so let's see. We've got some more activity. Let's see. Let's see. And
Oh, go ahead.
yeah. Did you have something
Well,
that you wanted to
I was
say?
just going to take 1 second and give a shout out
Oh yeah.
to RPG with DBJ, his
Oh,
channel. He I think I mentioned a little bit about what he does, but he will take movies and help you adapt them for role playing. It could be a movie that just came out,
what?
like
Nice.
The Creator. He'll take it and break it down to help you adapt it for role playing. And this, as a former role player, I don't do it as much anymore. I think mostly because I have kids, but as someone who loves role playing and loves to do something new, and I would love to take a movie and he does that. So if you're interested in that, subscribe to his channel too. He's awesome. And then also, I have to shout out Heath's Geekverse as well. Heath, like Retro, loves story, loves the lore, loves deep diving into them. And Retro's been on his channel a couple times on Table Talk. So if you are interested in just another conversation alongside something that is similar to Retro Nerd Girls, Heath's Geekverse and Table Talk are some other ones.
Yes, I love his channel so much, and the table talk is so good. Just so many fantastic conversations about story on there. It's just insane. And I know I do have some people who are tabletop enthusiasts. So if you do like that or enjoy that, definitely hit up Heath's Geekverse. He reviews different games almost every morning. So check him out. It's just amazing. Thank you so much, Heath, for having me on your channel so many times too. He's such a great guy. Such a great guy. And so RBG was saying that the labyrinth spoke to me in such a way that confirmed my random thoughts. Yeah. Labyrinth.
That means so much to me because I feel like all of this was out there. I feel like the major contribution I did was articulate it. But it is an idea. It is happening on its own. So it feels like RPG and I spoke the same language, and we finally found this construct to have that discussion. It was awesome.
Yeah. And James Aiken says, I remember when Silence of the Lamb was in theaters, I can still see the vinyl movie banner hanging in the lobby of the local theater in my mind's eye. Yeah. It did make a big splash. And he says, the stream has really brought out an amazing audience. Oh, thank you. Totally. Yes, it seems like, everyone's here. I'm just so happy.
That's awesome.
And also says Sicario fits the labyrinth structure seriously.
I need to rewatch that.
Okay, I never did see that movie.
That's Denis Villeneuve, right?
I'm not sure. I have not seen that movie. But it looks good. I have it too. I should watch it.
Busted.
I know. And let's see. And Moonbeam says, I think we can go more in depth and have episodes devoted to different labyrinths like Hermione Granger, the Pink Ranger, Coraline, and many other heroines. What do you think, Doug and Retro? Well, I'm about to do something similar. I do have some very, very famous female protagonists, or that I'm going to ask Doug what he thinks about them, and some other ones that maybe a lot of people don't like, and find out exactly what's wrong with them.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun. I can't wait.
Well,
And
obviously, we love the idea.
yes, thank you,
How would we do this?
James.
How would we high five?
This way. Wow.
That's like our Brady Bunch moment.
And BGD says, Doug, you need to take some time in July to join us for some RPG fun at our Ruin Jammer event. Wow. And RNG
Probably.
too.
And in fact, me and Retro did a role-playing adventure once on Heat's Geekverse. Remember that?
Yes.
Heroes Quest, I think it was. It was basic, but it needed to be basic since we were kind of like new at the online server, you know.
Yeah.
BGD, that sounds great though. I mean, absolutely.
And let's see. And James Bacon says, sounds like Ray Skywalker is busting into the discussion.
Boy, it's so funny. In our last stream, Retro's like, one last question. It went on for another hour.
Yes!
She's like, Doug, what do you think about Ray? And I was like, ah!
It was so funny.
Man.
Okay, so guys, I'm going to get into it right now. We're going to go really quickly into it. I just wanted to go down the list right now of just the general structure and of the Heroine's Labyrinth. And you said that the Labyrinth's number 1, then Mass Minotaur, the Sacred Fire, the Captivity Bargain, the Black Swan, and the Call to Adventure.
And they don't have to be in that order.
Yes, they don't have to be in this order. But is there something in particular you wanted to say about Act 1?
Only that I structured it this way for the book. A lot of this does, you can introduce all of these immediately if you wanted into the story. But in order to introduce each idea, there actually had to be a progression. You had to understand the labyrinth to understand the Minotaur, and you had to understand the Minotaur in order to understand the Sacred Fire. So there is a certain pattern for the book that helps the reader understand each idea in sequence. So this is the most reasonable progression I could come up with, but it could be in any order you want. And orientation is really, it's I've been even using some newer terms, enculturation. You have your lead character, the heroine, the structural heroine of the story, the protagonist, and Act 1 is what orients her and the reader, by the way, to the world, to the labyrinth in which she is a part, and you will learn her limitations and like in what way is this character boxed in. So that process is where you start to line up the rest of these archetypes.
Yes, these are archetypes, and this is just a quick review of what we talked about last time in a very short way. And Act 2, we have Cult of Deception, Chambers of Knowledge, and the Chamber Guardians. The Chamber Guardians and Chamber of Knowledge are together, right?
Right, they're really tandem, because they go together. In almost every case, again, for the book, it was important to understand the Chamber of Knowledge first, because it is a little bit different than the linear journey of the hero, because the heroine is sometimes circling in the same areas, especially in like crime dramas, for example. In some of the same places. She's revisiting them, something that doesn't always occur in the hero's journey. So it's important to understand this inner penetration of the society that the heroines do. And then realize that there's also somebody really obstructing and running interference on this process. And they're oddly neutral characters. They're not really invested in the heroine, even though they're very antagonistic to her in some ways. So again, that was to kind of break them apart, but they really are together.
And then we have the Beast as ally, the Fragile Power, and the Broken Truth.
Right. This is the part of the story where the heroine gains steam. She begins to gain her own orientation or to where she wants to go in the story or what she cares about, and she begins to acquire heroic partners.
Ooh, it's great. And the last act contains the poison apple, the unmasking, the home as battlefield, the shield maiden, the broken spell, and atonement.
Right. Ultimately, this is the part of the story in which the conflicts get resolved. And that resolution has followed a pattern that I've determined to be different than the hero's journey. And it had different psychological impressions on me the more I thought about them. And because of that, I'm like, it's a different conflict that's being resolved. And there's different lessons and secrets hidden inside these archetypes. And the psychological trauma, if you will, of the experience that the heroine goes through it's better to not universalize it out of the hero's journey, but to distinguish it as unique under these archetypes. And this is how it is resolved. And permutation means rearrangement or transformation. By the broken spell, the society, on some level, really small, like in Silence of the Lambs, or big, like in Hunger Games, which is a total social revolution. The society is rearranged in some way because of the actions of the heroine. And I think that that's significant.
This is so good. This is so good. All right. So now we're going to get to the actual stories. I try to do it where the first group is going to be stories that are typically about with a guy main protagonist, but where they were mentioned in your book, and I wanted to know if you can just gently talk about it. Now, this one I'm not sure if it was, but are you familiar with Hercules?
I'm not familiar with this show. In fact, I've never seen it.
Oh, really? You should. Oh my God, it's so good.
Hercules.
So
okay.
good. Yes.
I'm not I'm not against it. I just never got around to it.
Yes. Okay, so you mentioned the Dark Knight.
Yes. So right. There are several stories. Yeah, I think someone in Kirkus Reviews used the term gender exclusivist. I have never heard that. But the Heroine's Labyrinth is not gender exclusivist. And what that means is it doesn't mean you have to have a female fulfilling the role of the heroine structurally. And the Dark Knight is a great example of not just a guy, but like a pretty manly dude, within the Heroine's Labyrinth structure. And by the way, although Michael Keaton is probably my favorite Batman just because of the strength of 1989 Batman.
Oh yeah,
I love the Christian Bale trilogy. I love it. I even like Dark Knight Rises. A lot of people give that one some shade, but I've watched it a couple times even recently. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like this one still. So I'm a big fan of this, but it does follow pretty strongly the Heroine's Labyrinth story structure. Now, the first one, and in fact, Batman helped me understand the relationship between an ongoing story and the propensity for the beginning part of the story to start as a hero's journey, and for the story to continue and settle in to a Heroine's Labyrinth model. And what I mean by that, you'll see it in the Batman trilogy, you'll see it in Star Trek, you'll see it in comic book stories where the hero goes on a hero's journey to find him or herself and then returns to the native culture, right? And then if the story is to go on, you'll find that these characters are more and more at odds with their native culture. In Star Trek 1, Kirk goes out, he leaves the native culture to confront V'ger, right?
Yeah.
By Star Trek 3, he's stealing the Enterprise from Starfleet. He's at odds, it's the Excelsior. It's his own guys coming after him. He is at odds with his native culture as the story goes on.
Yeah.
So, and the same thing with Batman. And the first Batman Begins, he goes on much, much more of a hero's journey. He leaves the native culture. He goes to like Tibet to study the criminal mind, right? And it's interesting. There's some poison apple archetypes in that with that lotus flower. So there is a few little archetypal designs that are sprinkled in. But once he comes back, he is very clearly, by The Dark Knight, the second film, locked into a Heroine's Labyrinth story. Gotham City is where the problem is. It's his own native culture that the problem exists. He's dealing with a masked minotaur, literally a masked individual. In fact, most of Batman's villains are masked individuals.
Yes.
They're hidden in society, right? Scarecrow, Joker, Bane. Bane is a little bit more of an unmasked type of a militant type of a villain. But in the Dark Knight, he's looking for the Joker. The Joker is hidden in society. So Batman's job is to try to root this character out, as this character is sowing havoc on Gotham City. And I've tried this. If you ever try to sit down and watch The Dark Knight and graft this on to the hero's journey, you're going to get very frustrated very, very fast because none of it seems to work. I know, because I've tried. You have to really shoehorn things in to say that this is a hero's journey story. However, it's not that difficult to find the beats of the Heroine's Labyrinth. You even have remember Retro, we were talking, I think we were watching or discussing Labyrinth.
Yeah.
And we were talking about in the Cult of Deception, there's a surveillance factor where the eyes are always following. He has like the ultimate mass surveillance system in The Dark Knight, to the point where Lucius Fox is like, I'll do this one thing and then I'm resigning. He was going to quit.
Gosh. Well, look, I want to say quickly hi to Amy Jo. She just walked in. Good to see you. This is a surprise for a lot of people, I think, because even though you would think like, okay, the Heroine's Labyrinth is going to work for a Batman, storyline, and I think it's really good that you mentioned that, because I would say these are hit movies. These are movies that people generally love, so
right.
It's not like it's not like a flop movie or anything. This is a storyline that's actually present and kind of gives you a little shock when you hear it.
Anytime you have a hero who gives up his powers or her powers, that is a captivity bargain. And he doesn't do it in the first film because he's defining himself. He's on the hero's journey. But I think by Batman Dark Knight Rises, we get a Bruce Wayne who's like retired. He's like semi-retired. He doesn't do this anymore. That's a captivity bargain. Superman 2, he gets in that chamber. He loses his powers. That's a captivity bargain. He's giving something up. He's reduced. He's being confined by his culture. And true to the captivity bargain, they do so willingly. They choose the captivity. So you will find these beats even in stories that have male leads. Sweet.
Okay, so the next one that you mentioned, this one in your book, I was surprised. It's like, and this one you'll have to explain to me how and where you see the Heroine's Labyrinth in this, and I'm like, okay, teach me.
Well, this one, it's good to focus on the labyrinth itself, because it's so unique, right? It's so the labyrinth is the native culture, which that's his problem. It's right there at home, and yet it has all these special rules. And what the storyteller did, probably obviously unconsciously. So if you're going to set the conflict and the character into the native culture and say we have a problem, you need to then define that problem. And what's interesting is when the movie starts, the first John Wick, it starts out with just, this, he's got a wife, a puppy, the fragile power. And these people come in and they kill the puppy. You cannot do that to a heroine. You cannot threaten the heroine's fragile power. And so this one has a male character, but it works. Everyone remembers the darn puppy. There's a million memes on like John Wick, like the deaths, like the Galactic Empire made the mistake of killing John Wick's puppy on Alderaan. I've seen all these little things. But we understand that it's still that resonance of you don't mess with the heroine's fragile power. And here we see it in a male character, the fragile power being a puppy, something that all of us are like, don't kill the puppy. They killed the puppy. We all are like, all right, all bets are off.
Yeah.
So it's
broken truth, right? Yes.
It's all bets are off. And the broken truce and the labyrinth are very powerful themes in John Wick. So first off, the labyrinth. Okay. The labyrinth. Oh, and by the way, you can even make an argument for the sacred fire. The sacred fire is actually his wife, right? She died of natural causes. That's who he loves. That's what he gave up the whole life for her. He walked away because he loves her so much. That's what he cares about. That now.
My God.
What's interesting is the puppy is actually a representative, a symbol of his wife, because it was her gift to him. So when they killed the puppy, what they're really doing is threatening the sacred fire, and that's and that's really what motivates him all the way through, right?
Yeah.
So that's a big deal. Now they come in, they do that, and this sacred fire, it lasts 4 movies.
Yes, and then he does get like another puppy afterwards. It's sort of like it's like a lasting memory that he kind of holds on to.
Right.
I just wanted to say hi to Enter Derivative Jill. Hello, girl. Good to see you.
Oh, cool.
Oh man. Yeah.
Well, so it's funny because you can almost see how writers incidentally invent or follow this model subconsciously.
Yeah.
So the movie starts, they kill the dog. We understand his motivation. It's tied to his wife. So there's the sacred fire. He is claiming a sacred fire. So the movie really opens with a broken truce in a sense, but we don't understand it right away. So we actually get a second broken truce later. So here's the beauty of it.
Oh, a whole bunch of them, right?
Right. So yes. And there's actually a beautiful symbolism, I believe, in John Wick 4 to even, when I saw it, I was like, oh my God. I used the painting in the book. So, and then there it was in the movie, because John Wick 4 just came out. Anyway, so here you have the labyrinth. So the writer had to conceive of the labyrinth here. And the writer's answer to this, it could have just been, here's a guy, the Russian mob kills his dog, and now he's going to go after the Russian mob, right? That could have been the story. And you almost get a sense that that's where the writer started. We're going to have a guy, the Russian mob, he's going to go fight the Russian mob. No, that's not a labyrinth yet. That's not a compelling labyrinth. So what does he do? The writer, he creates the Continental Hotel, the Order of Assassins. This becomes the rules that the heroine must follow. You do not kill inside the Continental Hotel. You do not do this. We get the laundry list of rules that are so common in Heroine's Labyrinth stories. And we don't get that right away. So you realize that the writer came up to a point where he's like, this isn't compelling enough. So he actually superimposes the labyrinth over the original storyline, which is the Order of Assassins. And we love this idea. And inside the Continental, which is a labyrinth, it's got long hallways, it's got secret rooms, it's got everything you could ever want in the labyrinth.
Yes.
It is loaded. But specifically the rules. The rules is a big one for the labyrinth. And what happens? There's a broken truce. And the broken truce is where the heroine says, I'm not following the rules. And then the native culture comes in, sweeping in to enforce. In fact, the broken truce and the native culture sweeping in to enforce against the heroine is like the theme that sustains every subsequent sequel.
Oh, this is really remarkable. I didn't even notice that, but yes, you're absolutely right. It's like now it's like, oh, there it is.
Well, right. And you can see how the premise would have worked with just the Russian mob. So if you're just going to fight the Russian mob, then what the writer needs to do is establish the labyrinth there, the underworld of this city, XYZ, and the rules of engagement in a cartel. Godfather, which I mentioned in the book, is also a Heroine's Labyrinth story. And what does the Godfather do? They spend an exorbitant amount of time letting you know what the rules of engagement are for mob warfare. He's a made man. You can't touch that guy. So there's rules. And then, of course, at some point, the heroine breaks the rules, and then you become the outcast. Absolutely what happens with John Wick. It's a broken truce on steroids, and it's one of the most successful recent franchises we've seen.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I do love the way you're able to just get in there and carve out what's there, and I was like, yes, there it is. Now, are
Oh,
you familiar with the crow?
you know what? I used to be very familiar with it. I am so loose on the specifics. I'm actually very disappointed. I need to rewatch that one, The
Okay,
Crow,
well,
because they're doing the remake of it, which I'm not looking forward to.
yeah, I'm not looking forward to that as well, but I
James
do.
O'Barr, the writer, is coming to Austin this July for an Austin comic convention. Anyway, I don't even know why, but he's the inventor of he's the guy who wrote The Crow.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But this, again, I'm drawing
Well,
from the
I have,
90s.
yeah, I have some ideas. Like, I know that he has the actual crow following him around, and it's the representative, um,
The animal
um,
totem.
the animal totem, um, and is that the would you call that the beast's ally there, or
Usually, yeah.
would the police officer be the beast's ally that's
I don't
helping him?
know. I would have to rewatch.
Okay,
But
well,
isn't The Crow similar to John Wick? Or is it more of a vengeance? Yeah, well, it's a vengeance story, right?
there is a similarity,
Okay.
but where his wife is murdered by some very, very awful guys, and his soul, he's also murdered as well. He comes back to life because
Right.
of the crow, and there is sort of like a bargain where he's on Earth and he's connected to the crow, if you will. But what I
Oh,
was thinking is that also there's a young girl who's sort of in the story. I would say is definitely the fragile power, because she's a part of that story.
okay.
There that he's like saved her a couple times. Um, and yeah, definitely. There is an unmasking at the end when he finds out who the true person is responsible to of the
Oh,
his girlfriend's fiance's passing.
you
And
could you could probably find some inner chambers and chamber guardians in this one too. Rooms that he
yes,
enters with. Yeah,
well, there were 5 guys responsible for actually doing the deed, and so he has to basically he's taking revenge on these guys, but
right.
they're also chamber guardians to the main bad guy.
Okay.
So
Oh,
he's got to get to them to get to him.
right. Now that is I've noticed in vengeance stories in particular,
Hmm.
that seems to be the pattern for the inner chambers. Each chamber is like a step up toward the final battle with the Minotaur. Kill Bill does the same thing. She has to
Yes,
enter multiple chambers, and her instead of getting information from the chamber guardian, she has to defeat the chamber guardian, which is very similar to the Crow, and I think John Wick. Even it's similar.
yeah, they all I would say all 3 movies have very strong similarities.
Yeah,
Um, and Bacon. Oh, James says that he thinks that the crow himself is the beast's ally.
that's a great observation. So
Ooh.
so let James and you can keep that comment up because one thing I found in some of these stories is that some of our stories are told from the person. If I like when I understand the structure,
Oh.
that what we're doing is we're following the beast as ally. So Hollywood likes male leads because a lot of the movie going audience, at least in the past, were
Mhm.
mostly guys, right? Now that's
Yeah,
changing. And you'll see our movies changing along with it as if they ever learn to understand their audience again. But
yeah,
some stories are structurally the heroine's labyrinth,
yeah.
but the lead character is actually the beast as ally to the heroine. You could even make the
Interesting.
case that Star Wars started as Luke and Han who adopt the heroine's cause. That's usually one of the
Mhm.
telltale features of a beast as ally. The beast adopts the heroine's cause,
Yes.
and they're not always friends right away. That is true with Han and Luke. They end up it's Leia's cause that drives the story. It's Luke and Han that adopt her cause and end up going on to blow up the Death Star. Now that changes by Empire Strikes Back. we really settle in on Luke by Empire Strikes Back all the way to Return of the Jedi. And it works. It works great. So there are stories. In fact, The Shining is the first time I discovered this. I was like, Jack Nicholson has all the star power. So when you watch The Shining, you really think it's about Jack. It's his story. But structurally, he's the masked Minotaur. Wendy Torrance is the heroine of the story. She saves the fragile power, her son Danny. There's the home is battleground in the sense that this is where they're living in this place. And she's the one who does all the heroic deeds. And there's an actual labyrinth in The Shining, a literal hedge maze.
So sweet, yeah.
So it's all there. But the story focuses on Jack, just like Amadeus does, focus on Salieri. You're telling the Heroine's Labyrinth story from the perspective of the Minotaur. The Crow could very well be a story that focuses on him, and he's actually the Beast's ally of a heroine's cause. So in order for that to be true, he does have the animal totem, the Crow.
Yes.
Right out there in the open. You would have to figure out what was like John Wick, is there a heroine who he's avenging, whose honor he is fighting for? Is that part of his motivating force?
Yes. I love it. Yeah.
And Brandon Lee, what a shame we lost him.
Oh no, just it's heartbreaking. James was saying that's the beauty of of archetypes. Multiple characters can take them up at various points in the city. Yeah, very.
I think you probably meant story.
In the story, yes. I that's what I thought.
A city that we will call Story.
A story in. It's the same thing, right?
It's similar.
Now, did you mentioned Vanilla Sky? Do you know? I never saw this one, but did you see Vanilla Sky?
I did. I saw it at the theaters. I remember being a little underwhelmed by it, but it is one that I've always kept in my head as stories that have a male lead, because there's all this gender swapping going on, and they always seem to do it wrong, right? They don't seem to get it right. But I always thought that there's a certain pattern of stories in which there's a huge central deception. And we talked about last time, Total Recall.
Yes.
And I was like, man, if they're going to do a gender swap, they should find the stories that are very powerful Heroine's Labyrinth stories, and where there's a large central deception where the main protagonist has to break through it. Vanilla Sky is one of those stories, as is The Truman Show, as is Total Recall. And there's a couple others. For some reason, I'm drawing a blank on them. But there's actually about 5 or 6 that I wrote down that I was like, man, these...
Most likely we'll probably talk about them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I was like, man, if you're going to do it with one of these stories, because they follow this pattern. And I bet if you changed it to a female lead, you might find that the story might even work better. Because all these movies, except for Total Recall, are like okay stories, right? Vanilla Sky was like vanilla. Truman Show is just like okay. These are like stories that never like exceeded a certain level. So maybe put a female lead in there and see if how the story might stay the same, but have some different dynamics that make it a little bit more compelling.
Yeah. I've got to see Vanilla Sky. That's on my list. This is one of my favorite stories. But
you were just on a Tom Cruise kick.
Yes, I was like, oh, let's just do another Tom Cruise movie. This movie doesn't really, I wouldn't say it has like a hero's journey. So I was thinking, well, let's just throw this into the mix and see if you could find the Heroine's Labyrinth in it.
So I am not familiar with Interview with the Vampire. Again, this
was okay.
I might have saw a long time, like right when it came out, but I've never watched it again. I should probably rewatch that one too. Because didn't they just do a remake, a TV show remake? Yeah,
they did a TV version of it. I'm not sure. I have no. I didn't see it, but this is one of my favorite movies.
So, Interview with the Vampire, just a stray thought that may or may not be right. But memoirs, I've noticed a lot of memoirs will follow the Heroine's Labyrinth a little bit more than the hero's journey. This is an interview with a vampire, so it might have a memoir-like structure in that he's recounting his life story. And again, for a vampire, you're spanning centuries. So there may be a Heroine's Labyrinth facet to it in that it's or a serial labyrinth, because doesn't it keep changing locations in history? Is that right?
Yeah, it does change quite a few locations. It's in New Orleans, I believe, at first, and then it goes to Europe, and then I believe it goes to California afterwards. I'm not sure. It's quite interesting, but there's a bit of. I was thinking because Claudia, the child vampire, would be sort of this fragile power.
Oh, Kirsten Dunst, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe?
I'm too loose to speak on this with any sort of
We'll
real
follow up
knowledge.
with you. We're gonna follow up with you. We're gonna give you a list of homework of movies to see.
Hey, I'll take it up. That might be great. It's fun. I've done so much on a certain, like hundreds of stories.
Yes.
So, but then there's all these other ones that I could take a look at, and every time I watch one of these, sometimes you gain more knowledge on it. So I'm down to do that.
No, I don't know. I just threw this in there because there was one thing in it that really struck me. But did you feel like this had the Heroine's Labyrinth in it?
I feel like this is a little bit more of a hero's journey type story.
Journey. Okay.
Because the ultimate, there are some tropes. Like you could draw some tropes and say, these are a little bit more like the Heroine's Labyrinth. But I think the overarching structure, departing into, so Joseph Campbell, when he actually discusses what it means to cross a threshold into the unknown, which Christopher Vogler repackages as the special world, he literally identifies wilderness. And he cites them, Joseph Campbell. He's like, desert, tundra, ocean. These are empty wilderness, forest. These are dangerous wilderness spaces, and the hero must cross a threshold to enter these spaces. Jaws, absolutely, the ocean, and Chief Brody is, he is leaving the safety of his native culture, departing it to go out into the ocean. So I think ultimately this is a hero's journey story, although you can make some connections to the Heroine's Labyrinth, but I think in a minor way. I think it would be like it's his native culture he's at odds with to some extent. The mayor.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking. Yeah.
Right. And you've got like Quint and Hooper, who are like heroic partners. He's probably the fragile power if you wanted to.
Oh, yes. Yes. And Quint being the beast's ally.
Well, I think Quint is, if there was a Minotaur, it would be Quint, because he's like self-destructive. He's half nice and cool and then half terrible.
Interesting.
So
yeah,
I would have to.
So. All right, because I was thinking the mayor was the
actually, that's a better one.
Masked Minotaur, because he's horrible.
Mayor Vaughn, yeah, he's a better one because he's a social apex character. He actually fits the archetype much better.
Oh, good. Oh, well, BGD says interview might actually have some good congruence with the Heroine's Labyrinth, but it's complicated because it's a story within a story. True. I forgot about that. Yeah.
BGD, I think that's a great point. That's why I was suggesting that it might have a serial memoirist type of feel to it, in which at each stage in history, you might be entering a new labyrinth with a new set of conflicts where the vampire is at odds with the culture there. I would have to rewatch it.
Yes, there is a conflict of vampires and the vampire society.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's a little bit more like John Wick, where you have this order.
And there's a broken truce, baby. Woo!
Oh.
It is a sick broken truce, and yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, so you see this, I think, even
Poison
Twilight.
Apple, yeah.
Yeah, the Twilight Saga, don't they start to get into like an order of vampires and an order of, a rule-based?
Yes, exactly. In fact, Twilight is coming up. Twilight's coming up. But I
Oh
wanted
no.
I wanted to do James Bacon's comment here. It says, Doug, after writing The Heroine's Labyrinth, your whole life is now watching films to draw parallels to map the labyrinth into them.
Hey, you know what? I'm in year one of post, launch. So by the end of this, by the time I'm an old man and we're still doing these holographic streams in 2080, I'll have watched all these films. I'll have done all of this. But these are good because these are new ones that I had not picked to study yet. But and by the way, not every film will follow the Heroine's Labyrinth. And like Jaws, I actually don't think Jaws really follows the hero. You could almost make the case that the first half of Jaws is like a Heroine's Labyrinth. But then it's almost like the opposite of Barbie, where Barbie starts as a hero's journey and then settles in as a Heroine's Labyrinth. Jaws, boy, this would be interesting to look at. Might start in with the conflict in the culture, and then the second half is the departure and the return to go slay the dragon, which is Yeah, because the villain in the first half is Mayor Vaughn. You're absolutely right, Retro. But the villain of part two, you could say that Quint is, but he's also a partner. It's the shark. The shark must be slain.
Yeah, he's still an ally to them in some form, whether he's a beast's ally or if he's a chamber guardian. He could be a chamber guardian, you think? A chamber of knowledge, maybe? Because they have to earn his trust, and then he's like, okay, let's do it.
Chamber of knowledge. So so the archetype for the chamber is the heroine enters the chamber, and there's the chamber guardian. And now there is this pattern where the heroine recruits the chamber guardian.
Yeah, because they need his help. They need his boat. Right? They need him, and they need his experience. Oh, I just wanted to say really quickly hi to my friend Stump Rat's here. Hello, Stump Rat. So good to see you.
This is live.
Yay! So it's just fascinating to me. I think it's definitely worth a look, because you're right. It starts off as a hero's journey, and then it falls apart later. But I mean, the story doesn't fall apart, but the hero's journey does, and it just kind of does its own thing.
Yeah, you don't really have a hero's journey in the first half of the film.
Yeah,
it's very much a Heroine's Labyrinth, with Mayor Vaughn being kind of the villain. But clearly, the second half of the story is a departure from the native culture. And you're slaying a dragon, the outsider, the alien, the machine, the monster. This is a primal archetype of a monster. It is literally all teeth. And they set this up. All the shark does is swim, make little sharks, and eat.
Yeah. I love this movie so much.
Right. So I think the second half is a hero's journey.
Hero's journey, yeah. Okay. So good to see you, Stump Rat. And First Blood.
This is a Heroine's Labyrinth.
Yes, which is like, it makes sense. As soon as I read that, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so true, and I never thought of it.
Right.
Because he does have to fight his own
culture.
Yeah, he's gonna fight it.
Brian Dennehy is the masked minotaur. He's the social apex character. He wields social power. It's a broken truce at some point, right?
Yeah,
because it really is set up in the context of 70s culture. He's a hippie, right? We don't like your kind around here, right? And it's a broken truce. Even on that wheel, the spiral, I tried to pinpoint a symbol that best exemplifies the archetype. And for the broken truce, I chose a police car, because the broken truce is almost always expressed as because it's a broken truce with the native culture. Okay, with specifically the culture. The culture says you should be doing this, and the heroine says, by the end of Act 2, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to do this. And the native culture says, then we're coming after you. We are going to enforce. And so you always
get the police. They send the police or some sort of authority after you.
Right. And I can't tell you how often it's police.
Now,
Even in like Wreck-It Ralph, you got the eclair and the donut. They're police officers. They're coming after Vanellope. Terminator, there's a police chase after Sarah Connor in the first Terminator and the second Terminator.
now,
There's a police
what about the
Thelma and
Blues?
Louise.
What about the Blues Brothers? They have a huge.
Oh my God, that's the most iconic, ridiculous police chase of all time. But yes, so when you see a police chase like that,
Yeah.
it usually means, of course, nothing's absolute, but it usually means that the lead character has breached a truce with the culture. You have to make up your mind, though, is one differentiating is the conflict central and the police just responding to this conflict kind of randomly to make it a believable, like, where are the police? Oh, there they are. Or are the police themselves the antagonistic? Are the police part of the problem with the heroine? Like Thelma and Louise, the police are absolutely part of the problem. Harvey Keitel and the other guy, the guy who's like, no prisoners. I forgot the actor's name, but the police are defined as characters, and they have a relationship with the heroine themselves. That's what's going on in First Blood. It's not a random response by anonymous police as like a pesky outside issue. Yeah. They're coming after the lead character, the heroine, structurally. And it becomes a major factor in First Blood. Mm-hmm. He stakes out that mountain, they come up after him, and it's him versus them. It's an absolute broken truce in the most pure sense of the concept.
Awesome, my goodness.
Right, and this is another, and Rambo is about as manly as you can get.
Yes, he is. He is.
That's what I'm trying to say. Even if it's anyway, we can move on.
But we get.
Yes, this is a Heroine's Labyrinth, and I love this one. To start off, the labyrinth is baked into the story. You have to design the maze, they call it. And what is the name of the actress who plays the character? What is the name of the character who designs the maze?
I don't. I didn't watch this one. I know. Okay.
Okay, so Ariadne is her name in the film. Okay. And Ariadne is the ancient Greek
from Theseus, right?
Yes, Theseus and the Minotaur.
The Minotaur, yeah.
So what's interesting is in the ancient Greek story, the Minotaur is inside the labyrinth, and Daedalus designed the labyrinth to keep the Minotaur inside. This is why I chose the labyrinth in the first place, because it's designed by humanity, like culture, and it allows freedom of movement, but it's designed to keep the inhabitant inside. And that's what I feel like culture is in the way the heroine experiences culture in a lot of these stories. That's how it feels to her. There's freedom of movement, and yet she feels oddly steered in one direction or the other, and she will try to resist this steering. And that's a conflict in so many heroine-centric stories. Yeah. So that's why I chose the labyrinth. And in the ancient Greek story, it's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Theseus slays the Minotaur in classic hero fashion, but it is Ariadne who solves the maze. Yeah. So I love it. They both of these characters
work together.
Yes, you get them both. Yeah. And they took Ariadne and they gave her that name in this movie. I don't know, Jimmy. I'll have to see what that means. Yeah. So they actually call it designing a labyrinth, designing a maze. So they actually tell you it's a maze, but it's a dream maze, and it's designed architecturally in order to get things through. So the labyrinth is unmistakable. 2, chambers of knowledge and chamber guardians, it's like overt. He actually has an elevator that goes into different chambers. If you like, he'll go to level 2 and it's a memory, and you enter that memory, and then you go to level 3 and there's another memory. So there's definitely all these chambers that you enter, even the dreams, and they call it going deeper and deeper and deeper as you go into another subsequent dream. So anyway, the Inception is I actually love this movie. Some people say it's not that good or that it doesn't make sense. I don't get that. I actually think it's a fantastic movie. I loved it. I loved Inception.
I have to watch this very soon because everybody keeps saying it's so good.
Well, and there is a masked Minotaur. And actually, it is his, well, I don't know how much I should say if you haven't seen it. But there is a masked Minotaur.
Okay.
It's a homegrown villain, half benevolent, half tyrannical. And again, I do think that in some way, the lead character, Leonardo DiCaprio, is probably more of the beast as ally, whose story we follow. And I won't tell you the secret, but there are plenty of the tropes from the Heroine's Labyrinth that follow Inception. I've watched this semi-recently and was blown away. Home is Battleground is in there. The unmasking is in there. The poisoned apple is in there. It's got every single trope you can imagine.
So cool.
Cult of Deception, big time. Black swans are in there. There's actually multiple black swans.
Is that when the world kind of like moves in weird ways? So
that is one of them. Mm-hmm. And I got to admit, I love that battle in Inception. I was watching it because the music is actually phenomenal. Hans Zimmer's music.
Okay.
It's overpowering, and it matches up with the images really well. And there's a scene where in one of the dreams, the van is tumbling. So gravity is inverting as the van is tumbling. But they're in another dream inside the van. Mm-hmm. So in their dream, gravity is inverting and rolling.
Oh
so inside the dream, gravity is changing while they're trying to fight each other. I freaking love it.
Okay. I may have to see it this week.
We have our homework, Retro.
I know.
I'll watch The Crow, An Interview with the Vampire, and you have to watch Inception.
Okay, all right.
And we won't hold each other. We'll have extra time to do this.
Oh man. Okay, so the next one is The Truman Show.
So this one again. This one is where I think one of the focal premises, the premise of the story is the cult of deception and the labyrinth. Mm-hmm. So part of the idea of the labyrinth, the reason I chose the spiral that I did is that you enter the labyrinth, discover discover the central deception, and then you break out of the labyrinth. You exit. Even that image. In fact, I'm seeing the labyrinth imagery in like weird places. Ready Player One. Do you have Ready Player One in here?
No, I don't.
Yeah, even the cover of that's another one. The cover has a labyrinth on it.
I have not seen it yet.
Yeah, The New Name of the Rose has a labyrinth. Anyway, but this one is the exact same thing. You could not design a more overt labyrinth than the Truman Show. This idea of a cult of deception where everything is a deception, everything is a facade. That's why I have suggested that if you were going to do a gender swap, I'm not a big fan. I think Putin's cat said earlier that his vote would be to come up with a new idea rather than gender swap. Totally agree. I would much rather someone be original. What I'm saying is, if you're going to gender swap, you'll probably have more success with a story like this, where we're very familiar with a heroine who senses that all is not right, who starts to sense that there are facades and deceptions and lies. WandaVision is like the Truman Show with a female character. And WandaVision, right?
And she's coming up. So hold that thought.
Okay, it's better to talk about her than this, but it's the same idea.
Yeah. Did you ever see this movie?
Oh my God, I watched it one night in like the early 2000s with my dad. Leslie Nielsen from The Naked Gun. That's how I knew him at the time.
Oh man, I was looking at this and I was thinking, wait, if we told the story from the young girl's point of view, maybe that would be, why is it that we like this female character? It is what I was thinking, and maybe how does that play into the Heroine's Labyrinth? We do have an unmasking. Well, she finds out that her father is not quite the nicest guy, or he's got some secrets that he's keeping from her.
Right.
Yeah. And
well, I'll just real quick.
Yes.
One of the tricks when you're watching a movie and trying to analyze it in terms of how it's put together,
Yes.
If you're trying to figure it out,
Yeah.
who is the heroine of the story? Like I said, some stories might have a male lead, but if he's actually the beast as ally, like I said, in The Shining, Wendy Torrance is the heroine of the story.
Yeah.
We could retell that entire story from her point of view, and
Oh, that would be so good. I want somebody to do that.
Right. So, but we follow it from Jack.
Yeah.
Right. It's Jack Nicholson even. So, or Jack Torrance. So, Forbidden Planet could be when I hear Forbidden Planet, my first thought is hero's journey because you're in an alien, distant, away from the native culture.
Yes.
Scenario. However, if you settle in there, you might very well end up in a Heroine's Labyrinth model. So your job would be to figure out who the heroine is. It could be a beast as ally story where when you figure out she's the heroine, all the archetypes fall into place. That could very well be.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating to imagine. Well, you mentioned the Impossibles, and I think just about everybody loves this superhero family.
Yep.
And so, can you tell us what are they doing right with these female characters that maybe and other stories aren't getting correctly?
So, well, first off, they focus on a regular family. So it's an easy, when you have a family film, you're giving your movie or story a chance to attract. Remember, not one person going to watch the movie, but 4 or 5. However big your family is. Like when I take my family to the movies, it's 4 people. We're all going. So and it's PG. You have you don't have any blood. You can get anyone to come see it. So those are good things in general. But the one thing about the Incredibles that I love, and it's a minor thing, is the Shield Maiden, Violet. There's this scene in the end, I love it, where these guys, they're coming in on these like hovercopters and everything, and she finally figures it out, and there's this great shot of her from behind. It's behind her, holding up her hands, and there's this great shield, and these guys are like powerless to stop her. And her brother Dash, who's had the kind of upper hand on her a little bit in some ways, at least antagonistically, like a brother, he's behind her, and she's the one stopping this violent, deadly force that's trying to kill them. She stops them with this shield maiden. So she's got this great shield maiden moment. Mrs. Incredible. What's her first name? Last name is Parr.
I forgot her first name.
Well, Mrs. Incredible.
Maybe not somebody knows.
Right.
Moonbeam, do you know Moonbeam? I know Moonbeam knows almost everything. Moonbeam,
Helen, isn't it like Helen Parr? Or am I thinking of the? Anyway,
Bob and Helen Parr. Okay,
okay, that's right.
Yes,
that's right.
Thank you, Sable. Also, thank you, Moonbeam. And while we're at it, just wanted to say hello to Gary Carpenter. Hello, Gary Carpenter. So good to see you. And,
how you guys doing? Welcome aboard. Come on in.
What
I was going to say is home is battleground in this for sure, which is very typical of superhero stories, actually. There are rules. Again, superheroes can't reveal their identity. Superheroes can't do this. Superheroes can't do that. There's all of these things to box in the whole family, really, not just the heroine. But when we zoom in and focus on the heroine, Mrs. Parr, for example, we get a great black swan. Black swans are apocalyptic imagery associated with the heroine. She's flying this plane, and they're shooting missiles at her, and they hit her. It explodes, right?
They're falling. Scene.
It's a great scene. She has a shield maiden moment. She grabs her kids up, and the plane explodes. They're falling from the heavens down to the earth. She actually turns herself into a parachute, which is a weird image, but we accept it because she's Elastigirl. Saves her kids there. That's absolutely a shield maiden moment, and it's a shield maiden moment amidst the black swan. So you've got these two archetypes coinciding at once, and then secret identities is also it's part of a cult of deception type of issue, very typical of heroines. And one thing I talk about in terms of the heroine's behavior inside the labyrinth is they have what they want, and the culture tells them what they want. So you have the culture's demands and the heroine's desires, aspirations. So a lot of times you get what I call a heroine who's non-conforming. So that's where they have like a veneer, a mask where they're hiding what they're doing. But they're doing it against what they're supposed to. This also has the broken truce in the sense that they're not supposed to be superheroes. So even donning those outfits is to break the rule. You can't be doing superhero stuff. They break the rule and they all become a superhero. So their broken truce is them accepting their identity, right? We're superheroes. We're going to do this anyway. So you do have a broken truce. You do have home as battleground. Again, at the end, when they come home and Jack has been abducted by the villain. You have shield maiden moments. You have a great labyrinth. You have a black swan. So there are definite, when you focus in on those, Violet and Helen, you get a lot of these tropes there.
So great. And this is really part of the whole thing of like seeing and plucking out exactly how these stories why they're working for us.
So, and think about this is a story that actually has a little bit of the hero's journey too for Mr. Incredible.
Yes,
think about
absolutely,
He has a training sequence, right? This is typical. Heroes have to master competency. This is a normal phase for them. We see him like lifting like railroad cars and then like but what does he do? He has to depart the home. He goes to an exotic island, and his job is to slay the alien. Or not an alien, but the machine. What I'm saying is inhuman. The inhuman creature, the shark, the dragon. That army droid. His job. So you have the hero leaving home to fight to slay the dragon, but you have the heroine trying to save her family as well. So you get a little bit of both stories. Wreck-It Ralph does this as well. But I forgot how much the Incredibles also gives you a little bit of both.
So wonderful. And James, thank you so much for this wonderful gift of $10. Says, any thoughts on The Departed, Doug? I propose there are two intersecting labyrinths.
You know what? I love The Departed.
Yeah.
I never watched it through this lens. My instincts immediately think you're correct because you have two people in disguise.
Yeah.
One good and one bad, and a complete inverse story. You have two inverse stories going simultaneously.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would be a blast to analyze.
Two minotaurs with opposing goals and two sacred fires. So great.
Oh man, The Departed would be a great one to study.
Well, thank you, James. I do have a special thank you for you. That's a little bit different than the last time. Let's see if I can get that out there for you.
Wow, that was a great suggestion. I think because it's clearly not a hero's journey. It'd be very difficult to frame that into a hero's journey story, The Departed. Secondly, because this reminds me of the problem I had with Amadeus. You have Amadeus' story, then you have Salieri's story, which are like, the good guy and the bad guy or whatever you want. And it was all in the native culture. The Departed is like it's a similar story as Amadeus like that, except you have both characters in disguise. And disguise and Cult of Deception, the masquerade, is part of the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Yeah. So good.
Well, James, tell Candace she just hit a bullseye, I think, because that's a great story in general. And I bet it would be fascinating to look for the archetypes in that story. I have to do that.
Okay. So Candace is the one who mentioned the film and just put it together when I'm
talking. A heroine. What do you know?
Man. Wonderful. All right. So let me just go back up a little bit. Let's see. All right. So the next one, guys, is Maleficent.
Maleficent is a great one, and I studied this one.
Mhm.
In fact, I'm Heath's. We were on Table Talk with Heath's
Mhm.
channel, and this
Mhm.
became one of our movie topics for the purpose of analyzing the movie in general.
Mhm.
But
And
because I
and
was
and
included, we also discussed it and looked at it from the Heroine's Labyrinth. And
and I
I was
just wanted to also, my question on it definitely is why do we like this character? Definitely, too.
so what they're trying to do, right? She's the
Mhm.
villain,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
they're retelling a story from the villain's point of view. However, what they really did was tell a heroine story in a sense,
Mm.
in a self-contained story. In order to make us like her, in order for her to be someone that we don't see as a villain, she's going to have to be relatable to us. She's going to have to be, she's going to have to be mad about something or have a cause that we would agree with, or be like, oh, now I see why she's so mad, right? We're
Yeah.
supposed to identify with her. And Maleficent begins to follow the Heroine's Labyrinth story very quickly. Um, it opens with a broken truce.
Yes.
The army marches right up to her door, and they're like, it's over, right?
Mhm.
So that's a broken truce because it's an enforcement effort, and it's against her home. It's a home invade. They're trying to invade her home, but
Mm.
it's a magical place, so it's not so easy for them to do it. The masked minotaur in this case is Stefan, because he is ultimately disguised. He pretends to love her. He shows a face, a benevolent outward face, but he is secretly tyrannical. Her wings symbolize freedom. Now, wings symbolize freedom in a general, base, archetypal sense. We always associate wings and flying with freedom. You're no longer bound to the ground. So, and
Yeah,
she has wings, right?
yeah.
So her wings symbolize her freedom. She loves her native culture. So her wings are the physical symbol of her sacred fire. Does someone attempt to steal her sacred fire in the story? Yes. Have you seen it, Retro?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yeah, mhm.
Stefan literally steals her wings. How does he do it?
Oh, he poison apples her.
He gives her a poisoned apple. Isn't that amazing? He
Yeah,
poisons her. And so usually the poisoned apple, you have the unconscious heroine,
yeah.
the masked minotaur hovering over, and usually I call it a forced
Oh,
extraction, a taking of her sacred fire without her consent.
mm,
Absolutely does this in this story. He cuts off her wings, her symbol of freedom. He takes that from her and he puts them on his wall like some sort of a trophy. You cannot do this to a heroine. If you attempt to take a heroine's sacred fire, she could very well either go on a vengeance quest like Beatrix Kiddo,
ooh,
or become a villain like Te Ka in Moana. Her sacred fire was stolen from her by Maui, and
mhm.
he is forced to return it. Anyway, so you get a very powerful poisoned apple sequence with Maleficent. I think that's one to focus in on because it's so overt and it fits the archetype almost perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was a good story. I actually liked Maleficent more than I thought it would. I had not seen it until last year,
Oh,
uh, but it ended up being. I could see why it has stuck around in people's minds.
great.
Did you see the
Yeah.
second by chance?
I did not see the second one. I wasn't excited about it. I was like, "Ah, this doesn't look as good."
Yeah, I didn't see the
I
second one either.
We got some newcomers that just walked in the door. Jokes by Farmer Jack. Great to see you. And also Darth Plato. How are you? So good to
Darth
see
Plato.
you.
That's
So good to
awesome.
see
And
you.
then jokes by Farmer Jack. That's awesome. That's a
Yeah.
great name.
So the next one is Trinity from The Matrix. Now,
Yes.
why do we like this character? Why is this character well written?
Okay. So the Matrix does have revolutionary overtones. So
Mhm,
it's not a small. This is the concept of the Matrix is to overthrow the system.
mhm.
So it's a very powerful labyrinth in that sense. What they're saying is that it's a system of total oppression, and it
Okay.
is
Yes.
right. Now, think about this. We start just like Star Wars. So the Matrix and Star Wars are sometimes referenced as classic classic hero's journey stories.
Yes.
Both of them open with a heroine. We get Princess Leia to open A New Hope. We get Trinity to open The Matrix, right? They both start with heroines. Secondly, they're both heroines in the midst of a broken truce. They're both being pursued by law enforcement.
Yes.
So,
Right,
and of course, right out of the get-go, right? So when you enter the Matrix, you're already in a state of a broken truce because the native culture is going to suppress you. And this is embodied by the agents, right? Agents, which are like FBI guys, which are like, it's not just police officers, it's like federal level native culture enforcers, which is great because they wear suit and ties, they wear sunglasses, and they turn these guys into like superhuman, power, they have superhuman powers. Yeah. So we get Trinity in the opening scene of The Matrix, and she has to escape. So she's in a broken truce. She's fighting. Remember, I said the symbol for the broken truce is a police car. It's right there again. Once again, you've got the police out there. He's like, we can handle one little girl. Like, this is Trinity, bro. Like, you're not. So she beats these guys up in the coolest, most stylistic way we'd ever seen at that point in 1999. And then what? She beats up the police officers. She gets on the phone. She's in a maze. Maze. Turn left. No, turn right. She's got to do this. She's got to make it here. She's got to go up the stairs. She's a rat in a maze. Yeah. Like it's absolutely clear. She's running. She's trying to escape the confinements, and then she has to escape, which she does when she gets on the telephone and she gets sucked out of the maze. That's how you win. That's how you get out of the maze there. There are poisoned apples with inside this. You could just pull those things out. Remember? Like with Switch and APOC?
Yes.
And what do you have? You have the unconscious heroine in these scenes. They're just laying there. They're unconscious in this state. Yeah. You also have Neo has to swallow the red pill or the blue pill, The Matrix also has much more of a feature of the inner chambers rather than a journey outward, right?
Yeah.
They have to enter rooms, and there's usually a person in the room. This is even more overt in Matrix Reloaded. The Merovingian, you enter the room, and actually in the first Matrix, the Oracle. You have to enter the room. There's a social test. She's like, you already know what I'm going to say. And he's like, I'm not the one. And her rule was know thyself because she had it right above the room.
Yeah.
So he enters the room. He fails the test.
Yeah.
And he leaves, right? Then they enter another room. So it's all about entering rooms and encountering a being there. In Matrix Reloaded, there's the Merovingian, fails the social test there. And then there's that tea room. Remember, he has to fight the guy. And he's like, you don't know anyone until you fight them or something. He passes that test. So you get a lot of inner chambers and exchanges inside these inner chambers with chamber guardians. Very prevalent in the Matrix. Trying to think of a black swan. I know they're in there because it does have apocalyptic imagery, especially in the last one. The captivity bargain. You choose enslavement in this world, right?
Yes, blue pill or red pill?
Well, yes. Well, that's a choice, but everyone's kind of plugged into the system, right? They're all captive. Everyone's captive. The whole thing. Yeah. It's a neural. What do you call it? An interactive neural simulation or something. We call the Matrix. So what is the Matrix? Is the cult of deception. It's pulled upon everybody, like the Truman Show, like WandaVision, like Total Recall. Everything you see is a facade. Classic Heroine's Labyrinth problem, that there's a cult of deception. It's everyone's in on it. That's why I mean by cult of deception. Everyone's in on it, whether they know it or not.
Yes.
He even has that line, they're hopelessly dependent on the system, so that makes them all our enemy. He says at one point.
Yeah. I've got a question here, a comment from James Bacon. The guy named Mouse is a fragile power in the Matrix. Candace said that Trinity is a, a is a
Mouse is
trinity
a
of.
perfect fragile power. In fact,
Yeah, he was a perfect. I think so.
yeah, he ends up being killed, but in fact, the tarot card image I use for the fragile power is an actual mouse. And yeah, and Trinity is the one who has to bring Neo back to life with in classic fairy tale fashion, the kiss to bring someone back to life. She does that.
Yeah,
And I'm a big fan of Trinity, by the way.
yeah, I like Trinity. I'm not so fond of what her character became, but in the first movie, she was pretty awesome.
Well, because I think they don't understand heroines on some level. I think Star Wars had Princess Leia pretty heavily involved in A New Hope, and she slowly gets lost in the rest of the story as it focuses on Luke.
Yeah,
Hard to fault the Star Wars trilogy because it's one of the greatest trilogies ever. But you can make the case that if Kathleen Kennedy was going to do anything, tell us the Princess Leia story. We open up with the broken truce in Act 3 for her. What about Act 1? How did she get involved with the rebellion? Like, show us Princess Leia in Coruscant, in the heart of the labyrinth. We know there's a masked minotaur there. Show us how she gets involved in all of it. She's associated with the apocalyptic imagery. It's her planet. The Death Star blows up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we are going to talk about Princess Leia, and wait till you see.
Okay.
We are going to talk about her in great detail because she is one of the heroines we like, and so I'm trying to figure out what is it that we like about these really special ones that in time. We got Carrie here, and I know that you, in the book you mentioned that the black swan for her is the day she gets her menstruation.
Right. So this was something I did not have a good answer for the black swan. I was very confused. I kept noting it, but I never wanted to put it in the book or in this analysis because I couldn't make any sense of why apocalyptic imagery, why natural disasters were associated with heroines. They did, and so I broke this archetype down into several facets. The apocalyptic imagery is at the top because you can't get any more chaotic than that. Natural disasters I would put right below that because it's not apocalyptic in that the entire world is being completely destroyed, but it is clearly a destabilization of the home culture, which happens a lot. And then I started to realize that what we're really dealing with is randomness and
randomness.
Well, randomness and chaos. And I've always heard, and it's argued, that there's an association between goddesses and heroines and chaos, or like femininity and chaos and male with order and structure. And I always thought that those were unfair comparisons or not fully explored, although it seems to be persistent. So maybe there's something there, right?
Yeah.
I decided from my studies that it's not chaos in and of itself that female protagonists are embodying or bringing to the picture, and it's up to men to stop this and order things again. From my studies, heroines simply seem to be aware of very complex patterns that we identify as chaos. But it's not chaos, it is complex patterns. When a hurricane comes through or a tornado, that is a complex weather pattern. There's reasons why this happens. And maybe we're not understanding those patterns, but heroines seem to be very tuned into these patterns. So I noticed that this complex pattern with heroines is a little bit more, they're more in tune with it, right? You even see stories where heroines trust randomness, like Moses' mom putting Moses in the river.
Yes.
She's trusting randomness. We see this all the time with heroines. Ripley, whose shirt I'm wearing, she's one of my favorites. She unleashes chaos twice she opens the airlock. This is total chaos. She is willing to unleash it in order to destroy the alien. So it ends up being helpful chaos. Moana has also the ocean spirit is helpful chaos throughout the entire story, embodied by her grandma, who has, she's like, they think I'm crazy. Again, she just has her own, she kind of follows the beat of her own drummer. But there's all this. So you have apocalyptic imagery, natural disaster, and then that breaks down into randomness and just chaos, like smaller forms of chaos, in which the heroine can be helped or hindered. I never understood why this is in heroine stories. And it bothered me. In fact, it wasn't even in the first draft because I couldn't make any sense of it.
Yeah.
Cameron Pasha, who is he's on YouTube a lot. I had hired him to help me read through this and maybe work through some things in the early going. He actually pointed out that it is heroines who are in tune with cycles because of menstruation.
Mm-hmm.
And at first I was like, oh, that's such a weird topic. I don't know if I want to talk about that. Especially as a guy, right? I don't know if I want to wade into those waters.
Yes.
But the more I thought about it, the more it stuck with me. Mm-hmm. And I was like, Little Red Riding Hood, which is one of the first fables I read, was actually a story about budding womanhood, because a woman's life changes after she gets her period. The outside world will treat her differently. She can have babies now. There's dangers that existed on Saturday that weren't there on Friday. So it's a very specific day and moment. It is based on natural cycles, and it is something that happens on a random day.
Yeah.
Male characters don't deal with this. Doesn't happen. We grow up slowly, if ever. So when I thought about it, I was like, there are any stories that focus on this very specific event? The first story I thought of was Carrie.
Yeah, Carrie. Oh.
And we all know the story of Carrie.
Yeah.
Menstruation is central to the story. The blood imagery with the pig's blood and the way they get her. And what does she do? She unleashes she uses fire. She unleashes chaos on these people.
Oh, yes, she does. She's like, oh, you want a black swan? I got your black swan.
Yes. So exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's this destabilization of her entire high school.
Yeah.
She brings the wrath down.
It's almost like a storm inside of the room that she creates.
Black swan, right? Yeah. Natural disaster, as portrayed by her. You could even say that Stephen King tapped into this again with Firestarter.
Oh, yes, he did.
Right? So
yes, he did. I love that movie.
Yes, that's another one. So there is a little bit of I would say there is an association that even I have found with heroines and natural disaster, or what is called chaos. But I don't say chaos in the pejorative sense. I'm saying heroines and complex patterns that maybe us male characters or us guys aren't picking up on, that these heroines are picking up on, and they're very aware of the danger of complex patterns. And if your story is set in the native culture where you're not moving out away, you will eventually be visited by the black swan. Yeah. Every city knows this. So it makes sense that heroines might be a little bit more concerned that we have it all under control. Heroines don't believe that usually in stories, and they're usually right. So but Carrie's a great example. Turning Red is a story about this. And the other example I pointed to was in, I don't know if you know that Turning Red. It's a new cartoon by Disney. It's an allegory for menstruation. It's the big red panda that shows up in inconvenient times. That's in a story. It's baked in. It's not Little Red Riding Hood. It's the red panda now. And then an example where I made my case was in Game of Thrones. Sansa Stark is in a captivity bargain with Tyrion Lannister, and he won't, everyone's going to leave her alone until she flowers, right? And there's that scene where she wakes up one morning, there's blood in the bed. Everyone knows what this means. Like, you're on the mark. Like, it's happening now. And the chambermaids quickly try to cover it up, and then one maid passes by and sees it and quickly goes to go tell on her. Big problem in her life. All this chaos is unleashed because she had her period, and now she's a woman, and now the whole native culture is going to turn on her. So that was the connection that I finally had to make between cycles, randomness, chaos, complex patterns, and then if you think about the expression of this in the most extreme terms, natural disaster and apocalyptic imagery are the most extreme forms of this.
Yes, I do love it, and Carrie is just one of those movies I just love
Yeah,
so very much.
everyone remembers it.
Yeah. Now, you also mentioned in the book, the Phantom of the Opera,
Yes,
and
the Phantom of the Opera.
can you
Because I was always. Were you going to ask a specific question? Like,
well,
were you
yeah,
going to?
just I know that, I'm just to explain where the Heroine's Labyrinth is in this one.
Well, I became really fascinated early on with what I call the fantastic maze hidden at home,
Okay.
because there's a lot of stories where heroines appear to go on this fantastic journey, and yet they never really left. They're kind of still in this their home setting. Wizard
Yeah.
of Oz is like that. Coraline is like that, where all the characters are like doppelgangers of their uncles and aunts, mom and dad, and all this stuff. And Alice in Wonderland, you have this motif, everything, everywhere, all at once, which is a brand new story. Same thing. Evelyn Wang is kind of at home, and there's this. And the Phantom of the Opera, she's in the Paris Opera House. Right below the Paris Opera House, there's this huge labyrinth with this masked guy inside. And I'm like, oh my God, even this one, right below the state, right below this world, it's almost like this invisible world hidden inside the opera house.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, it's a heroine-centric story once again. So, and the imagery strikes at the heart of archetypes.
Mhm.
And they get it so right with they have a mask, right?
Yeah.
But it's not a full mask. That means something to me, because
Yeah.
I noticed that when I did a list of all the most prevalent masks, I Googled this endlessly on Google.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are the most powerful masks in pop culture? And after I did this, I made a list of these masks, and I ranked them based on how often they showed up in the list. So this is my own ranking of the most iconic masks in popular culture. Number 1, Darth Vader.
Yes.
Number 2, Batman. Number 3, Hannibal Lecter. Number 4, Spider-Man. Number 5, Jason Voorhees, Friday the 13th. Number 6, Michael Myers. Number 7, Iron Man. Number 8, Zorro. Number 9, The Phantom of the Opera. Number 10, the Guy Fawkes mask from V for Vendetta.
Yes.
Number 11, Sauron. Number 12, Captain America. Number 13, Predator. Number 14, Boba Fett. Number 15, Ghostface from Scream.
Mm-hmm.
Number 16, Dr. Doom. Number 17, the Loki mask from The Mask, the Jim Carrey movie.
Yeah.
Number 18, RoboCop. Number 19, Maximus from the movie Gladiator. And number 20, Jigsaw from Saw.
Mm-hmm.
That was my list of the most common masks, the most iconic masks.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is half of these are heroes. The other half are villains.
Yes,
So
I noticed.
So it was hard to, but one very fascinating thing is all these characters were male. They were all male. Half were heroes, half were villains. So I was trying to figure out, and most of these came from stories with guy, male lead stories.
Mm-hmm.
So then I thought about all these other heroine stories, and I noticed that a lot of them, if you look at like Jane Eyre, Gone with the Wind, Hunger Games, Aliens with Ripley,
Yes.
The Color Purple, Tangled, the villains didn't wear a mask. So my conclusion was the most dangerous mask for a heroine is a human face.
Yes.
It's a human face. So
Yeah.
what they did, archetypally speaking, is they gave him a symbolic mask,
Mm-hmm.
but they preserved 75% is still a human face. So he is still human.
Yes.
Right? It's still it's the mask,
Half
but not a
Minotaur.
mask.
Yeah, half Minotaur, half man.
Right. So, and he occupies the labyrinth. And at first he's like abducting her, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Like the Beast.
Right, exactly. Like Beast and Beauty and the Beast.
Yes.
So yeah, Phantom of the Opera has a lot of these images, and I think because they dress them up in the contemporary style of, I think, the 1800s or turn of the century,
Mm-hmm.
it just hits us on a cultural archetypal level and the primal archetypal level simultaneously. And that's when you're creating a work of art like this.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, there are, primal is a great way to describe it. Great way to
Yeah,
describe
jokes
it.
by Farmer Jack just said, most iconic masks are worn by politicians. That's my point. It's a human face is the mask.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the disguise.
And Gary Carpenter mentioned some good ones, Lone Ranger and the Green Hornet.
So, right. Those are great ones.
Yeah.
And it's possible that these, some of these lists maybe just didn't include them, or there were just other ones that were better, or some of it could be dated. Like Zorro's a little dated.
Yeah. Yeah. Lone Ranger and Green Hornet are older characters, but yeah, they're iconic no less.
They are.
And
Agreed.
Moana, you talked briefly about Moana a few moments ago.
Right. Moana is a hybrid.
Okay.
There's absolutely hero's journey tropes in this. So, and they're unmistakable. But there are also Heroine's Labyrinth tropes in this as well. Maui is her beast as ally.
Mm-hmm.
And we know this because he can literally transform into animals like beasts.
Yes.
Right? I mean, it's overt in that case. Hey is the fragile power.
Okay.
In typical fragile power fashion, the seemingly useless character ends up becoming pivotal in the final climax. And Hey swallows that Pualu stone, which ends up saving that stone at one point. So Hey actually does fulfill the fragile power role. And Maui is the beast as ally in this. He does end up adopting the heroine's cause. But the heroine leaves her native culture, unmistakably so, to enter the ocean, just like we said in Jaws. That is classic hero's journey stuff.
Yeah. But in this case, would you say she creates the call, or because usually the hero refuses the call, and then they go on it.
Right, and she does not.
She's like, I want to get. She's biting at the. She's flying at the foot to get me out there. I want to get out there.
Yeah, most heroes refuse the call first. It's famous. The call to adventure finally arrives. They said they wanted this. Then it arrives, and the hero's like, maybe on second thought, I don't know if I want to do this. Many heroines do not refuse the call. And there's a reason for that. The labyrinth, their native culture, is very restrictive. That's how it feels to the heroine. They feel like there's too many rules. They feel boxed in. They feel like they have to conform, or that they have to become something that they don't want to be. And in this case, the native culture's claim to Moana Sacred Fire is the continuity. That's the key word for the native culture's claim, is continuity. That's what native culture wants, something to continue. And you, dear heroine, are going to continue this for us, whether it's something like primal, like have babies. Because I do think that's the primal root of this pressure that heroines feel for continuity. Or it could be you're going to continue the rules of the FBI,
right?
Like Clarice Starling, whatever it is. In Moana, it is you're going to become the chieftain.
Yes. Her dad wants her to continue the legacy.
Absolutely. So that immediately sets conflict in heroine-centric stories. We, the native culture, want you to do this thing. You come from something, right? Heroines aren't born in a vacuum. They're born from their parents. Their parents are members of the native culture, and there's her sacred fire comes from them initially. So my analogy is, think of you as holding one branch of the communal fire of the native culture. Past, like you've heard the term passing the torch.
Yes.
That's what this is. That's the continuity. They don't want the torch to go out. They've grabbed it from the communal fire. They're handing it to you. Now you, dear heroine, are going to do this with it. And the heroine's like, but I want to do this.
Yeah.
And now you've established the classic conflict for heroines. And in this story, it's great. The native culture starts singing, this is what we do on this island. We never leave. It's kind of a creepy lyric, right? We never leave. And you're going to be our chieftain. This is what was missing from Rey. Rey came from nothing, from nobody. And they never really got this on track until they said, actually, she came from the Emperor, right? And we're like, the Emperor? What the hell is that? What kind of continuity are we talking about here?
Yeah. He was dead, isn't he? Yeah.
Right. So that's where they get it wrong. Here's where they get it right. Moana. We want you to be the chieftain.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes her up to the top of the mountain. And it's a beautiful symbol of continuity. Here's every stone that every chieftain has placed. You're going to put your own stone. That's continuity embodied. What is her sacred fire, though? She has the torch from her native culture. We expect continuity out of you. What does she want? She wants to be an explorer.
Yeah.
That's her sacred fire. She wants to go out beyond the breakers. She wants to explore the ocean. And the native culture says, no, right? Yeah. No. And you even get a little bit of the breadcrumb analogy in this with the breadcrumbs and labyrinths are associated. And you have these conch shells that lead her like breadcrumbs out to sea as the sea parts. Remember that?
No, well, I didn't see it.
Oh,
I just know the story.
Okay, well then I'll tone this down. But if you ever watch it, you'll see that there's some breadcrumbs that lead her out to sea. Her grandma is the chaotic spirit of the ocean. And there's a beautiful inner chamber in this, the chamber of knowledge. She goes into the inner sanctum of the island, a cave, right? And you get fire symbolism right away. Lights go on like by magic. And she discovers well, I don't know how much I should tell you. If you haven't... Actually, I almost don't want to tell you anything. Okay,
all right. Don't tell me.
Okay, but Moana, for all of you who know the story, I want you to realize that there is a masked minotaur in this. However, this has what's called the reformed villain. And I want you to ask yourself, what is the best symbol of the sacred fire in this story? There's a great symbol. It's very similar to Superman's symbol as well. Oh. And it's a great symbol because it symbolizes both her desire and it exemplifies the continuity of the native culture. And it has a spiral on it. And her symbol is the spiral, which is the symbol of the maze. She has spiral right on her sail. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah. So Moana's a great one. It as much as it has hero's journey tropes, it just can't seem to get away from the Heroine's Labyrinth still.
That is, I guess, on my homework list.
You'll love it. I'm a big fan of Moana. I have two boys. They love Moana.
Yeah, I heard it's really great.
It is.
So the next one here is Jack. Now, why do people like Jackie Brown? Why are people like, even still, like you tell them Jackie Brown, people go, oh, I love that.
Jackie Brown's awesome.
Yeah.
So there's always
mind you, I didn't see the movie, just to let you know.
Okay, so I'll keep it light. But I would say the dominant premise of Jackie Brown is the captivity bargain. Jackie is constantly negotiating, and I think this is a great film to study because it helps me understand, and it will help you understand why heroines engage in a captivity bargain. When you hear it, you're like, oh, she's willingly going into captivity. She's willingly, accepting this harsh, isolated role. I want to dispel the idea that this makes her foolish or a dupe. It's not the case. The captivity bargain is the heroine's effort to maintain a seat at the table. She's being told, right. I want people should respect the heroine and her captivity bargain because we've all made bad deals in our less experienced phase, right? So Jackie is as long as she's negotiating, does have a sense of sovereignty in the sense, despite the captivity, in the sense that she has a seat at the table. She's negotiating the ultimate goal, which is freedom. So my whole point with the captivity bargain is that it is a counterintuitive step toward freedom. We all know that when we see the caged bird, the caged bird doesn't want to be there. All symbols of captivity, in my opinion, whether it's shackles on the wrist like Andromeda, whether it's a jail cell or a bird cage, or the tower where the heroine is locked away, we all know that those symbols mean one thing: eventual freedom.
Mm.
It's captivity is not the state to which the heroine aspires, and we know this instinctively. So Jackie Brown features the captivity bargain on steroids, and I think it's a great story to show how compelling just that one archetype can be, and how the heroine intends to break free at all costs. And she's patient in this one in doing it.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with this movie, Femme Nikita?
I know what movie that is. I've been told by someone else that I need to watch this.
Okay. Oh, I love this movie so much.
Femme Nikita. Yeah, I gotta keep.
Yeah, it's the original because they redid it and it was Point of No Return afterwards.
There is a great line in that. So I originally had quotes in the book. Mm-hmm. Every chapter had a quote, but I had to take all the quotes out because some of them are copyrighted. And I did have a quote. Yeah. So just to play it safe, I had to take out the quotes and.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it sucks. Some of them are fine because they're public domain, like Wizard of Oz and stuff. But La Femme Nikita is pretty recent. But she says, I don't even want to butcher the quote. She says, one thing is certain, one thing is just as constant as like femininity, and that's the desire to exploit it. And from an archetypal standpoint, there's some truth to that. Mm-hmm. People are drawn in by the sacred fire of heroines all the time. Yeah. And mass minotaurs, one of their attributes is that they try to monopolize the sacred fire of the heroine.
Yeah. Because she is definitely in a huge captivity bargain. Huge.
Really?
Huge. Yes. I would say that's the main pulse of everything that's going on is her captivity bargain.
Interesting.
And there is a cult of deception, yes.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if there's
is there a mass minotaur? A social apex character who appears to be nice but is secretly tyrannical?
Now, see, I don't know because there could be, because it's like the whole organization is a mess. It's really corrupt.
Oh.
And it seems like everybody's a masked minotaur because they're just like she can't really trust any of them because they're liars.
Well, authenticity, I have gleaned this from my studies. Authenticity, honesty are two attributes that heroines really value at the top. They place a premium on those attributes. Yeah. It's not an accident that Wonder Woman's lasso forces you to tell the truth. It's what it's what heroines don't get too often. People aren't always straight with them. Everything seems to be not what it seems, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, anyway, that's interesting.
Oh, Sable says hasn't seen it. You guys will enjoy it. This is the French one. Again, this was a French, so it's going to be subtitles. But the one that was the American one is called Point of No Return with Brigitte Fonda, and it's actually really good. But I like this one better.
Watch party.
Yay!
Not that you don't have anything on you have nothing on your schedule,
right?
Oh,
maybe I'll dig up and see if I can find a copy of that one.
That'd be awesome.
Yes. All right. So the next one is why do we like? So I guess there's two versions, but why do we like the Bene Gesserit mother of Paul Atreides, Jessica Atreides? Why do we like this character?
Well, from studying the Heroine's Labyrinth, she is a very powerful archetype. She's actually a double archetype. She fulfills multiple roles. One, because of the cult of deception in heroine-centric stories, there is an emphasis on intuition over reasoning. Now, that doesn't mean that reasoning isn't important, or that, especially in detective stories, the intellectual capacity of the heroine is very much on display. And yet, intuition is very, very vital and important. Yeah. The heroine learns to make Because if things aren't what they seem, she has to have an answer for this. And nature, in story terms, says the answer is your intuition. So heroines learn to be like, I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. You know, like they start to make the call on what they think is right and wrong at some point, and learn to harness their intuition. Because of this, I've noticed a very powerful set of archetypes of female characters and ESP, clairvoyance. It's all, you have the old crone, you have the fortune teller. If I say think of the old fortune teller, you picture the woman with the crystal ball and, you know, the headscarf and the charms in her hair. You know, so this association is very powerful with a lot of heroine characters. So the role of intuition in heroine-centric stories is huge. The Bene Gesserit are this huge, like they're like the sorceress, you know, right? They're the clairvoyants, and they're very good at this. So that's one aspect of the Bene Gesserit that works on an archetypal level. When we see a female, like look at her eyes, like when we see a female, you know, she's cold reading you in this picture. You're gonna lie to this woman. Look at the way she's like. You can tell just by this photograph that she's cold reading you, whether you're honest or not. Like she's gonna know. So they capture this with her. 2, the beast as ally is a very powerful archetype in the Heroine's Labyrinth. And one of the reasons it's so important is because the heroine learns to communicate with an unlike individual. The beast, he's not like her. He's very different. He's off-putting. There's all sorts of problems with the beast as ally. And yet the heroine takes the time to find the language to make this relationship work. It's an obvious trope in romance, but you'll see it everywhere. Princess Leia and Han Solo, you know, beast as ally and the heroine all over the place. However, there are variants of this archetype, one of which is called the bridal ambassador, in which the same process plays out. And you see this all the time, like in Game of Thrones. A lot of these heroines were bridal ambassadors. They're married off to a foreign culture. And then this process of finding language from an unlike beastly individual begins to take place, and the heroine starts to forge geopolitical alliances using her position as a wife / ambassador, the bridal ambassador, to forge alliances. In Game of Thrones, Ygritte and Jon Snow. The wildlings and the Night Watch become allies through their relationship. So it's the beast as ally on a more social level. And yet there's a third variant, which I call the female diplomat. A little bit more straightforward. She's not a bride. She's not married off. She's a straight up ambassador, and she negotiates on behalf of the native culture. So the Bene Gesserit are female ambassadors, bridal female diplomats, bridal ambassadors, and clairvoyants. So they are these archetypes all packaged in one, and then the author gives us all these like terms, and she has something she calls the voice. You know, so that's why I think it works. They hit all of these archetypes all at once, and then you have a little bit of a cultural archetype in that there's a kind of religious order behind it. So when you see this, even just this image, you see the script behind her and her robe, which denotes some sort of religious order. It's even on her face. So there seems to be some sort of ritual she's in the middle of. And then you've got the gaze of the clairvoyant. And we know as the Bene Gesserit that they're married off to great houses and they coordinate all the events of the cosmos. So pretty powerful, like double archetype there for the Bene Gesserit.
Yes. Yeah, and you just nailed it. All the reasons why I like them.
Yeah.
And Keith E is, thank you so much for moderating the chat, Keith E. And you are just awesome. Says Retro, I'm leaving. I hope I can hold. They can all hold it together for you. See you in the next chat. Thank you, Douglas. Oh man,
Keith, thank you, sir.
Yes, you just do such wonderful work, and I really appreciate you so much. You've been such a great friend to me. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anyone who takes up the moderating position is a great person
hard
and somebody who
work.
really cares about the success of a channel, in my opinion.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And Keithy's been absolutely amazing at that. We talk, and he's just always giving me such great advice. So he's just wonderful.
Awesome.
He is wonderful. And Moonbeam says that he's going to do his best to stay on topic. Well, that's good.
Not easy to do, right?
Moonbeam is awesome. And okay, so now 300. This is probably a classic hero's journey because they do all the hero's journey stuff.
Yes.
But Queen Gorgo has her adventure in the story where she has a masked minotaur and such. She has a beast, she has a fragile power in her son.
Well, she's also a bridal ambassador, is she not?
Yes, she is.
So he is a Spartan. Is she a Spartan?
Well,
or is she Athenian in Greek?
No, she's a Spartan woman.
Okay, she is a Spartan woman. Okay.
Yes. I mean, there are stories we can go on. The real Spartan women is Darth Plato here. He can tell us about Spartan women. But
okay, Sable says, yeah, she's Spartan.
Yeah,
so she's not.
Spartan.
So she's not a bridal ambassador. In this case, like even in the imagery there, he's the beast as ally for her in her eyes.
Yes.
And I want to make the point that the beast as ally from the point of view of the heroine is the knight in shining armor in the point of view of the hero. The hero sees himself as the knight in shining armor. She sees him as a beast, as ally. And that imagery is right there.
Yes, it is. There's so many like other like little things, but I thought it was really interesting that she has her own masked minotaur to deal with while he's off doing his thing.
Right, and who is the masked minotaur?
I forgot the name of the one character, but there's a senator that has been paid by Xerxes to stop all of the other senators from sending reinforcements to help the 300. And so she's trying to ask him, can you help in being able to get the Senate to do something, send some reinforcements? And he takes advantage of her in a terrible way. And she unmasks him in front of the entire Senate. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful scene.
That's great.
Yes. So, James, the Battle of Thermopylae. Oh my God, it's wonderful.
This movie has one of my favorite lines of all time.
Yes.
When oh man, I'm gonna blow it. But he's like, I have all these archers. He's like, then we'll fight in the shade.
Oh yes.
I love that line.
Yeah, it's great. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
What a great movie.
So yeah, this movie is a hybrid retro because the men go off to face the militant outsider, which is Xerxes in this case. Yeah. We will fight in the shade. What a great! I dream of writing a line like that, right?
Yes.
It's a direct quote. That is true.
Yeah, that's a true quote from one of the men in it's very compelling story and in general.
Yes. Well, you can imagine coming across that in a history book and being like, ooh, that's a pretty bold thing to say. But here's the movie, and they show us how this line is executed correctly.
Yes.
Yeah. The ironic comeback. Iconic comeback. Wait. I think he meant iconic.
Iconic, yes.
Right. Okay. My mind was like, iconic. Is that a word? I was trying to figure out.
Oh, he said this.
Laconic. Laconic comeback. Okay. Yeah, that's a great. It also has that other great scene where he's like, I brought more soldiers than you. He's like, how? You only have 300. He's like, what's your profession? He's like, I'm a blacksmith, sir. And he's like, what's your profession? They're like,
ow. Yeah.
Those are great scenes. But you're right. This breaks this. If you separate out when you follow him, you're on a hero's journey. When you
Yeah.
start following her, she's at odds with her native culture. And I was going to say that the poisoned apple, unfortunately, I believe is a symbolic rape because it is subverting it's an attack of free will upon the heroine. So you're trying to circumvent the decision-making process, her own autonomy, and it is often accompanied by the unconscious heroine, and it is something internal, an internal poison. Over and over and over again. The most common symbol is a needle. That's why Coraline has it. The syringe for Princess Leia, and we'll get to all of those. But so when you see a scene like this, where especially if it's the masked Minotaur is attempting to force himself on the heroine, that is less symbolic. That is more overt of the archetype. It's the most primal, terrible form of the archetype. An attack of free will and something internal happening to the heroine. So the primal reality behind the poisoned apple is the worst case scenario. It's a nightmare. It's the worst possible nightmare.
Yeah, it's just great. I love her storyline because you feel like she's totally vindicated at the end, and she does it herself. It's just beautiful.
Yes. And the unmasking, you're right. She has a classic, great unmasking, because the unmasking, for it to work, it must be an undeniable tyranny, an undeniable crime.
Yes.
And it has to be proven, and it has to be in front of people who
Yes, and when she stabs him, all of his gold coins from Xerxes falls on the floor, and they're like, "What?" It's just wonderful, just wonderful. I love it.
Yes, this is a great one. I'm glad you pointed this one out.
Oh, thank you. It's one of my favorite stories, and when I started to look at her particular storyline, I was like, "Wait a minute, it's right there."
So you know what, Retro? You made me think of something. And we don't have to get on a tangent about it, but I think it's good to just bring up.
Yeah.
There's all of this stuff going on in Hollywood of how to not leave women in reductive roles, and that's a good thing.
Yes.
So I think, and how to include them as part of, like this. They told two different stories simultaneously. Ralph does this. I love to bring this up as an example. But you could tell two simultaneous stories and make them both good. And I think if you follow the hero's journey and the Heroine's Labyrinth, that's one strategy for doing this that I think would probably be successful.
I think it would work excellently, and like I was saying, the more I look for it, the more it just shows up in really great movies. So we're gonna keep going, and there at the end we're gonna talk about some things that don't work.
Okay.
So have you seen this movie, Gloria, 1975, I think?
No, but it has come up on a couple lists when I'm researching certain topics. I think she came up, I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
That she kind of turns to the dark side. Is she a heroine that turns to the dark side?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then maybe that wasn't what I thought.
No, I'm briefly laying it down. This is a huge shield maiden.
I was going to say the imagery right there,
like an elongated shield maiden moment.
100%. The image you're looking at a shield maiden in the moment.
Yeah.
Look at her look on her face.
Yeah, you're not getting by.
Right. And this is why I love the shield maiden moment. One of many reasons. The Heroine's Labyrinth has so much misdirection, so much cult of deception. The heroine is sometimes confused. The heroine is sometimes misled. In the shield maiden moment, it's a moment of absolute clarity on the part of the heroine. So look at her face. Does she look confused about her actions?
No.
She's 100%. She's cool-headed right there. She's like, "You're going down, bro."
Yeah. So a young boy's family is wiped out by the mob, and they want to get this little boy. And so this is where she's a former girlfriend of a mob boss, and so she steps in and she's like, "No, not this time." and she protects this boy with her life. And it is incredible for the 1970s to get a film like this. I remember, I'm sorry, it's not 1970s. I think it's 1980, exactly 1980. Um,
Okay.
and my mom and I, we'd watch this movie over and over, look at each other like, what is happening here? So
Really?
yes. Yeah, so, yeah, I do think that, this is worth taking a look at. It's been a long time since I've seen this movie, but, I think this is worth taking a look at.
I just
Gloria
put a
is
star next to it.
yeah, Gloria is the name of the movie. Now, they did do a repeat or remake of the movie in 2020. I'm not sure how good that movie is, but this one, it was the original, and it has a very strong, retro vibe to it. So, of course,
Yeah, I'm picking
I
that
love it.
up.
Yeah, I love it. With Gina Rowland, just absolutely iconic. And that little
Retro.
kid is an incredible actor.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the image, but I just put a star next to it. I'm gonna check this one out.
Oh,
Um,
God.
or maybe I'll bump this up to the top of the list because um, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Just the imagery seems to strike at the heart of the
It
archetype.
yes, yes, yes. And Moonbeam says, "Yeah, that's a shield maiden moment, definitely."
There are times now that it's weird. It's like I'm in the editing room to the human psyche. So when I
Mm,
see a shield maiden moment, sometimes I even get emotional. I get like this emotional shock
yes,
because
yes,
it's like, oh my God, it happens spontaneously.
yeah,
And it
yeah,
doesn't matter if she's in a nightgown or like armor. Doesn't
yeah.
matter. These heroines just become this absolutely clear-headed, unstoppable force, and it's like this. It's like they shoot this
Yes,
project. It's I call it waxing radiant, and it's like
yes.
even the Minotaur, who's usually gigantic and fearsome, is stunned by this sudden stand, and it's like the
Mhm.
Minotaur becomes confused, and
Yeah.
she becomes ultimately clear, and hopefully, usually victorious.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, this is a moment that would scare well, if not just scare, but also just shock a mass minotaur, 'cause, the mass minotaur is extremely powerful. How, dare this little thing decide they're gonna, oppose me?
Yes.
And, yes, and Gloria was 1980. This is 1980. Yeah, thank you. And Free One is here. Hello. Thank you. All right. So, my next one is Legally Blonde. Now, I didn't, maybe I may have missed it, but I didn't see a mention of it. Is this one that you've seen before?
I have not seen it.
Okay.
My wife loves this one.
It's
I
really
should
good.
watch it at some point.
Yeah, she's, you know the premise for this movie?
I don't.
Okay. The
I just know it's
premise
Reese Witherspoon, and I know it's super popular.
Yeah, the premise for this is that because she's, a blonde, kinda girly girl, that she is not capable of, going to law school, and so she defies that, and she goes to law school, and at first, she's really bad at it, and then she gets really, really good. And, part of it has to do with a boyfriend and a whole bunch of things. Now, I don't know if I can recall if there's a masked minotaur in it, but there's definitely a cult of society does not want her to do what
They're
she's doing.
redirecting her.
Yeah, they would like for her to stay in her lane.
And what is her lane? What does the native culture want her to be doing? Like a beer tub girl or something?
Yeah, just be cute and, get out of law school so then they're not pestering, the people who are there to actually study. So, and I think at first she's just like, she thinks it's fun, but then she realized, okay, this is hard work, but guess what? I'm gonna do it. And she faces a lot of adversity,
So
Um,
her sacred fire is to be a great lawyer.
initially it's not. It's to get her
Oh,
boyfriend back.
oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, because her boyfriend goes to law school and has a new girlfriend who's super, super smart, and she's a stinger the whole time. Maybe she's the masked minotaur, but she's
Is
n
she a is she a prominent lawyer?
She is she's not a prominent lawyer, but she is a person who is regarded as one of the smart kids. She's
Okay.
one of the top in her class, and she's gonna go someplace. They're extremely like rich, and she's been tracked to do this since her birth.
Okay, well, there you go, continuity.
Yeah. So yeah, there's that. And have you seen this movie, Stepford Wives?
No, I have not.
Okay, so I was wondering because this is really one of those, feminine centric stories about um, a, a young wife and a couple. They go to a new town, and the town is just really pristine. Everybody is perfect, and maybe there's one or two people who are newcomers to the town that aren't perfect, and so it's sort of like definitely a cult of deception for
Sounds like
sure.
it.
Yeah. And it basically, the effort is to turn all of the women into these incredible, um, perfect wives. It's called Stepford Wives, 1975, I believe.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's yeah, it's pretty good. They did a remake of it, and like I always say, the original. So
Right. There's usually something authentic about the original that's captured, and then the new ones seem to be just trying to do something
a little
different.
different, yeah, yeah. This one really got to the pulse of it, and there's something very creepy about this as well.
It
Um,
sounds a little bit. Have you heard of "Don't Worry, Darling"?
yes, that movie was derived from this.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I did see that.
Hmm.
I saw "Don't Worry, Darling," and I liked
I
it.
was actually going to put that movie on the list.
Yeah, that's 100% Heroine's Labyrinth, like to the T. But
Yeah.
I didn't know it came from this. So bear with me because
Mhm.
my background is Star Wars, Superman, aliens. That's right.
Oh,
That's where I
sure.
come. You know,
Yeah.
I come from the guy side of the table, right?
Yeah.
So when I started studying this, I was introduced to a lot of stories that a lot of women are very familiar with, but I
Hmm.
was not.
Hmm.
And part of my studies, I read a lot of literature, and I did watch some films that women in particular tended to know about that I didn't.
Yes.
Um, but there's a lot left.
Yes.
So
Oh,
I'm
there's
really, and you actually are I'm writing all of yours down
okay.
because
I've got tons more, but I didn't put everything down, but I just wanted to put down some like the bigger ones that like film lovers would know about,
okay.
the film nerds would love.
That's why I trust your judgment. I feel like when you put Legally Blonde, I was like, oh man, I know so many girls are like women who love this movie. I've
Yes.
never seen it. Maybe I should. Stepford Wives. I've heard of it forever. Maybe it's time I see that one too. So
Yeah.
I'm keeping track of La Femme Nikita. So I'm
Mhm.
keeping track of the stories that you're putting up here that I haven't
Oh,
seen
good.
because at the end of the day, I think it'll just help me understand stories even better and give me more. But it'll also increase my ability to communicate.
Yeah, I mean, in case anybody asks you, and I will gladly discuss any of these movies with you later, and
You'd be perfect
we'll
to
do a
discuss
watch
something like
party
that.
for these. Oh, that would be
Yeah,
amazing.
that'd be great. I would totally do that if you wanted to do that.
All right, and then Miss
This is,
Congeniality. Now, is this one that you've seen?
I have not.
Okay, this is I'm trying to think if this has more of a hero's journey, but there is a masked minotaur in it. It is like a sort of do you know the premise at all of this?
I do not.
Okay. The premise of it is a FBI agent is very meek and probably would be considered unattractive, but you just remove her glasses and she's
Oh,
gorgeous.
that old trope. Oh my God, you're an angel.
Yeah. Well, Michael Caine. Oh well, there's a string of incidences or threats to a beauty pageant of possibly doing like setting a bomb or something. A terrorist is threatening a beauty pageant. Yes,
Okay.
and so the FBI gets involved and they get her to pretend to be one of the contestants. And
Oh.
so Michael Caine, of all people, is her sort of like he transforms her into this like beauty queen.
Michael Caine?
Yeah, Michael Caine is in
We
this.
just saw him transform Steve Martin into an aristocrat in Dirty
I
Rotten
know,
Scoundrels.
I know. So yes, it's really great, and there's quite a few other people. Candice Bergen is in this,
Oh.
and there's also w- Captain Kirk in it as well.
William Shatner?
Yes.
Oh my God.
But he's playing a lovable character, and she just basically has to infiltrate this group and find out who the the person is, or if there's somebody attached to the person who is possibly the terrorist, and there, like I said, there is an unmasking, there is a fragile power.
Oh.
One of the contestants, it definitely is a fragile power. Yeah, there's some interesting pieces in here, and I think they would definitely fall under the heroine's labyrinth. I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting because one variation of the masked minotaur is the hidden minotaur, meaning the disguise is their presence. We can't find them.
Yes.
Like Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. The
Mhm.
disguise is, hi, I'm an ordinary guy. I'm the neighbor next door, that his disguise is a normal person, but he's secretly, a serial murderer. So it sounds like in this case, you have the hidden minotaur problem where you don't know who this individual is.
Yeah. This is one of the quotes from
Oh, okay.
She says, I'm in a dress, have a gel in my hair, I haven't slept all night, I'm starved, and I'm armed. Don't mess with me.
Do you remember that movie called The Dream Team? Retro with Michael Keaton and who else was in that?
The Dream Team. I don't know that movie. I may have not seen it.
Anyway, there's a line that made me think of that. If you haven't seen it, then it's no big deal. But that's great.
Interesting. Let's see. Is that 2012 or
No,
1989?
no.
1989?
It's like 1980s.
Okay, yeah, 1989. Oh, it's a basketball movie.
No.
No.
It's about an escaped group of mental patients that get out of the asylum, and that their journey is within the city.
Did I see this movie? I think
it was kind of big at the time, and then it just disappeared. And everyone forgot about it. I've been meaning to go back and watch
this. Oh, I want to see this. Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
I've been wanting to rewatch that one too, but there's a line where someone's like, put down the gun, and Michael Keaton's like, I'm an escaped mental patient with a gun, and I ain't impressed. I'm not impressed, or something like that. So anyway, it's just it was a line that made me think of that.
Oh,
and Sable just did the big line from Blues Brothers. Yeah.
We got a tank full of glasses. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
That's such a great line. And Princess Leia is in Blues Brothers.
Yes, she is.
Yes,
I love that. Okay, have you seen this movie?
I have seen it, but I haven't studied it, so I'd be very loose.
Okay, because this is a tough one because I would say the masked minotaur. I'm trying to think if she definitely has a beast's ally for sure, and this beast's ally is nasty. She is nasty. Yes, it's just but yeah, I would I'm thinking of ways that this could, because there is a few, but I'm trying to think, is there Fragile Power. This one, I may have to. We may have to look at this one later if you get a chance to watch it again and
Okay.
see if there's any connection, because it's not a hero's journey.
Right. It's all right there in the native culture.
Yeah, yeah, and there's definitely I wouldn't say there's a cult of deceit, but she is trying to fight against that native culture.
Right. I was going to say there's probably the cult of deception the cult of deception are, well, you might have it really reflected
There
more in
is
the
a
labyrinth.
there is a cult of deception actually. There's a couple there's all these different groups that want her to marry, you know.
The bridal
And
ambassador.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we'll come back to this when we have more information, but I have a funny feeling this one is going to
Oh
yield
yeah.
some
So
fruit.
I love historical fiction.
Yeah.
The book I wrote was about Byzantine Empress Theodora. And so, so my whole point was when I studied historical women, they weren't going on heroes' journeys, man. They were having trouble right there in the house, right there in the castle.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
We're on a mission from God.
That's a great line.
Oh man,
And
Blues Brothers.
so tell me, why did we like Fury Road's not yeah, Fury Road's Furiosa? Why did we like that character?
Right. This is a movie that I thought shouldn't have worked. Theoretically, it shouldn't have, because it did some things that I normally don't like too much. Like they said, it's about Mad Max, but it's not about Mad Max. So I felt like it was a little bit of a bait and switch. So at first, my initial position was to not like this movie. That was where I started.
And this is Fury Road, the one that was the first one. Okay.
Right. So it did some things that I tend to not appreciate in modern storytelling. But I do like this movie. In fact, I like it a lot. So I guess your question is why? Why does this one work?
Why does it work? Yeah.
So this movie is loaded with some Heroine's Labyrinth archetypes. Mad Max is her beast as ally. One of two. Nux, the other guy, is also a beast as ally. He actually converts. He leaves his native culture and joins her cause. The fragile powers are those wives, the brides.
Yes. Yes.
And it's not one, it's like 4 or 5. So the native culture is very oppressive. It's an oppressive native culture, like overtly. And this has this movie is one of the classic examples of the broken truce. In fact, it's the premise of the story. You can argue that the entire film is her broken truce.
That's true.
Right? She's driving along, and then all of a sudden she turns left, and we're out of here. And what happens? Like Thelma and Louise, the entire native culture comes roaring after her in the most dramatic way possible. We have a masked minotaur, Immortan Joe. He's the apex. He's a social apex character. He wears a mask. They show that he has several wives, women like he treats like breeding stock, that he herds in like cattle. And this is what Furiosa is fighting against, right? She's trying to rescue the brides. So you have a very dramatic broken truce. And here's the other important part. A lot of guys, including myself, sometimes will roll their eyes when you see women throwing men around on screen. It's not that I could speak for myself. It's not that I think that women can't beat up a guy. It's that sometimes it doesn't look convincing, and it's just, I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
Not true with this one. She is tough in this. She's very convincing. When she's fighting, she's aggressive and like I said, totally convincing. She totally holds her own. So I think the actress brought something authentically tough into that. You can't have this 5'2", actress, throwing, Chris Hemsworth across a room and say that I'm going to be convinced by this. And here's the thing. When I'm looking at it, it doesn't look convincing. Not true with her. She put in the time. She is genuinely tough. So I feel like she put in the time to make her character physically threatening, physically tough, and I bought every second on screen with her. And I love the action in this. So as far as a broken truce, remember I said it's the writer's job to take the archetype and deliver on it. It's one thing to take the archetype, but what are you doing differently? How are you going to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Mad Max gives us some stuff that we just haven't seen before. This race across the desert, the oil rigs, the war boys, all of these guys come after her, and she has to escape the labyrinth. And like the spiral symbol, she goes back. She goes back. She goes out, and then she comes back. And what does she do? She turns on the water, and you have your broken spell, and all the oppressed are now free. The war boys are even cool. Like they're like on her side at the end. That the world's a better place.
Yeah.
There's beauty in the world that we didn't notice before, typical of the broken spell. So I think Furiosa works because it's an absolutely unapologetic broken truce, delivered with action and a heroine that lives up to the demands of the story. She delivers this performance. And Mad Max ends up being her beast as ally. So we're like, okay, we'll follow this heroine. She knows what she's doing. She's tough.
Yeah. I didn't get to see this movie yet. I plan on doing it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No, but I know the story, and I think everyone has just been raving about this movie, especially when it came out, like how good it was, and just trying to figure out like why some characters work and some others don't.
Well, now, real quick before we move on, there's a black swan in this too. The helpful chaos. There's a massive desert sandstorm, and she goes plunging right into it, and it ends up helping her. And by the way, Lady Jessica, who you showed earlier, same thing. She enters a sandstorm, and that's how she's able to escape as well. And there is a secret wisdom in this from heroines that their message seems, their lesson to us seems to be to go with the chaos rather than try to resist it. And you see that repeatedly, like Paul, his big Bene Gesserit trained lesson from her is to let go of the controls in Dune and let the ornithopter go with the flow. And that saves them. Same thing with her. She goes in there and it's everyone else who gets lost. So you definitely get the natural disaster moment in Fury Road as well. So the archetype appears again. That's what I'm saying. These archetypes are pretty profound.
This is really awesome. And this is Nebula from the MCU's Guardians of the Galaxy. A lot of people like this character.
He's great.
Yeah.
So you pointed out a second ago, what film were we just talking about? 300. You pointed out how, hey, this is a hero's journey. Obviously, these guys are setting out to go fight the militant outsider, the distant dragon. That's usually the calling card of the distant dragon archetype of the hero's journey. The distant dragon is a militant cultural outsider, not an insider, a cultural outsider, and they are there to annihilate or subjugate the culture. That's typical of the hero's journey villain, right? So you've got all that in 300. They go out, they go fight Xerxes. That's exactly what he is. But the heroine stays into the native culture, and her problem is right there at home. So it's a perfect dichotomy of the two different types of conflicts and the two different types of villains, right? So I actually love this because Thanos, who's the big villain of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which I will bookmark at 2019 with Endgame, because from 2008 with Iron Man to 2019 with Endgame, I thought was spectacular of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After Endgame, I'm not too impressed. I think they've completely lost their way. But with the Infinity Saga from 2008 to 2019, we have Thanos being developed as the big baddie. And he's a good one, right? He's a very convincing militant outsider. He's going to come in. He's going to destroy Earth. And he's tough. This guy can get the job done. He's got his hosts of minions, and he has the ability to destroy the Earth. He's a perfect distant dragon to the Avengers. And then we suddenly shift focus to heroines, right? Here's Nebula. Here's Gamora. They're sisters. Who's Thanos to them? He's their father. So now you have, when you shift focus to the heroine, like Nebula, specifically Nebula, now you have a masked minotaur because he is a member of her homegrown culture. He's not the outsider like he is with Captain America and Iron Man and Thor. To her, he's homegrown. He's right in her household. You have the images of the unconscious heroine with her. She's suspended. She's like hanging parallel, right? She's she's unable to resist or respond. And who's there? You got the masked minotaur hovering right around her all the time. She has a special kind of poisoned apple, which I call the forced shutoff, which you find in science fiction usually. It's a heroine android who has something internal that you could just switch her off if you want at any time. The forced shutdown. You see it in Westworld. You have this problem with Rachel in Blade Runner. The forced shutdown is a form of control, something internal that you can make the heroine go unconscious. And Nebula's got this issue with Thanos. I just find it fascinating that the militant outsider is the homegrown villain to the heroine. I think she works because they took the distant dragon. Suddenly you drop a heroine like Nebula and Gamora into the story, and the same character isn't a distant dragon to her. It's the guy that occupies her house.
Yeah.
It's the dad. It's her dad. So you have this incredible shift in perspective with her character. And there's a scene in Endgame. You've seen Endgame, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. No.
Oh, you haven't?
I mean, but I know everything that happens in it.
Well, there's a scene where the Nebula that has broken away from her tyrannical father encounters an earlier version of herself, a younger version of herself.
Yeah.
I'll let you watch. I analyze this scene.
I've heard of this scene before.
Okay. Well, she shoots her younger self.
Yeah.
She shoots her younger self because she goes, "You can change." And the younger Nebula, who's still tyrannized by her father, Thanos, says, "He won't let me change." And then the older Nebula shoots her younger self. And I just found this to be an interesting response. And I thought about it. I was like, I think she's doing two things with this scene. I think one, she's ashamed of her younger self.
Yeah.
She's ashamed that she had ever been mentally monopolized by Thanos. So she's ashamed and wants to kill the earlier version of herself. And two, I feel like it's a way of her freeing her younger self from the tyranny.
Oh, yes.
Like ending the captivity bargain herself. Like, now you're free,
Yeah,
So it was an interesting scene, and I think there's a little bit there. The things that work, the images, the characters, the stories that work are ones that have something powerful under the hood. And Nebula has these things under the hood. She comes from something, like when you compare to like Rey, she has a continuity. She has something she's meant to follow. Her distant or her masked minotaur is right there in the home. Home is back. When she's fighting inside her house. So,
So what I'm getting is that the whole idea of her having a family or having even an origin of where she comes from and family and influence, all of that is also kind of making her more likable or
yes, because there's a conflict.
Yeah.
So
because that's something that Rey doesn't have. She doesn't have any kind of culturing from where she came from. She
comes from nothing.
She just shows up.
Well, The Force Awakens, right? Well, The Force Awakens gave us a little bit of that, right? Jakku was a native.
Almost. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I think Force Awakens worked initially.
Yes.
It has failed miserably now, but initially it had some of these elements.
Yeah.
She seemed to come from somewhere. We were going to get there. It's the J.J. Abrams mystery box. But he didn't deliver, which is characteristic of him as a storyteller. And this is why Rey ultimately failed. Nebula has this problem. Her native culture, she is expected to carry on the tradition, the continuity, the native culture, which is Thanos's vision of the world.
Yeah.
She is supposed to help him do that. The fact that she says no to him makes us go, I like her. This is going to be dangerous, her saying no to him.
Yeah, yeah.
Watch out. Watch your back, Nebula. So Thanos is so convincing as a villain that when she says no, we're like, oh, she's going to be in trouble standing up to this guy. I don't think she can beat him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Avengers have their hands full. What the hell? What's she going to do, right? The fact that she escapes his tyrannical vision for her, the native culture's claim to her sacred fire. We buy in. We're on her side now. So it's a way of taking the villain and it turns him from the distant dragon into the masked minotaur. And this is familiar to us because of the archetype. So we start to like Gamora and specifically Nebula because she's the one that bears the full brunt of the masked minotaur. Like I said, we see her suspended. We see the unconscious heroine. We know there's a poisoned apple that he has control over her. So when she breaks free of all this, it's very rewarding. And I like Nebula. I'm actually a big fan of her and her character.
I actually like her more than
Gamora. Right, because Gamora, the hard part of Gamora was when she was a little girl, right?
Yeah.
Those flashback scenes, those were the hardest scenes.
Yes. It actually did a lot to humanize her a lot more.
Right.
And James Bacon says
I agree. I like Gamora, but I like Nebula a little bit more.
I like her a little bit more. And James Bacon says it's pivotal because it cements the new outlook change of heart.
Right. It's symbolic of something. And what I'm saying is when you actually stop and try to ask yourself, what is this symbol? What is this saying? You just committed suicide in symbolic form. But there's something there for you to learn. There is meaning there behind the symbolism of the scene. So Nebula's more than just a two-dimensional character. She's got 3 dimensions, and when you follow her and when you witness her actions and you see that there's meaning behind it, it makes her elevate as a character in ways that other characters may struggle to do. It's not easy to elevate a character.
Yeah. And we're talking about Scarlet Witch. Now, why do people like that? The last movie that she was in, I think, hurt her likability a little bit. They didn't quite finish or land the plane, if you will, which is that was what was it called? It was Doctor Strange and the Multiverse
of Madness.
Yeah,
they're trying so hard with heroines that they're pulling muscles. And I don't think they know what they're doing because I don't think they understand the archetypes. Even this image, she's holding sacred fire. The image of a heroine holding a flame. We saw Princess Peach in the trailer for Super Mario Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
She's rolling her hand and there's a flame in her hand. This imagery strikes at the heart. So WandaVision started very, very good.
Yes.
And for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
It ended bad because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Similar with Rey.
Mm-hmm.
So we're sucked in, and they did a lot right with WandaVision initially.
Okay, yes. So tell us, why did we like Wanda so much? Besides, there was already sort of like history with the comic books and all that stuff, but why did we like the film version of her?
Well, okay, so she was a little two-dimensional in the beginning. Her and Quicksilver, they were both rather two-dimensional.
Yes.
She started to grow on us, I think, because she became more and more invested in the actual plot. She has one of my favorite Shield Maiden moments. Mm-hmm. In one of the most pivotal scenes in Infinity War, Thanos, the militant outsider, is like swatting Captain America aside. He's advancing on the final Infinity Stone. He's about to complete the unthinkable. He's going to kill trillions of people. And the Infinity Stone is in Vision's head, who's laying defenseless on the ground. But standing in between this brutal, distant dragon and this fragile power, Vision, is a heroine. And she's up to the okay. She stands her ground and she throws her chaos magic at him. And Thanos is like struck by it and he's pushing. He's literally like trying to push forward on it. It's a beautiful scene of the Shield Maiden. She's defending the stone with her life, right? And she actually succeeds. Thanos has a cheat. He can dial it and pull that stone out if he uses the time stone, which he does. So he cheats and grabs the time stone and then disappears. But not before the Scarlet Witch had her great and heroic stand against him and technically succeeded. She destroyed the Infinity Stone before he turned back the time. So the Scarlet Witch got really positive vibes. She was a good character. I think Elizabeth Olsen also delivered a really good performance out of her, humanized her. There was an attempted romantic relationship between her and Vision. And we were big on her because she seemed to keep elevating, and then suddenly it was over, right? And so she's one of the first up after when Endgame ended. On deck is WandaVision. I think this was the first big show.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah. And it was really, I thought it started out pretty good.
Totally.
And then they just didn't know what to do at the end. Oh my God.
So, right. And I think it's because they didn't understand the archetypal scenario they created. So we meet the Scarlet Witch. And like I said, this is symbolic of the sacred fire. A woman holding a ball of light or fire is one of the most iconic. The Statue of Liberty is doing it, for crying out loud.
Yes,
so
yes.
It's a primal archetypal image, the sacred fire of the heroine, because it's two things. Remember, it's a creative power and it's an attractive force. It's something that draws people to her, and it also has a creative power. That's the two dynamics of a hero and sacred fire. So WandaVision starts with her in a home environment. And they did this extra thing, which I thought was brilliant. The TV show from the 50s and then the 60s.
That was so good.
What a brilliant touch.
Yeah.
And they had me on that. I thought that was genius. She's clearly in a cult of deception. Because remember there's those awkward scenes where like characters are like trying to like obviously mislead her, and you're like, wait, what's going on there? She's in a labyrinth because there's all these little places that she goes to. It's very circular, and you'll always see it, like even the roads seem like labyrinthine in there. So, but it's a cult of deception, which seems to be the primal basis in WandaVision. And of course, she's slowly unpacking this deception that she's in. Where I think, and they do have a masked minotaur.
Yes, they do.
Agatha, right?
Yeah.
And that seems to be a good one. There's actually a great scene. The poisoned apple, remember, is an effort to extract the sacred fire, the cause, whatever she cares about, usually symbolized by something. In this case, her chaos magic. There's a great scene in WandaVision where Agatha is she tricks her with the spell in that one room. That's the poisoned apple. And then there's the scene in the sky where she's forcibly trying to take the chaos magic out of Wanda.
Yes.
Just like Stefan taking the wings off of Maleficent. Just like Darth Vader trying to use the mind probe to extract from Princess Leia. So the imagery was all there.
Yeah.
Where they went wrong is they actually made her the masked minotaur also, which is very confusing.
Okay, thank you. You nailed it right on the head. She's the masked minotaur in this. She's the bad guy, pretty much.
We don't even and we don't need her to be, because we've got Agatha. The second, so they had it right with Agatha.
Yes.
Right? To make her the villain also is stupid, because it's even worse. She's imprisoning all these people.
Yeah. Let Agatha deal with the burden of this. That she's the bad guy that's doing this.
It should have been all a ruse to make Agatha it was good to have Agatha. I think she was a good masked minotaur. It should have been her using the Scarlet Witch's power in some magical way to imprison everybody, for her to coordinate the cult of deception.
Yeah.
Which seemed to be what was happening, right? The second they made her the villain, they not only doubled up the problem, how is she the heroine now if she's also the masked Minotaur?
Yeah.
And if she's the masked Minotaur, then Agatha's also the masked Minotaur. From a structural standpoint, that's really goofy. That's a funky, wonky way to set this up. And then, too, if she's the one imprisoning all the people, then she's the source of the cult of deception. Yeah. She's been convinced, she's been fooling herself all this time. That's not that great.
That's why people did not like this.
Well, you run into all these ethical problems.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and here's the other problem that this show did wrong. You can make her the villain. It may even be compelling. Then you need to get rid of Agatha and have her uncover herself, right? Fight Club does this. Fight Club is a Heroine's Labyrinth story.
Oh, wow. So good.
And Fight Club does this where he is the source of his own deception. But they do it by creating another character who's also him. It's very, schizophrenic scenario.
Yeah.
It's a great way to do this. They did not do that with her, so it makes little sense. She's imprisoning all these people. If you want that to be the case, if you want her to be the masked Minotaur, then you can't be unclear. She's the villain.
Yeah.
They didn't do that either. Then they had Monica Rambeau be like, they'll never understand what you gave up for them. Wrong.
Yeah, nobody's.
You're trying to moralize the masked Minotaur because they were so indecisive. They're like, well, it's a woman. We don't want her to look bad. We don't want her to be the villain. We want her to be the hero. It's like, but you just made her the masked Minotaur. You just made her enslave all these people. You put her at the center of the deception, and now you're trying to tell us that we think she's the good guy. You're all confused. The storytellers, they got all turned around on this. So structurally, it fails. Yeah. Because they failed to deliver on what they set up, similar to Rey. They had it all right, and then they didn't know how to stick that. You said land the plane. I like that. They did not know how to land the plane.
They did not.
And think about it, the broken spell.
Yeah.
The broken spell was everyone was released, right? But the broken spell is they're released from her.
Yeah.
And she wanders off like alone to some house that was like once standing or something, right? Isn't there like a home that used to be there? And
I don't remember. I'm not gonna.
Well, it was a pretty lonely end. So I was like, they don't know what they're doing. They're trying to make her they're trying to make us sympathize with her.
Well, then the last shot is of her reading the book, and it's like, wait a minute. So is she full on evil or what?
Right. And they didn't make it any better in the Multiverse of Madness. They didn't know what to do with her, and the indecisiveness.
Yeah.
Is she a hero or a villain? They never answered it.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's almost like if you and I were writing a story and I was like, are we going to make her the hero or the villain? And if you're like, what if we don't answer that? We just tell a story. In some scenes, she's the villain. In some scenes, she's the heroine. You can't do that as a writer. Sorry, writer, you have to answer that question.
Well, they did, and they did answer the question. It was the wrong answer.
Right. See, I think my analysis would be the public likes her. We liked her.
Yeah.
We all wanted some more Scarlet Witch. I remember being like, oh, I can't wait to get more of her and her story. And when it opened up and she was the person captured in this sort of weird quasi cult of deception, they had me. I was so hooked. And then they added the other artistic layer of emulating eras of television shows. They had it. They had me hook, line, and sinker. People were talking about WandaVision in the water cooler fashion. Like people were into this show. And then they just lost it. They made her imprison an entire city. Yeah. I don't know. They didn't answer they didn't do the work as writers to know who she was. And they just hoped that we would buy whatever they gave us, similar to Daenerys Targaryen. That's another one they screwed up. So,
wow.
Yeah. So if you're a writer and you don't know what you're doing, you're going to write stuff that's going to piss off your reader, and you're going to write characters that are going to be forgettable ultimately because you didn't even know who this character was. The story didn't know who the character was. Why are you asking me to care about this character at that point? You're asking me to invest in someone you didn't even take the time to figure out.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to definitely highlight for everyone's comment here. So they're trying to create filler material to fill out the episodes, and you definitely
Some of
felt
it.
that. Yeah, you definitely felt that during the episodes of WandaVision that there was some. I mean, look, there were some moments that were so brilliant. I was like, yes, bravo! Like all the stuff about her and Vision was so good. And once they got Vision out of the story, it seemed like they lost their way on that too, because that was one of the things that was keeping it all together. And then yeah, and then
Right.
just there, here we have Agatha singing. It's Agatha. It's been Agatha all along. Great.
But it
No,
wasn't.
but
It
it
was it was
wasn't. Yeah,
it was Scarlet Witch all along,
yeah, yeah. So
right?
yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. But
Well, James Bacon had a pretty and by the way, free
listen,
one, you are right. I remember watching and being like, that feels a little filler, man. Are they just
yeah,
trying to stretch this out
there was a lot of filler in there, and
in the
they could
middle?
have, yeah. And let's see, movie says for when we need to produce it, and we can get to working on RNG retro movie. Don't worry, I'm already working on that.
She's
And
got it. She's working it.
yeah, I'm working on it. And James Bacon says, well, the version of the trope is still the trope. So subverting the
That's true.
broken spell by making it come from Wanda is still the broken truth.
Well, that's true, but you still have this Agatha problem, and this is my opinion.
Broken spell. Yeah.
Right, right. I knew exactly what you meant. And
Hmm.
you're right to say that a subversion of a trope is still a trope and that it could have worked. My thing is, you have to decide as a writer what the real problem is. If the real problem is a deception around the Scarlet Witch in order to steal her sacred fire, that's a good one. That's Agatha. If
Yeah.
the thing is she's mentally traumatized and so she's imprisoning the town, well, then you got to choose that she is a villain. She has, like we saw with Teika, right? You steal the hero sacred fire. Maybe she turns evil, and she's doing this to force herself to live this nice, happy little life with Vision that doesn't exist. Well, she's crossed the line there. She's
Yeah.
poisoned dappled an entire city for her own selfish reasons. So you have to pick a lane in that point. I think the fact that they did both shows that they were undecided. The jury was out whether they were going to go with she's actually a villain, guys, or she's the heroine. And they tried to do both, and I think that clashed it. If you wanted to, like if James is saying, if you want to do a broken spell where she's the bad guy, then make her the bad guy. Make her the bad guy. Make her embrace that on some level. Maybe she regrets it. Maybe there's a reformed villain like Teika and Moana, but I don't think they solved that. And as a result, you get this clash that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then to also frame her as a heroine who has all these ethical problems. Well, how is that heroic? Like Vader, he redeemed himself at the end of Return of the Jedi, but he died. If he
Yeah.
survived, he's going to be killed, capital
Or
punishment for what he's
yeah.
done to the galaxy.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
And
so
it was the perfect solution for him is
right.
death.
It's a redemption without him having to face the consequences of his actions in a way.
Yeah.
So you'd have to do the same thing with her. She would have to face the consequences of having enslaved all of these people all of this time. That is a mass crime
Yeah.
on an atrocity level.
Yeah. Atrocity. Yeah.
Right.
Gary Carpenter is heading off to bed. It was so great to have you here with us. So take care of yourself, Gary. You're awesome. Take
Good night,
care.
Gary. I wonder what time zone he's in. He must be on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. And by the way, if anything happens, a flicker or something, just try to stay on as long as possible. I'm having some storms come through my area, and
A
so
black swan?
yeah, black swans are coming in. And I'm cool.
We will. She's cool headed with this.
I'm
We will have a
like,
sudden
chill.
destabilization of the retro channel.
Yeah, so if I disappear, don't freak out. I'll be right back. Um, and let's see. So yes, I am gonna keep going because there are some more. How much time do you have? Am I keeping you too long? Is this going on too long for you?
Well, believe it or not, I've been watching Lord of the Rings with the kids. So we're watching the extended version. So we're watching half and half and half and half. And I was planning on doing that tonight.
Okay.
If that's not going to happen, then I do have some extra time, and I would just do that with them tomorrow. It's summer, so every night's a weekend night for them.
Oh, yes. Well, I do have quite, I would say, let me just look, quite a bit more. I'll tell you what, we'll keep going until you're just like, you call, okay, uncle, and then no more, no more.
Okay. Well, real quick, let me fire off a text real quick.
Okay.
God, I feel like autocorrect. I'm correcting autocorrect more than it corrects me. Okay, so we're gonna do it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, she's like, you have time. Okay, so then
Okay.
retro, we are going into the sandstorm.
Oh, Lord. Thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. We have a few more, quite a bit more, but
yeah, I do not underestimate
Natasha?
Retro's treasure trove of movies that she has.
Well, Natasha, I forgot what her last name is.
Romanoff.
Romanoff, yes, from the MCU, Black Widow. Why do people like this character?
I actually think they like her. I think they like her because she's hot. I think they like her in the throwback way. Really, she's more of a side character to Captain America. She's very hot. She's very sexual. She's sexually provocative. She uses sexuality to get secrets from other men.
Oh, okay.
Remember how she uses she gets guys to divulge information, and then she's like, "Yep, got him," and then she beats him up and leaves. She's kind of the old school heroine that guys like, right? One type that guys like. So I think that they like her because she's very playful and flirty with Captain America.
Yeah.
She's got a strong sexuality. She's also very competent as a heroine. But I would say that she doesn't do too much in terms of following. I'll take that back. She has one very, very, very powerful Heroine's Labyrinth trope that is one of the best. The Beast is ally.
Oh.
So the Beast is ally is usually an off-putting, monstrous character. Who's the only one who can tame the Incredible Hulk?
Oh.
Black Widow. There's the great scene, I think it was in Avengers Age of Ultron, which has one of the greatest Avengers openings. They're all attacking this fortress in the snow, and there's that one scene where they all jump together and they all line up on the camera. It's great, right? And the Incredible Hulk comes in and storms this bunker, and he's bashing things, and he's as out of control as they get, right? He's the ultimate beast.
Yes.
Until she shows up. And the archetypal imagery is super potent. So she walks up, and how does she walk up? Serene, calm, fearless, not scared of the beast. And what happens to the beast? He starts ratcheting it down a notch. He takes it all the way down, and she has the code word, the sun's going down, big guy. And, she reaches out, and the beast reaches back. And that imagery is very powerful because there's something archetypal about the fearless heroine in the face of a monster or a beast, and she doesn't see the beast. She sees his humanity, and that's how the beast wants to be seen. The beast wants to be seen as a human. The monster is the disguise of the beast. Yeah.
Ah, nice. Yeah.
It's the opposite of the Minotaur. The Minotaur is a beast, is a terrible monster, and he uses humanity to disguise himself. Right? That's why they always appear fair and good looking or socially apex. It's the beast who doesn't want to be seen as his beastly self. He wants people to see his humanity. And heroines, God, thousands of stories have this ability to not only see the humanity of the beast as an ally, but find the language and to do the work to build that relationship. So she has that with the Incredible Hulk. And there's a romantic overtone with him as Bruce Banner, right? I think in Age of Ultron, there's some like little bit of like, are we going to have a relation, just going anywhere or not kind of banter with him when she's a bartender. But she has a sexuality, and modern Hollywood has been very intent on burying female sexuality in their characters. And I don't know if it's working. It's not that heroines do not have to be sexual to be like excellent. Yes. But I don't think you want every heroine to never be sexual,
Yes. I mean, like Silence of the Lambs, as you say, is a really great story, and she doesn't use any sexuality at all.
Right. She's actually any character who treats her that way is treated in the story as very much a nuisance, and she has to, and she shuts those down very effective, slowly and more effectively as we go along. But I think you can absolutely have characters that exhibit feminine sexuality. Yeah. I think the key is you don't want all your heroines exhibiting feminine sexuality as though that's the only way they can be heroic. They're just on the opposite side of that. Now they're like, no heroines will ever exhibit sexuality or dress in a hot way because of the male gaze, because that's bad. And so we'll never do heroines like that again. Well, that's just as bad as having every heroine like that. So
yeah. And I think also too, a really smart person would use everything at their disposal to
yes. Right. So she's sexually provocative. She's very attractive. I think she's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love it. And she's flirty. Like guys like this. We like this, right? So I don't have a problem with that. They do expand on her. They do show that she uses sexuality in order to trick bad guys to get information. But they also show her, in my opinion, as vulnerable, and not in a way that makes her look bad. Like when she's talking to Bruce Banner what is this? What kind of a relationship is this? To me, that's very vulnerable of her. And vulnerability is a key attribute for characters, male or female. If you're going to put a character out there and they're willing to be vulnerable for you as the audience, you're going to win over your audience. If you don't show them as vulnerable, well, oddly, that's how you're supposed to depict villains. Villains have no vulnerability. They're invulnerable. They never.
Yes.
Darth Vader bats 1,000 until the last battle. He never loses until the last battle.
Oh, you're just nailing it right there. It's so true.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, she's also vulnerable, and I think that buys a lot of endearment out of the audience.
You notice how these two are kind of having the same
poses. I actually like, a lot of people hate Avatar. I'm going to go on the record saying I still like Avatar a lot.
Yeah.
It's got its flaws. I'm not going to say I like it at the same level as like The Matrix or Star Wars or Terminator, but I do really like Avatar.
Yeah.
And I do like Neytiri.
I mean, I don't necessarily love the the movie, but I don't mind the character. And I know a lot of people like the character. I mean, she's pretty cool. What is it about her, especially in the first film, and not so much the second one because I did not see it, but in the first film, there seemed to be something about her that really helped to drive the story and make it like, oh, this is actually pretty good, like that kind of feeling. What is she offering to the story, and sort of in the Heroine's Labyrinth view, if you will?
Well, so here's another story that tried to start as a hero's journey story for Jake Sully. He leaves his native culture to go face, the alien outsiders that are threatening humanity on Pandora, right? But really quickly, we settle into the world of the Na'vi because we follow her, Neytiri. And there's a couple things with her. So she's dealing with the home invasion on the ultimate level.
Mhm.
We have the apocalyptic imagery when they attack Home Tree. There's the incredible scene. All those things line up. They all shoot missiles at Home Tree. Oh, they pummel Home Tree until it all goes silent. You hear the creaking of the wood, and then Home Tree collapses. Her home society is facing an apocalyptic annihilation.
Wow.
So we have the black swan of warfare in
Mhm.
this one, and the heroine associated with apocalyptic imagery. You think of that scene of Scarlett O'Hara, where she's standing there, and in the background, all of Atlanta is burning down, right?
Yeah.
Same scene with her. She's standing there, she's crying, she's covering her mouth. Home Tree is collapsed. It's on fire. All of her people are laying on the ground in tatters. Some of them are dead. It's an apocalypse. Her society is coming apart. It's being destroyed. That is, like I said, that happens when you focus on heroines. This happens in their stories a lot.
Mhm.
You have the beast as ally. Remember, Jake is not a Na'vi. He is unlike her. He is not like her. He is, remember the doppelganger effect?
Yes.
For her, the masked minotaur is Korich. He's trying to destroy her culture.
Mhm.
So is Jake Sully. They're the same in the beginning. Remember, he's actually secretly trying to trick the Na'vi to gather intel and feed it to Colonel Korich. That's how he starts. This movie also has, and a lot of movies have this, remember I said some of the primary values in heroine-centric stories are truth and authenticity?
Yes.
Even though Jake changes his mind halfway through the story and decides to adopt the heroine's cause, which is to save the native culture for her, he adopts her cause. He becomes a Na'vi, for crying out loud. He's still a doppelganger of the masked minotaur. He's the same thing. They're both trying to do the exact same thing. He just changes. Remember, his humanity is what wins out. So they have the entire beast as ally scenario, her and Jake Sully. They find the language, they find the communication to build a bridge. And that's very typical with the beast as ally thing as well. She's okay. So another thing in the book I talk about in the Shield Maiden thing is there a preferred warrior style for heroines? And I concluded that the Archer Huntress.
Oh, yes.
Yes, the Archer Huntress is one of the most common heroine warrior classes, and I likened it to yoga. Yoga, and I've tried yoga. It's different from the male sense of like when I work out, if I'm lifting weights, I'm trying to lift weights, I'm trying to do this. If I'm playing football, I'm trying to execute certain moves. Baseball, there's mechanics. Yoga throws all that out the window. It's very different from what I think a lot of guys are used to in terms of what their perception of athleticism should look like. And yoga kicked my butt. I was like, oh my, I'd be looking to my left and right, and these chicks are like holding these impossible poses, and I'm like wiggling and shaking and sweating, and I'm like, what? I look terrible doing the yoga. Yeah, I was like, man, I can't do this. Like, this is hard just to hold a pose. That's archery. You are holding a pose for long lengths of time. Yeah, yoga is hard work. It requires patience. You have to know the land. There's a lot of attributes that go into an archer huntress. Archers have a bad reputation in the heroes world because in warfare, archers would stay behind the longbowmen and just fire arrows. They were never in danger while the infantrymen marched, ahead to go into the front line. So the archer had a bad rep because he wasn't involved. That's not the archer huntress, who's very active, very nimble, very, on the move. And if you're going to get your prey, usually to feed the culture, you have to be able to hit it. So it requires a lot of coordination, patience, and agility. And so she has that as well. She is the archer huntress. Even that looks like a yoga pose to me. This,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very stretched out and everything.
Right. And there is a cult of deception. To get back to this other thing, the cult of deception is Jake. He's sent in with an agenda, right? Ulterior motives is usually one of the keys to the cult of deception, an ulterior motive. Jake has that. Even though Jake changes sides, it always breaks my heart when I watch this because it hits me on the archetypal level. what a deception does to a heroine, how they feel. So when Jake's like, hey, yeah, I was lying to you, but I changed sides. I'm with you.
She's like, she is brokenhearted.
She's like, but you lied. You lied. And she doesn't get over that lie. And it really drives home that idea of authenticity and truth to heroines, because when you lie, when characters lie to heroines in stories, it's devastating. They hate that. This is one of their worst nightmares. And all of this was in some way fake at first. That you weren't dealing straight with her. She needed Wonder Woman's lasso of truth, right? With Jake.
Yes.
Now she forgives him in the end. Well,
but it takes a little time. It takes a little time.
Well, he shows up on the ultimate Harley, right? Taruk Makto. Now she's like, oh, he's attractive again. But she does forgive him for what he did. But at first, that is not a forgiveness. He has to earn that forgiveness. I'll put it that way. But anyway, it just taught me again the importance of truth and authenticity to heroine. She has and the actress Zoe Saldana, I thought was fantastic as. Oh,
she did great. She was fantastic, and just the work on that movie is just incredible.
It's Monsters Inc.
Right, Sully. Yes,
that's awesome.
But yes, now I haven't seen this one, but if you could just gently go over Encanto really quickly, like what are the reasons why this movie really a lot of people like this? Why?
It's a good movie.
Why is that? Yeah.
So look at the grandma. What's she holding? There's always this imagery of heroines holding fire. And if you look at this is a variant of the cover, and the other variant, see those butterflies? It's I think Mirabelle, is that her first name? Is holding one of those illuminating butterflies. So the classic cover is still her holding the sacred fire. So Encanto has some major tropes. The problem with the struggle between the heroine and her native culture. The Madrigals have a way of life. We do things a certain way around here, and you're expected to follow in this in some way. Am I right? Is it Mirabelle? Chat? Maribel Madrigal, is that right?
Moonbeam, we need you.
Moonbeam.
Moonbeam.
Sable and James are always my go-to guys. They know everything. I know.
Okay, Sable came in.
I know Madrigal's the last name. Is her first name Maribel? I think it is. Madrigal is a type of religious song. Okay. He's actually saying something else. Okay, so yeah, that's not an accident. It's a musical. It's a Disney musical, and I actually think that Encanto is very good. So where is the struggle inside the house, right?
Yeah.
This movie also has one of the most amazing tropes. Thank you, Amy Jo.
Amy Jo, thank you.
I think everybody calls her AJ. Is that right?
Moonbeam calls Moon. I usually just call her Amy Jo, but Moonbeam calls her AJ.
Oh, okay. Well, Amy Jo, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Amy Jo.
Heroines and what I call the secret door. It's so fascinating. So we see it in Chronicles of Narnia. The heroine goes down. She opens the wardrobe. She finds there's another world behind the secret door.
Yes.
We have it in Pan's Labyrinth. It has the word labyrinth in the title. Ophelia, she draws with chalk on the thing, and a door opens up, and there's a whole world. It's actually a chamber of knowledge with a social test in there. So she finds the secret door. Alice in Wonderland, she finds the rabbit hole, which is now a definition of a tough of a path of a path of ideas that are hard to that are a bizarre reality behind it. You know, I think even when Retro and I were talking earlier, we're like studying a movie is like going down a rabbit hole. Yeah. Newt finds the secret door in Aliens when they're backed into a corner. She just turns around and opens a vent, and there's the secret door. Princess Leia finds the secret door in Star Wars when they're trapped into the trash compactor. Artemis finds a secret door in Ready Player One when the enforcers come in. She opens that door and they all escape. It's fascinating to see how many. Maribel, behind a painting that is laying in a mundane spot on the wall, she opens it up and there's a secret door and there's a corridor in between the walls and she goes into it. So the secret door, Coraline, the secret door in Coraline, there's that behind the wallpaper, there's that door she opens and goes into it. So the secret door is a very powerful heroine-centric trope, and it's in Encanto as well. So anyway, Encanto is a great one. Yeah, and they do have this whole thing about having a secret power. So remember I said the sacred fire usually breaks down into a creative power and an attractive force, very prevalent in Encanto, and reinforces my breakdown of the native culture, the relationship between the sacred fire, between the native culture and the heroine. They're related and has to be reconciled by the end of the story, which this one also does. Plus, it's got catchy tunes.
Yes, I heard the music is really great.
Yeah.
Now, we briefly talked about the Twilight movies, and the Beast and Beast. Are they both Beasts as allies?
Yes. Yeah, these are two Beasts as allies. They're doubles, which is not uncommon. In fact, I heard there's a type. Oh man, there's a type of manga story about girls who have like a harem of guys.
Ooh.
What is that? And anyway, it's becoming like a thing. So there is a new trend. In fact, I've been meaning to study this. Where Beast as ally is this harem variant. So I'm curious about this. But this is like that because there's two. There's not just one.
Yes.
So remember I said one of the root sources is Little Red Riding Hood.
Yes.
In archetypal fable terms, the big bad wolf, right?
Yes. And the hunter?
What's that?
And the hunter?
Well, the hunter was added in only some variations of it. But yes, there is also that. In this case, we have the big good wolf, right? He literally turns into a werewolf.
Yes.
And he's the knight in shining armor. He has diamonds all over his skin, right?
Yes.
But he's dangerous. Yes. And the heroine they're usually wanting to see that the hero, or in her perspective, she wants to see that the beast as ally can control their beastly side. That is a big thing. And that theme is pretty heavy in this story. Now, I watched this movie a long time ago when I just started dating my wife, and she had two cousins, and they were over at her house. They were younger girls, and so they were into this. So I, trying to be the good boyfriend, I watched this. So I actually know Twilight fairly well, the first movie anyway. And I actually think the first movie is fairly good, actually.
Oh yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I think
there's a couple moments that are a little bit cringe, but
cringy. Totally. I haven't seen it really since then, so I wonder how I would feel upon a rewatch. But you get the Beast as ally tropes very heavy in Twilight. So to me, she is Little Red Riding Hood reborn. She's at that age. So if Little Red Riding Hood is a trope about budding womanhood and the confrontation, the eventual confrontation with masculinity in the home environment. Remember, he's in bed. He's in grandma's bed. She's at that age. She's at that age. Here's her confrontation with two masculine forces, two beasts as allies. And this is an ongoing issue with her and them. There is kind of an undercurrent of sexual coming to age, right? In Twilight. So that's present here as well. I'm trying to think what else. The music in Encanto is fantastic.
Yes, isn't it? I've heard some of it, and it sounds really nice. And
there's one more thing here that I've heard about, and people have told me, but I haven't watched it. I think Bella Swan,
Mhm.
which is her name. I think by the third film she gains a special power, and it is a shield. Isn't that her final power? Like she gains the ability to create a shield. That's what I've been told. That becomes one of her powers is a shield. So I just found that amazing. That
I'm trying to figure. Like, I don't. There's.
I
Does
think it's
she
in like
have a
the third film or
shield?
the. Is that not true? Because I swear that's come up a couple times.
Yeah, because each one of the vampires have different powers that they have. Ooh, got some
James is trying to
lightning.
start a vicious rumor. You heard it all here first, Doug. Doug's favorite movie is Twilight of all time. James, that is not true. That is a cult of deception.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's her power. Uh, I know that she does have some sort of like everybody has like a different power, and hers. I don't remember for some reason.
Well, you
Because
have
there's such a big they made such a big deal about the baby by the end, and I was like, a baby.
well, I will say this: her struggle with the native culture, and by the way, her dad's what, a police officer? Kind of funny.
Yes.
Once again.
Mm.
So that is a good job from the writer's point of view to create and so is Clarice Starling's, by the way. It's good. It's a good idea to have the character as a police officer because that's the native culture. They're
Yeah.
literally the enforcer of the native culture. So it's a good way to emphasize that archetype because the parents are usually defenders of the native culture on some level. You know, they are parents after all. They're going to be teaching you things. They're going to teach you the native culture. They're going to teach you the language, teach you the morals and rights and wrongs. So, anyway, so they have that. And in the first film, the native culture is really the rub with her native culture is just her dealing with adolescence. But as you progress, we get the John Wick factor where we uncover an order of things, the order of the vampires, and they have rules and restrictions and ways of interacting. And there's a head council or a head table and all this. So you start to get the secret order becoming more and more the rule set of the native culture.
Yeah, and there's a broken truce, and for sure.
There's definitely a oh yeah. I know the first film fairly well, and I don't remember the subsequent films as much. I did so in my real secret life, I'm a real estate appraiser, and I appraised the house of the actor who plays Jasper.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I didn't even know it was him. I was appraising his house, and we were talking about stuff, and
that is so cool.
He mentioned as I was leaving, like, he's like, yeah, I used to work in Hollywood or something. I was like, oh, that's great. So I looked him up. I was like, Jasper from Twilight.
Yeah. He's still, isn't he still working in Hollywood?
He might be, but he lives here now. At least he did.
That's cool. So I guess we've gotten everything we can out of Twilight because I think the key is like, I guess we know why young girls wanted, the main fan base really liked it.
Well, right. You could see why this would appeal to girls. So she's at that age where and it was considered young adult. The genre in terms of the genre classification.
Yeah.
So you have Little Red Riding Hood, right? Bella Swan, and she's not one but two, and it turned into like a cultural phenomenon. Team Jacob or Team Edward. It was like a big deal for a while. Which one do you want? World, and everyone had their pick, right? So yeah, it's got those overtones, and I do think that transition is in and of itself a period where it's very fascinating, I think, for girls to read about or, to deal with in story terms where it's safe, right?
Yeah. Well, this one is for you here. You guys have so much in common, yeah.
No way, really? Boink. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, James, I see your post, and you notice I'll click like on those. Yeah, I actually do all the luxury houses and everything too, so I get to see all the multi-million-dollar bad boys.
Mm.
So yeah, it is cool. I will run into some pretty cool. We'll have to talk privately.
Yes, that sounds like fun.
Home is
And
battleground.
yeah. Yes. All right. Now this is one of my favorite. It's from one of my favorite movies,
Sally.
but I love Sally so much. And can you tell me what is working about this character?
She's
If we
classic.
looked, if we looked at her through the Heroine's Labyrinth storytelling, what is it that she's doing? Her character's doing right.
So she is so classic. She's literally a heroine trapped in a tower. So we have
Ooh,
right. So we have the and
yes.
we have
Why
and
didn't I
she,
see it?
yeah, right. And like Rachel, like our android heroines who have
Mhm.
the creator problem. Ava in Ex Machina,
Oh yeah, yeah.
where the creator is the master minotaur who's monopolizing you. We have that in this, right? The wheelchair. There's nothing more suspicious than frog's breath.
Nice one. That's a nice. Yeah, that's a good impression.
I mean, he is her masked minotaur. He is absolutely monopolizing all of her time and energy, and won't let her go. You
Yeah.
always know it's a minotaur because when the heroine wants to leave, the minotaur will go into a murderous rage in order to stop her, like Immortan's Joe in Mad Max, or like Cal Hotley in Titanic.
Mhm.
They won't let her go, and neither does this guy. Yeah, Sally, she's great, and we also, like Bella Swan, we can all her longing.
Yes.
We can resonate. It resonates.
Sacred fire.
It's her sacred fire. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
she's not holding fire there, but it's a flower. She is
Well, no,
kind of.
it turns into fire.
It does?
Yes.
Oh my God! Then remember I said once I pointed out, you'll see it. Heroines holding a flame of some kind. It's amazing how often this repeats. So yeah, what is her real sacred fire? Freedom.
Yes.
Like Maleficent. It's that she wants to be free, and she's conflating that, rightly or wrongly, I think rightly, with Jack. She also has a crush on this guy, that Jack Skellington, and she's longing, she's yearning for the not only freedom, but it's kind of also to be with somebody else, to make a real connection with another person, which she doesn't have with her masked minotaur, who's monopolizing her. He's holding her captive.
Yes.
And what's kind of cool, James talks about the subversion of a trope. She's the one who delivers the poisoned apple to the minotaur.
Yes. Oh yes, yes, yes. Oh my goodness, I love it.
And it's exactly it's ingested, so it's internal. It's delivered in bad faith on purpose. It's meant to look appealing and not dangerous. So she delivers a poisoned apple.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it does, right in her hand.
So right there, again, isn't it amazing how this recurs?
Yeah.
Wow. I actually did not know that. Now it makes me even more excited.
This is so crazy. I love it.
So like I said, the symbol of the tower,
Mm-hmm.
the captivity tower,
Mm-hmm.
is actually a counterintuitive symbol for freedom. But it's letting you know that it's walled off from you. And this phase of your life, you are barred from this freedom. And so a lot of times when I describe heroines yearning, it's because the special world that they dream of is all around them. They just can't access it.
Yeah.
And they can see it. Like you see, another classic image is the heroine on the balcony, right? The heroine standing on the balcony in captivity, gazing down to a world she's not allowed to participate with.
Sleeping Beauty, yeah. Or Tangled, yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, once I identified the captivity bargain and the yearning that heroines have, and again, it's not yearning like males, like Luke, he's looking off into the horizon, like his special world isn't there. He's just imagining it, that it's out there beyond the suns, right? For heroines, it's like right there. It's right there. You just can't participate. So
Yeah.
it's all around them. And that's the hard part that heroines deal with. So she embodies this.
Mhm.
And we recognize that, and we understand that, and
Mhm.
we respect her plight to try to escape her situation
Yeah.
and escape and hopefully be with Jack, right? I mean, that's it's simple, but it doesn't have to be complex for it to work.
Yes. Mm, so good.
Yeah, Sally's pretty cool.
You mentioned,
She actually unties herself to escape in one case.
I know, and then she re-enters the captivity bargain afterwards, because she has to. She has to go back to the doctor, and so she re-enters the captivity bargain.
Right, and
There
it's
you go.
usually willing. It's a willing agreement.
Yes, yes. Now you mentioned this one in your. I have not seen this movie, but this is the Scarlet Letter
Yes,
with Demi Moore.
right.
And what were you saying about this particular kind of character in the labyrinth?
So the Scarlet Letter is beautiful because it embodies something so strongly. And this is one of the novels that I read that helped me. It's easy for me to study aliens because I know it so well.
Mm-hmm.
What was difficult early on in studying heroines is going out of my comfort zone and reading like Jane Eyre, The Scarlet Letter, Wuthering Heights, all Atlas Shrugged, Gone with the Wind. I read The Far Pavilions. I read all sorts of stories. The Henna Artist. God, I can't. There's so many. I read all these books with heroines in them, and I was curious to see, what is in there. And The Scarlet Letter is one of the stories that really helped drive home the idea that the heroine struggle in many stories is against her native culture. And The Scarlet Letter is a perfect symbol for what's at stake for the heroines. So for heroes, and this is why the refusal of the call is different, in my opinion.
Yes.
When heroes leave the native culture, it's called the departure in the hero's journey. They're accepting the risk of annihilation at the hands of this militant outside force.
Okay.
And that's why the hero is suddenly like, "Ooh, I don't know if I want all that."
Yes. They're like, "Oh no, I don't want to die today."
Right. Maybe doing menial labor here at home is better than being annihilated far from home, right?
Yeah.
It's a good reason to second guess yourself. Heroines don't do the refusal of the call. And it's because they're not facing annihilation, but they are risking social stigma. And the big crime or the big consequence of a clash with the native culture, between the heroine and the native culture, heroine and social forces, is that you could gain a stigma. You could become an outcast. You could be labeled something bad. You're bad. You don't conform. You're immoral. The witch trials the Salem witch trials, the witch hunt, which is a chapter in my story. I discuss the problem of the native culture turning against the heroine. What's interesting about Hester Prynne, who's the name of the heroine here, is that she wears this stigma. They don't. There's a great scene. It's in the book, but it's a good scene in the movie. She's standing on a platform, the way you would have in a public hanging, right? And all the villagers are all around her, and they pin this letter on her, and it's meant to shame her. You had a child out of wedlock, and you're bad. You're a bad person because you did this thing that the native culture does not approve of. So, and the heroine wears this proudly, even in this image right here. I actually have a little bit of work I've done on female stoicism, which is in this picture right here.
Ooh, yes.
Right. It's in my book. It's actually in my book. I call it the mask of shame and also the mask of power. It's the same expression. And anyway, it's in my book where I discuss this strange distancing of the self inside of a heroine, which also becomes a source of empowerment. Where shame, it starts with shame and ends with empowerment. It's very unique dynamic. It's a passive, expressionless, emotionless mask that heroines wear. Shame and empowerment. It's strange. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre, but I can see it even when I look at this image right here. So social stigma is really what's at stake for a lot of heroines, and we should not undervalue that, because although it's easy to say being destroyed or killed is terrible, and it is for the hero, social stigma has a psychological trauma that's very difficult to capture. You are disgraced in front of your people that you live with. You're not going anywhere. You're living amongst your tormentors. There's a lot of really terrible things to being stigmatized and rejected by your own culture, and to have to wear that scarlet letter. So, and to me, it really drove home what's at stake. What are heroines risking when they break the truce? They're risking this, and it's a terrible, traumatic thing from a psychological standpoint to be outcast like this, and to then live amongst them. Anyway, the short story, The Lottery, they do the same thing. They stone her in that case. So it's a scarlet letter that does kill her, So Mary Magdalene, even in the Bible, it's the same thing. She gets stoned. So the scarlet letter underscores the struggle that heroines have with their native culture in terms of what's expected of them and what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. And this is the price if you are non-conforming to a big degree.
Yeah. Now, before we go any further, I want to say hi to Lorena Creole, who just walked in the door. And so glad that you were able to hang out with us for a bit. It's so good to see you. I wanted you guys to meet, but hopefully there will be other times,
I'm looking forward to that. Lorena's awesome.
Yes, isn't she I love her so much. And
I'm glad she was able to come here and hang out.
It's really great. I'm really happy. And let's see. And everybody's saying hi to Lorena in the chat.
Yeah, she knows the whole chat.
Yes. Okay. So the next one I've got coming up is, now I never saw The Hunger Games, but I know that you mentioned it in your book, and I know there's a huge fan base for this particular character. Is this the right girl? I think it's
that's her. That's Katniss Everdeen.
Katniss, yeah. She looked a little different in this picture. But she has the archer thing that you were talking about that is a classic, you said.
The classic warrior class of the heroine is the archer huntress.
Yeah.
And in true form, she never learned archery for war. Her character was written, she learned archery to hunt for her family. So she's a pure archer huntress who then uses this skill as a symbol of revolution. I mean, she fights back with the bow. And she's actually one of the better modern examples of the archer huntress, Katniss Everdeen. She also is at odds with her native culture.
Yeah,
she's fighting her native culture.
She has a bargain with them, right? Right away, right?
Yeah. So I like to point out that a lot of captivity. What's that?
Shield Maiden moment as well, right?
Oh well, yes. There's the fragile power in this, but it starts early on with her captivity bargain.
Yes.
Typically, not always, but typically, the captivity bargain is agreed to willingly by the heroine, and Katniss, it's about as willing as you can get. She's like, I volunteer as tribute. So you're right. It's a double moment, because she is acting like a shield maiden in that she's protecting her sister.
Yes.
Her sister's one that got drafted into the Hunger Games. She jumps in and she's like, no, I'll do it. So she takes the captivity bargain and she's going into captivity. The captivity bargain is marked by a reduced state of existence and an isolation from friends and family. And that's exactly what happens to. So, and she has, talk about a sacred fire moment.
Yeah, she has a fire dress, right?
Yeah, the girl on fire scene. I mean, literally. There's a reason why all of these work. And think about it. She's surrounded by the menacing, bizarre faces of the native culture looking down on her. She's kind of overwhelmed. She's the center, and she's catching on the girl on fire. So it's great fire symbolism for our girl Katniss. She has one of the great moments in all of it. And like I said, a lot of the heroines are fighting their native culture. There's a conflict between the heroine and the native culture. The most extreme example is revolution.
Yeah.
The most ultimate combat with your native culture. You're going to overturn the social order. She's a revolutionary figure. So Katniss Everdeen embodies this. She's a revolutionary figure who fights the native culture, and the masked Minotaur is President Snow. He's a social apex character who's obviously socially acceptable and benevolent, but secretly tyrannical. And by the way, Stephanie, whoops, am I mixing up authors? It's not Stephanie Myers. She does Twilight. Suzanne Collins wrote Hunger Games. And Suzanne Collins said that she got the idea of Hunger Games by studying Greek mythology. Check this out.
Ooh.
In Greek mythology, every year they would sacrifice 7 boys and 7 girls and send them into the labyrinth to fight to be eaten by the Minotaur. So this has labyrinthine roots in its Greek mythology.
Yeah.
So of course I love that when I found that out.
Yes.
And we also have the poisoned apple, where she gets hit in the neck with tracker jackers. She's disoriented. It alters her state. It's internally delivered, or the poison is internal. So we even have the poisoned apple on her part. And of course, there's home as battleground over the course of the story, because it's her own home. That's where the revolution is taking place. Yeah. So we get that as well.
I love learning about this stuff. All right, so now we're going to go into the Star Wars wing of this, where I'm going to ask you some questions about female characters and why they succeed or fail.
That's so funny. It's like we're on a tour. We're like, we're going to go into the Star Wars wing.
Come this way.
Retro is our guide. I'll be a narrator.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fascinating to me, because from this one franchise, we have some of the most beloved characters, and then we have some of the ones that were just sort of like, why does this character exist? So let's get started. The first one up is Queen Amidala. Now, on the most part, I think of the prequels, most people really like Queen Amidala, even though I think her character, I think it could have been boosted up a little bit more with the writing. But from what we got, what are your takes on her character as far as why she mostly works?
Female diplomat, right off the bat. Also, look, she's wearing the mask of power, the stoic face, which, like I said, I'm enamored by this for some reason. I wrote extensively about it in my book, but I know Rachel from Blade Runner, when I see it, it's unmistakable. Like, I'm like, oh man, that the stoic mask there, it's really a prevalent force for our heroines. But she's a female diplomat. She's one of the best. Padme Amidala, her story continues beyond Phantom Menace into the Clone Wars, in which her role in the animated series, welcome to Nerd Museum. We need to get alone and build that thing. Oh man.
Yes.
Everyone likes the Star Wars wing you came up with. And over to our left is Padme Amidala. This is her in her classic Naboo Imperial garb.
Oh my, yes. I wish that was a true thing I could do, actually.
That would be awesome. That would work.
Yeah, that would be fun. I think, as far as her storyline. She does get a masked Minotaur moment, right? At the end, when she realizes that, you know, who Anakin really is.
Right.
And unmasking, if you will. Unmasking.
Right. Big time. Yeah, her, and again, she was deceived by him. He wasn't honest with her. This guy's like stroking his beard and ready to turn to the dark side. Never told her. You know, he dropped some hints, but that's not the same as being forthright. And what does she say? You're breaking my heart. So those deceptions, heroines don't handle those kind of deception. I shouldn't say they don't handle it well. They're devastated by deception. Yeah. And that's no small thing. You know, so yes, she is attached to one of the greatest masked minotaurs of all time, who actually in retrospect uses her as a excuse to turn to the dark side in some sense. You know, he's like, yeah, I'm doing this to save Padme. They're like, you killed her. He's like, ah, shucks. All right, let's go rule the dark side. You know, so it's not like he changes his mind. He's like, well, that was part of the deal of turning to the dark side, is that I saved. You know, he never really backtracks there. But Padme is good because she is a diplomat. And the female diplomat is a thing. It's a variant. Yes, I do actually think in terms of the Phantom Menace that Jar Jar Binks is a fragile power. He actually does save the day in a certain way. And in true diplomatic fashion, it's Jar Jar Binks who has a relationship with the Gungans, which then our female diplomat does her female diplomat thing and makes an alliance with the Gungans in that little sacred forest area. And, you know, they're the ones who turn the tide against the evil trade federation.
Now, for the first movie, I always thought it would have been Anakin that was the fragile power.
Not to her. She is. She doesn't have much. It's really awkward, right? It's like, hi, Anakin. And you're like, is this supposed to be like future romantic? I don't know what this is. It didn't really. Well, what's weird is it doesn't feel like it. It just feels like a babysitter being like, hey, you're a good kid. I'll keep my eye on you.
I'm waiting.
Yeah. We'll see how things turn out, you know. But it doesn't come across creepy at all, in my opinion, with Phantom Menace. However, knowing that they end up together, it's hard to read. But she's not his fragile power. She doesn't feel protective to Anakin in any particular way. Anakin really is tied to the Jedi in this one. So, but she's the head of state in a way for this one. So, I totally agree. This should have been solved in an easy way.
Yes, I agree too. So
I think he just wanted Natalie Portman, and they had this age gap. They're like, well, we're just going to go with it. We're going to start filming. So yeah, but the female I actually think she's one of the great cultural examples in pop culture of a female diplomat. And for those of you who love the Clone Wars animated series, she fulfills this role several times throughout the
through the Clone Wars, the animated series. Yes.
She is excellent. They use her character very, very well. One of my favorite scenes or episodes is when Ahsoka Tano is suffering from a broken truce. She's captured by her native culture. Padme Amidala is her defense attorney, basically. She's the one who argues on behalf of Ahsoka. So I'm trying to think.
Did you have more that you wanted for her?
Well, home is battleground. You know.
Yes.
Right. So Naboo, in a couple different ways.
Yeah.
Naboo is invaded directly. So she has the city of Naboo is invaded by these people, and she returns in Phantom Menace. She comes home to fight. She says, "My place is with my people." So she comes home and fights for her home, and the battle is right in her palace. So It's not far away in some distant land. It's right inside her palace. And those guys, those Trade Federation guys, they're in her room, and she has but she knows the tricks,
Yeah.
And she has kind of a secret door moment. She blasts that window and gets around him, right?
Oh, I forgot about that scene.
Yeah.
Oh man. And then now, are you familiar with
Andor and Mon Mothma?
Andor? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I
Now,
liked Andor,
mm-hmm.
and I liked Mon Mothma and Andor.
Good. Okay. A lot of people did like Mon Mothma in that. She's been always a character that's kind of been out of the picture. So I was gonna talk about her earlier appearances in canonically, but I'm like, we really didn't have a real like actual character really for her as far as like flavor and essence. But here in this particular show, we do get more.
Right.
Why did we like her in this particular show? And is there some Heroine's Labyrinth evidence here?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So her native culture is the Galactic Empire.
Mm.
And she turns against this culture. So here's a character, a heroine, who is breaking the truce and hiding that.
Yeah.
Very dangerous. Because if she gets caught, she's convicted of treason.
Oh, just you saying that, the tension is like, oh.
Yeah. So, God, I wish they blew it, in my opinion. Andor, as much as I like Diego Luna, and as great as this show was, I wish they would have cast Carrie Fisher's daughter and Mon Mothma and focused on Princess Leia turning against the Galactic Empire with Mon Mothma instead of Andor. And not, I don't want to take anything away from the show or him, because they did a great job.
Yeah.
But I just wish I want to know how Leia turned into the rebellion.
And I agree, and I think that there may still be a chance if there was a story just about Leia and her thing, like, because I think the way if you could see it in the fact that they're like two different people from doing two different things, and their interaction hasn't really happened just yet.
Right.
It hasn't happened just yet, but it's close because we're getting to the end of Andor.
Well, and think about it. I said the largest expression of a conflict between a heroine and her native culture is revolution. Mon Mothma is a revolutionary figure. The Rebel Alliance, the rebellion. I mean, we're talking about one of the most iconic rebellions of all time in pop culture. The rebellion against the Empire. She's part of it. And look, you're seeing the mask of power again, the stoic expression. She is a hard. Now, I loved her, and they had some great discussions with her. Yeah. That mask, that stoic mask, follows her around in this series the whole way through.
Yes.
We like her because here we see her in the environment where she's pretending to be conforming to the native culture, right? That's a big thing. Sometimes heroines make the captivity bargain. I'll be the senator, but they're secretly non-conforming to the native culture. And in this case, she's not only non-conforming, she's actively undermining the native culture. And we know she's all the way there in the Battle of Endor. So the final overturning of the rebellion or of the Empire, right?
Yeah.
So we're willing to see how this started. I'm just saying, if you're going to tell this story, why not Princess Leia instead of Mon Mothma?
I hear you. No. Right? Trust me. I hear you.
Yeah.
It's the most powerful story you could tell.
Right. I'm just saying. I don't want to take anything away from Andor while I say that.
Yeah. No.
Because Andor is. I'm not a big fan of Disney Star Wars, but Andor was rather excellent, and surprisingly so. And Andy Serkis, I thought, was great, but she was great too. She just had it was a subdued role because we never finished. We're just seeing like the early parts, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then we jump all the way ahead to Return of the Jedi.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I hear
Right.
you 100% with that because um I this is my frustration with Star Wars is that the characters you want them to expand on, they seem to ignore. They don't want to have anything to do with the you know the
Original.
original, yeah, the original guys. Let's see who's next. It's little Leia, baby Leia.
Right. So if you're gonna if you're gonna tell the story of Leia, why, oh why would you go with age 7, and then go with the Kenobi story where he's actually protecting Luke? Like you have to
Hmm.
really shuffle the deck to make this work. I think this was saved somewhat by the actress who did.
She's great.
She
Yeah,
was so lovable,
yeah.
and she did a good job of portraying a young, like, um, you know,
Princess.
non-conforming, yeah, someone who's willing to stand up for what she believes. Like she did a good job
I
there.
think so. She did. I think she did a very good job. The only problem was, I mean, I think she was of the series one of the likable characters, but people did not enjoy what they did with her
Right.
character
Totally.
as far as like, the chase scenes and the action scenes and they really didn't need her character in the story to be very honest with you. Um but is there anything you think they could have done to make this character um, to help this character at all that may be in the labyrinth?
I would have made her older, where she has more agency and more freedom to make decisions and stuff.
Oh.
I mean, you want a character to be able to make decisions and then pay the consequence for those decisions, good and
Mhm.
bad.
Mhm.
Putting her at age 7
Mhm.
and then like leaving your native culture to go on a trip with a Jedi. I mean, are your parents? Where are your parents? Like what's going on? Like I can't imagine my kids go. So I don't know. Like this seemed misguided from the start to me. I feel like she, by the strength of her look and perform, like she kind of looked a little bit like Leia. Like in her head,
Yes.
we could see it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like because of the strength of that, we allowed it on some level, but and we might have even enjoyed some of it. Like some of it was enjoyable, and then other parts were like, what are we watching?
Yeah.
So I just think she would have been perfect for like flashbacks. Like I would
Yeah.
have had,
Oh,
like
nice.
you have older Leia making womanly decisions.
Mhm.
Maybe 18 or 19 or, adult female, a grown woman, maybe young, but still grown up enough to be able to make decisions and get herself into trouble. She's mixed up with some militant bad dudes who are considered terrorists of the empire. How
Mhm.
did she get involved with these guys? Who approached her? How did she buy in? What happened? Who told her about her upbringing and lied to her? Because obviously
Mhm.
there would be a cult of deception for her, which is one of the things I mentioned in the book, the secret identity of the heroine,
Yeah.
right? Like Tangled, she has a secret identity. This happens a lot. Leia has a secret identity. And George Lucas actually intended for Leia to become the focal point in the sequel trilogies.
Really?
Yes, he did. Lucas intended for Leia to take more of a leadership role
Mhm.
and actually become the balance of the Force in his sequel trilogy.
Mm.
So her father's Anakin, just like Luke. So she has a secret identity. Her parents would obviously have to lie to her in order to convince her that you're our daughter, you're a member of Alderaan. So there'd be a cult of deception right there. And if
Yeah.
she started to unravel it, she'd be curious about her identity. Who are my real parents? I would
Mhm.
love to watch a movie where young, 17-year-old Princess Leia is like, who are my parents? It's like, oh, you don't want to know. This is going to get crazy if you go down that rabbit hole.
Yes, yes, yes. Which
And then
speaking
she,
of, there's a 19-year-old.
yeah, there we go. I'm cool with that. So how does this aristocratic girl, if you break it, she's a princess.
Mhm.
She's in an aristocratic family.
Yeah.
She's involved in government politics. how does she get mixed up in the rebellion?
Yeah.
It's so ready to be told, and it follows the Heroine's Labyrinth story to the T. In fact, Star Wars: A New Hope.
Yeah.
If you pull up the spiral, and you don't have to, but if you pull up the spiral that shows the steps of the Heroine's Labyrinth, you'll be amazed, because at the end of Act 2 to roughly the beginning of Act 3, Star Wars: A New Hope opens with about 5 tropes in order for the Heroine's Labyrinth for Princess Leia. And it's unbelievable. So it opens with the broken truce.
Yeah.
The opening scene, the opening scroll comes out, then it goes low, you see a planet, there's a moon, and then suddenly this ship roars overhead. It's her. It's Princess Leia. She's escaping. She's broken the truce to her native culture. Her native culture is bearing down on her.
They're trying to capture her.
They're trying to capture her. It's the police car. It's the classic image of the broken truce, right? I even point out that the head of the Star Destroyer looks like a Minotaur head,
Yeah.
So it's bearing down on her. It does capture her. Princess Leia does what? She trusts in something. Heroes don't do this too often. Heroines do. She takes the Death Star plans, which is a physical symbol of her sacred fire. Her sacred fire is the rebellion. That is what she cares about most. And it's symbolized by the Death Star plans, because this will destroy the Empire, or at least the Death Star. What does she do? Does she try to make the escape? Does she lock it up? She entrusts the fragile power, which is R2-D2. She gives him the Death Star plans and said, and it's like Moses. It's like Moses' mom putting Moses in the river. She's trusting that these random forces will work in her favor. It's amazing how heroines do this. Yeah. She entrusts the Death Star plans to R2-D2, who takes this quest very seriously, and he departs, right? She is captured by the masked Minotaur. And let me ask you this. Darth Vader, who's one of the greatest villains of all time, has almost nothing to do with Luke Skywalker in the entire film of A New Hope.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He runs into Luke almost accidentally at the end. He's like, oh, the Force is strong with this one.
Yeah.
And then he's about to blow him out of the stars, except for Han Solo sweeping in, right? That's the extent of Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker in A New Hope. If you watch the movie, again, Darth Vader is her villain. He's a member of the native culture to which she has turned against. He's wearing a mask. He has captured her. He does everything that the masked Minotaur does. And he imprisons her. He puts her in a jail cell. Very common for the masked Minotaur to do. What does he do in there? You have the poisoned apple. This little mind probe comes in with the needle, which is the typical symbol of the poisoned apple, or one of the most common. And what does he try to do with this? He tries to extract her sacred fire, which is the rebellion. Tell me where the rebel base is. So me and Retro have been, I guess we're getting a reputation. We're kind of going all the way with some of these things. But anyway, so you have the broken truce, you have the entrusting the fragile power, you have the captivity, return to captivity, you have the poisoned apple, and and he says her resistance to the mind probe is considerable. So she doesn't reveal the location of the rebel base. And then we get the classic intersection of monomyths. The hero comes sweeping in and rescues her. Right? And what is her first? Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? She's not impressed by this guy. So, but they're in a labyrinth. The Death Star is a labyrinth. It's very clear. The imagery is no doubt. And she finds the secret door to escape when they're almost captured. And of course, the two guys, the heroic partners, Luke and Han, they adopt her cause in A New Hope. They don't have their own plan here. Han could care less. Luke is only motivated by the heroics of rescuing the princess, but they both adopt the heroine's cause, and her Death Star plans lead to the destruction of the Death Star. There's a great case that A New Hope is very much a Princess Leia story, as well as a Luke Skywalker story.
And
The
it
stuff
works
that-
so nicely together.
yes, they work beautifully together.
Mhm.
And, Luke rescuing the heroine doesn't reduce her presence and power in that film whatsoever. In fact, Luke is kind of put down a lot in the film. If you watch it, Solo man, he's much more manly than Luke. He's always talking down to Luke. Princess Leia is like you remember I said there's a doppelganger effect between the Beast as ally and the Masked Minotaur.
Yeah.
Her first encounter with Darth Vader, he's like wagging, you are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. And then in the next scene, or later on, when she's talking to Han, he's like, I'm not in this for your rebellion. He's wagging a finger in her face. So anyway, it's just kind of interesting how that all played out.
Yeah. And well, we got James Bacon Candace says if Chewie is short for Chewbacca and Annie is short for Anakin, what is Luke short for? Assume Stormtrooper.
I
Nice.
just saw that in a meme for the first time in my life. That is hysterical.
Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you so much for your kindness.
James, that is great Star Wars pun right there. That is
yes.
great.
Well, I want to
Stormtrooper. Too short.
I want to say thank you, James, and here is my special thank you. Oh man.
James, you got the John Wick puppies.
I know. That's his sacred fire.
That's his sacred fire, man.
Well, a representation of it. Thank you so much again, James. I really appreciate it. And that was really funny. But
yeah, I just wanted to say that.
And Moonbeam says, I have a slave Leia ornament and Funko. Good night. Oh, are you done for the evening? You have a good one, Moonbeam. Is just saying good night, as in that's the end of your comedy session. I got it.
Well, even that, the slave outfit is a captivity bargain.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't capture Leia. Leia went in there willingly to pretend to be captured to infiltrate Jabba's palace. So that was a captivity bargain. And I know she gets a lot, or Lucas or somebody gets a lot of flack for that slave outfit, but it did have a purpose. There was some underlying purpose there.
Oh, yeah. And let's see. Oh, James Basin says, that's a lot of puppies. Yes. And Moonbeam says he is going to bed. Well, good night, Moonbeam. I hope you have a good one. Take care. And thank you so much for hanging out with us for 5 hours. I really
Moonbeam
appreciate
is awesome. I've been around enough now to be with Retro on these and Moonbeam is one of the stalwarts. So
yes. And yeah. Okay. So General Leia Organa. This is a totally different character now.
Right.
So now we always love her because of the legacy
Carrie Fisher.
of who she is and who she's being played by. But I just felt like the character did not receive the honor of which she could have had. I did not love her storyline, and I think a lot of people didn't like it either. Did you? Are there any things you think they could have done for General Leia to make her a little bit more exciting using the archetypes of the Heroine's Labyrinth?
Yeah, for one, I would never have made her a general. Why?
Yeah.
She was like Padme, a female diplomat, right?
Yeah.
So Supreme Chancellor Leia Organa is her natural path, in my opinion.
Mhm.
We should have seen her in the Senate chamber on Coruscant. Just like we saw that scene where the Emperor's like, I'm reorganizing the request. Let's see her flip that. This is the New Republic. We have representatives from all the star systems here. Because remember, in A New Hope, the Emperor dissolved the Senate.
Yes.
It was a pure military dictatorship at some point in A New Hope.
Mhm.
I would love to have seen Supreme Chancellor Leia or another title, a comparable title,
Mhm.
restore the Senate on Coruscant. That'd be a great moment. All those star systems that were celebrating and shooting off fireworks at the end of Return of the Jedi, they all make their way back to Coruscant and they revive the Senate, and it's Leia doing it.
Yeah.
She's the only one she's been in this fight since the beginning.
Yeah. And see, this is why, now as much as I love shows like the Mandalorian, the first two,
The first two seasons.
yeah, they've kind of gone off into a different direction. This is post the winning of the war, if you will,
Yeah.
that Leia fought. And so it would really be cool to know what she was doing at that point. Now they'll have to recast, but we're at a loss right now for what our main characters were doing at this point in time.
Well, and think about it.
They were alive, but they're not doing anything.
Well, and there's this meme I've seen 1,000 times on in social media, where it's one woman talking to her daughter, and her daughter's like, well, what about Princess Leia? And the mother corrects her, and she's like, no, it's General Leia.
Yeah.
Case closed. And it's like, it's supposed to be like this great like feminist statement that, we're not princesses, we're generals.
We're generals.
If you understand the lore of Star Wars, where did the Jedi go wrong, right? The Jedi were annihilated in Order 66.
Ooh.
Master Kenobi, Jedi Master Kenobi became General Kenobi, General Ki-Adi-Mundi. The whole problem was that the Jedi turned into generals. Why is she a general? For what?
I don't know. That's the part that's really confusing, because I understand the idea of trying to impose this stronger, like masculine kind of edge to her, that she's not just, she's no longer a princess.
Right.
What is wrong? Well, generals take their orders from someone. Saying.
Right.
And she could have been the person that was giving the orders to the general. And that's what I'm saying. Why did she take the step down for this more masculine role in which she's wearing the garbs of a princess?
Right. So
like, where's her general suit? Where's the regalia of a general?
Well, I see her as the head of state of the New Republic. There's nothing higher than that. General, I think Sable Phoenix said earlier, that isn't a general a demotion from a princess? Yes, it is. My thing is, Princess Leia's path would have been to be the leader of the New Republic, which is the new government. And I saw James Bacon even say, if you reestablish the Senate, wouldn't that kick off new wars? Yes. And this, I think, is her conflict, her task. How do you reassemble the good government and not turn into the empire? So James says reestablishing the Senate at that point would likely have kicked off new wars. You want me to join a new galactic governing body so that this empire can happen all over again? I'm noping out. Like, I'm out of here. Correct. Some systems there would have definitely been a cross section of systems that said that, right?
They actually did in the newer, in the Mandalorian. They kind of talked about those situations.
Okay. Well, but it makes sense that there would be a strong suspicion of central government at that point, just like it was in the American Revolution. Any centralization efforts on the early American government were strongly rejected by the colonies on the grounds that, hey, I thought we just said we're not doing central government, guys. Now you want to create a central bank and do all these. So, absolutely, you would have some suspicion of large centralized government. However, we also knew that this was a good idea
Mhm.
until evil forces, hijacked it for their own purposes.
Yeah.
I think Leia's task as the head of state in the New Republic is to solve that problem. How do you create a good, large-scale government that serves all of the government without being a large military dictatorship? How do you stop that from happening again? She
And
is a female diplomat. She can do this.
yes, she can. And the whole point of her getting all the training that she has as a princess on Alderaan with her family there was to learn this stuff, to learn how to be a diplomat. And like what happened? Like what happened to our character?
Right. Well, if she said, I have fought against military dictatorship all my life, that's a true statement.
Yeah.
She can deliver that statement to the Senate or or to the galaxy. I assure you, like a Bill of Rights. Here's what I will never do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
In my opinion, she should have been the head of state of the New Republic. We should have seen her on Coruscant attempting to patch together a new government
Yeah.
designed to serve the needs of the galaxy.
Yeah.
That's her task, as far as I'm concerned. That is where her path leads. She's earned this path. And as the head of state, who's going to argue with Princess Leia? Nobody. No one's going to argue with that.
Yeah.
Making her a general of the so-called resistance, which doesn't make sense, because if they just beat the Empire, why are they still the resistance? It was very confusing. So I don't think they, again, similar to WandaVision, where they didn't answer their own questions enough to deliver a sensible story. Is the New Republic on top and in control of the galaxy, and the bad guys are the insurgent evil trying to creep back in and regain power, or are these guys still the little guy fighting the galactic empire?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Otherwise, what did they do in the original trilogy? It doesn't make sense that they're still the little guy. They should be the big guy. And the question is, now that you're the big guy, how do you handle power? And how are you better than the Empire? And that falls to Leia.
Yeah.
And I think all of us would have sat by and watched her try to solve this, because she's a heroine.
Yeah.
She's a female diplomat. She's up for this. She's willing to solve this problem at the cost of her life. Let us see her do this. No one's going to argue. We're with her.
Yeah.
We're with Leia. Whatever she does, even if she fails and falls into setbacks, which she would, we're willing to stick it out with her to see where she goes with the New Republic.
And I think they depowered her in many ways by putting her in that position, and made her. They made her all alone. Like,
where are
all
her
of,
heroic partners? Why did Han leave her?
Yeah, Han left.
Luke
left. Like, so she's there by herself, holding down everything, and it was just sad in a way and pathetic. And it was just sad to see her in that position. I mean, was surrounded by strangers, and even Holdo was supposed to be, I don't know.
The general in a prom dress with pink hair. They did disempower her. Again, this is where I don't think they're trying to create heroines as if ordering them off the menu. They're like, I want a heroine who doesn't need a man, because we think that sends the message that women need men.
Yeah.
And that used to be a good argument when that was absolutely portrayed. Showing men and women getting along and working together because they hammer out the details so that each of them are both individuals and a member of a team, that's fine. You could do that. Han did not undermine Luke's sovereignty when he shot Vader at the end of A New Hope. So I really don't think that that's an issue. I think that Han and Leia and Luke have earned the right to work together in this new sequel. And one of the problems was they tried to create an artificial heroine.
Yes.
And as a result, they created something that doesn't resonate with anybody. You know, I don't think, I really don't think I don't think the majority of people would have had a problem with Leia turning to Han and being like, what do you think? And Han saying, I don't know, I think this. And having her be like, I'm going to do this. She heard his counsel. She heard this guy's counsel. She heard her counsel. She heard her other friends' counsel. And now Leia's going to make the call.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's how people in power are. They do ask for outside opinions from people they trust. So, I don't know. I thought it was a reduced role for her as well.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
So let's go to Bo-Katan.
Bo-Katan.
Now, Bo-Katan has so many different iterations. I will say this. Season 1 and season 2 of The Mandalorian, she really came out of there with stellar reports. Like, people loved her. They were like, oh my goodness, Bo-Katan. People were buying up all of her figures, and they were just excited for her to get more of her, actually. But then things took a very sad turn in The Mandalorian season 3.
Right.
And so what would you say, or what was the thing that turned people away from her in the spectrum of, like, looking at the from the Heroine's Labyrinth? But before you answer that, who's leaving?
James Bacon has to go.
James Bacon. Okay, yes. We need to dose our cats to get to bed. Listen for as long as I can, but I gotta close the chat. Oh, sorry. Well, so good, and it was so great having you with us, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful conversation we're having. So have a great night, and thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, James is good people. He very smart guy too, man. Like I said, sometimes I'll be talking and I'm like, James, what's the answer here? Like, who is this guy? What's that thing? Like, you know, because he'll know. Sable Phoenix is like that too. They storehouse of information.
Oh my goodness, yes, I'm noticing, and yeah. So anything that you can offer about Bo-Katan?
So Bo-Katan, I was a big fan of, actually. And a little, not a confession, but a disclosure. I stopped watching Mandalorian season 3, the episode before Jack Black appeared and Lizzo. I just lost interest. I wasn't protesting. I wasn't mad. I was just like, I don't care. Like, I just don't care about the story. There's nothing there for me. And then the next episode was Jack Black and Lizzo, and I was like, oh man, I'm not missing anything, you know.
Yeah.
So I never felt it, but I did see the first several episodes. So Bo-Katan, in typical heroine, she's actually got a lot of the hallmarks of a great heroine.
Yeah.
She's a revolutionary figure. Have you seen Clone Wars? You haven't, have you?
I've seen a lot of it, but then I have saw some of it, and some of it I haven't seen.
Fair enough.
I know her storyline from the Clone Wars.
So she's a member. Yeah, she's a member of a group called Death Watch. And Mandalore who is under the head of a female's head of state, Satine, who is her sister.
Yes, her sister.
And this her home planet of Mandalore is invaded by Darth Maul. Like, there's a revolution there. She's part of a revolutionary force there. So already we have the hallmarks of a heroine, not only at odds with her native culture, but like in revolution against her native culture. This expands. In fact, she's the one that brings like the Darksaber into the picture, all the way back in the Clone Wars. And then they kind of follow up with her in Rebels. Like you said, there's many iterations of her character.
Yeah.
She's also like the Black Swan, associated with apocalyptic imagery. In The Mandalorian, her home society is destroyed. right? It's
Yes,
completely
yes, yes.
destroyed. So she could have been great because all of these little things are there, but they kind of just decided to put her like this scene right here. I don't know what she's doing anymore. I don't know her role. I don't know her function. She seems to just exist by herself. Where are her bodyguards if she's so powerful? Where are the other people that are part of this throne room she's in? Who is she serving? Who is she answering to? Like, who does she represent? She doesn't wear her mask. I don't know if the Mandalorian, like, what sect of the Mandalorians is she a part of? I don't know. What is she trying to restore anymore? Who is she fighting against? All of those questions just got dropped. I think in an effort to elevate her character as, I don't know, someone important. And honestly, someone important is generic and uninteresting to everybody. And it just erased all the work that they had done for her character up for years in the Clone Wars and Rebels.
Years of work and built up for a character that was very intriguing. And if you just go back to even season 1 and 2 of was it 2 of The Mandalorian, they were highly anticipated, highly enjoyed, and it's just sort of very, very disappointed what happened. Her sitting in this chair I picked this picture for one reason.
I already got it, yeah.
At this point, we are not sure who this character is, and she's lost her ability to really relate to the audience. We couldn't understand her at this point. What, like, we're completely like question mark.
Yeah, is she a queen? Is she a ruler? Is she a head of state? She's sitting in a throne. She doesn't have any servants. There's no court here. There's no culture she seems to be representing. We don't know who she's fighting for.
She's like wallowing in depression. It's
yeah, she like sends him away, and it's like, if you care about Mandalore, then you should probably care enough to hear this Mandalorian out who just came to you. She was even interesting, even in the early, like you said, parts of The Mandalorian. She had heroic partners. Where'd those guys go?
Well, they explained it, but they didn't show us. See, they didn't show us. They just told us, and that's also another thing. Jack Lumen is leaving us. Jack Lumen, thank you for hanging out with us for a while here, and so good to see you. And
yeah, Jack Lumen, I got the impression smart person last time.
Yes, yes, yes. And
I checked out their website, and there's a lot there. So
yeah. And so they lost focus on this character, and then the whole struggle of trying to get her to get that dark saber back in her hands was ultimately empty, because then they destroyed they destroyed her sacred fire.
Exactly. Actually, you totally nailed it. Totally nailed it, because that was her cause. That was the symbol of her cause.
Yes.
And honestly, if you go, you actually hit it on the head, possibly more than you know, because if you go back to the older episodes of the Clone Wars, and definitely the episodes in Rebels, that's her sacred fire. There's no question about it. Like, she cares about this, and it's not just the saber that she cares about. It's because the saber means something to her native culture, like the Pualu stone in Moana. It's a symbol of her native culture's continuity, right? It's a native culture symbol.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's something that means something. It's the continuity of leadership in her culture.
Yeah.
So that is the continuity aspect of her native culture, and it's her personal cause. So you get this beautiful reconciliation, like I look for in all heroine-centric stories. How does the demands of the demand for continuity of the native culture work at some point with the personal individuation, the personal aspirations of the heroine? Because they're at odds early, and now they're together, and they were at odds early. She was in conflict with her native culture. She was in rebellion to
Yeah.
the what she saw as the wrong leadership to her native culture. And now, like you said, there's no Darksaber, so the continuity aspect is gone. And that continuity was her dream and aspiration. That's gone. So all you get is a woman sitting in a throne, and I think that's what they wanted. Somebody advised them and said, we want to see a more sovereign woman. We don't want to see guys in the scene. It has to be woman sovereignty. End of story. They're like, well, and I'm sure the writers protested, but they got what they wanted, and we, as a result, we don't have a character anymore. We have an image.
Yeah. And I think we may have bought all of this if they did not destroy the Darksaber, because everyone was like, what did we do all this for? Why
Right.
why
Totally.
didn't we just
Well, and that's what happened. They lost the character.
Oh my God.
Luckily, Amy Jo Johnson is taking up her quest. So whereas Bo-Katan may have failed, there is someone who will lift the flag and carry on.
Yes. And Jokes by Farmer Jack is saying good night to everyone. I need to run again, magic stuff. Thanks, Douglas. Very knowledgeable discussion.
Well, thank you very much. And obviously, we appreciate everybody in the chat who's contributing to this.
Yes, so much.
Retro's built a great community here, and it's so fun to talk to everyone and meet everybody and to hear all the thoughts and ideas behind that you guys are bringing to the table as well.
Yeah, it's really awesome. We really appreciate you. And the next one, I didn't actually see the movie that she was in, but this movie was the movie she started out in was The Last Jedi, right? And
The Last Jedi.
And a lot of people did not like this character. They were like, we don't like this one. Is there a reason you think people did not enjoy this character, that she could have been improved perhaps by one of the archetypes?
Well, they did something. This is a Heroine's Labyrinth factor initially, and more of a storytelling factor. So The Force Awakens got us to invest our emotions and energy and time and attention into Rey and Finn and Poe. And in this film, early on, first off, they reintroduced Finn, who was a very compelling character, I thought, with a lot of potential in The Force Awakens. We saw him wielding a lightsaber. This guy seemed to be like on track for something.
Yeah.
And we see him in The Last Jedi waking up on a table and kind of in a silly, it's meant to be a silly scene. And her introduction into the story is to completely belittle this character that we've started to invest in and we thought had great potential. So it went from this character has great potential to this character is now in the way of a new character who we're trying to invent and introduce and endear to the audience. And so the way to do that, according to them, was to overpower Finn. It's like I think they thought we're gonna be like, ooh, this character is supposed to be important. No, we're like, what are you doing to Finn?
Yeah.
We don't like you. Knocking somebody out and capturing them is like a trait of the masked Minotaur. Yeah. That's what she does to Finn in this scene. She knocks him out. She captures him. And she's in the wrong. They end up being friends, according to this story. So it's a pretty dumb way to start. And they also, and by the way, I feel like in this day and age, this all requires a disclaimer. I have nothing against the actress.
Oh yeah.
At all. And I think she did the best job that she could given the script that she was given. And I think that all the hate or not even hate, all the unpleasantries toward her character are due to the bad character writing, not to the actor who portrayed her.
No.
They also gave her a rather non-Star Wars plot line on Canto Bight, defeating a casino. I don't know who cares about that in the Star Wars universe as much. And she has a scene that I regard as almost comically terrible. she delivers that line, we're not going to beat them by fighting against what we hate, but by, like fighting for what we love. And she kisses Finn.
Yeah.
And in the background, I almost can't believe they left this in the cut. In the background, you could still they're like she's gazing at him, and so Finn's about to make a sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
He's flying into this thing that's going to knock open the door, and he's flying into it. At the last second, Rose knocks him off course, right? And Finn's like, "What were you going to do? I was about to save the," and he was right about to save the Resistance, according to the story. And she blocks that attempt to save them. So the writing has the problem of, well, if he doesn't destroy the cannon that's about to kill the Resistance, then the cannon's still there. They don't really resolve this. She opens the canopy and she's like, we have to save what we love. And she kisses him. And in the background, in the scene, in the movie, you see the cannon firing and blowing up blowing it up. And I'm like, what? I was like, you oh my, like you just helped the Resistance. You just helped the bad guys blow up.
Oh my God.
It's hysterical because that's like a major plot point that the bad guys finally broke the door. So A, it's a major plot point that is now in the background, and B, it's in the background when your characters are saying that they've done something significant that is supposed to be better than stopping the bad guys, but they don't stop. So it's such a bizarre, I think of it is comical to me because it makes no sense, and actually the bad guys succeed because of what she did. So there's so many reasons not to like her character.
Yeah.
It was almost like they just got this idea that they wanted another character, and so they pushed Finn out. It's almost as if, imagine Finn's on stage and he's in a play, and another character just comes in and shoves him off stage and is like me instead. That is essentially how I think Rose Tico came across to audiences. And we were like, well, we kind of liked Finn, so you just pushed him off stage. So now we don't like you. You seem like someone who derailed another heroic character.
Yeah. And that is a constant complaint. That very scene is a sticking point for a lot of people as to one of the biggest problems with that character. And it's pretty sad because they have an opportunity to do something really great. They talk about representation, but this is not the way to represent people. This by giving them terrible characters.
Well, I think it sometimes can be a trap because when you say representation,
mm-hmm.
sometimes, I'm not saying every time,
mm-hmm.
it almost puts the writer in a position to invent a character.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to invent a character of this ethnicity, of this gender, of whatever, right? Whatever you're trying to represent. And I don't know if that's how, I'm a writer, I'll tell you, that's not how writers come up with characters. We're not told to come up with a character that fits this description.
Mm-hmm.
We come up with characters naturally as we write.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them will be diverse and some of them won't.
Mm-hmm.
And in some stories, diversity, like in Shogun, I don't want diversity on the Japanese council in 1600. They should all be Japanese.
Yes.
And I'm fine with that because that makes the most sense.
I think somebody asked for that too. They were like, there's no, they were,
what?
There was someone who asked about that in the press, and I was like, you gotta be silly right now. Like, can we just have a story? I mean,
See, my thing is
really angering.
Well, my thing is diversity is good. That's not bad. And my problem is because it's becoming a bad word, I hope that we don't get to the point where we think that diversity of any kind is bad. Diversity is good, but diversity is not an absolute moral principle that cannot be alienated. I think elevating it beyond what it is supposed to be, it can be a mistake. I think it's a mistake in art, specifically, where people are supposed to be coming up with stuff on their own, whatever comes out of their mind. Telling those people that it's wrong to come up with whatever comes out of your mind, I don't know. It seems a little heavy-handed to me.
It is, and that's the part that's and you just hit on something that it's kind of been in the back of my mind, because if you say too much like, oh, you know, there's a possibility in this weird world that things could just be interpreted wrong in a
Right.
wrong way. And um as far as like, oh, they wanted to have this character Tico that was Asian, then that's good. um but actually give that character something to do, like, besides actually make her be a part of the story in a significant way that helps everyone and actually improves the storyline. And what they've done here is just kind of made her in the way.
But see, even so, you're right. But I just want to put an asterisk on it, or not even an asterisk, but like I just want to point out what could be a problem even with that.
Hmm.
If you're like, make her important, you're still placing a burden on the writer now to
Right.
include a character that may not be necessary, right?
Yes.
This
Yes.
character may not be necessary. We only created this character because we wanted a quote unquote a diverse or a woman or whatever. We wanted a
Hmm.
character. We wanted a specific character. So now we're adding a character.
Hmm.
And now we're tasked with making this character important. And now we're tasked with giving this character an arc. All of this might not be necessary to tell this story. All of it. And it's only
Exactly.
here because we're trying to create a character. And to me, that's like, Frankenstein. You're just stitching together this thing and being like, come alive.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not supposed to be there. This character
Yeah.
is not even supposed to be there at all. You're just shoehorning in a character. And then because the pressure is to make the character important, you're
Yes.
now pushing this character into the stream of story where they don't belong probably.
Yeah.
And now they're
Yeah.
interfering with the story. They're not complementing the story.
They're
So I
not gonna.
think the best thing to do is to let writers write and then to find what they think are good opportunities to diversify a cast so I wrote Faraway Bird.
Hmm.
It takes place in basically Greece in the 6th century.
Hmm.
There's not a lot of opportunities for diversity. I've got Greeks. There is sort of. I can put like Armenians. I can put a Syrian.
Hmm.
I can put a European from, but there was this perfect opportunity to, there was a concubinage in North Africa, and I added a Ethiopian princess it worked perfectly.
Hmm.
Worked perfectly. And she had a good role in the story. And it wasn't something I felt that I needed to add
Hmm.
to make the story good. She had her own, like it just happened, like she was there. She had her own art. Like it happened organically. I think that's the
Hmm.
best way to do it.
And I love hearing that, because that's how I would love to see it. If there was a character that they needed to cast that was specifically going to do something specific in the movie to help the storyline, and it just from what I'm getting is that this is not the case with this character, which is sad, because this is like the biggest franchise and most beloved franchise, and it deserves the treatment of a story that is fully realized and not Frankenstein, you know?
Totally. Totally. I mean, it's not like there's not opportunities for diversity.
Hmm.
In fact, like Star Wars is a galaxy. You're not like trapped in like 4th century England, right?
Yeah.
Where the options are like zero. So, you have opportunities here.
Hmm.
What is your story? And then where along that trajectory do we have characters that can be whatever we want them to be? That's
Yeah.
how you do it. The way she came into the story was not organic. It seemed to be insisted upon and just shoehorned. And as a result, we have a character that didn't connect with a lot of people. And they made the mistake of having her kind of one up an existing character who we just got invested in. And we're
Yes.
really eager to see his progress, only to see him become kind of like a subordinate to this new character who did not really earn her way in.
Ugh, that's really terrible. That's really sad. Um, do you
Riva,
remember this character. Now, when I saw this character, I have to say I was really excited. It's like, oh wow, a brand new character. Let's see. In fact, all of the Inquisitors, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so good. I can't wait to learn more about them and hear and I still do want to learn more about the Inquisitors, but um there was a visceral dislike for this character, and I had a problem with this character too, as much as a lot of other people. It just could not get attached to this particular character. And I think later on in the series, we did get a little bit more storyline and reasoning behind what was going on with her, which made her a little bit more likable. But then some of the other incredible events to do with the character made her seem a little bit, uh, I would say, is it overpowered or just like she should have died at one point
Well, I
and she
think,
didn't?
well, yeah, there's actually a lot of functional problems with her.
Mhm.
The actress Moses Ingram is a
Oh,
good actress. Um,
yes. Yes, she is
she
really good.
and there were moments when she carried this
Mm,
on the
yeah.
strength of acting, and then but there was a lot of problems because I don't know I don't know if any actress could have pulled this character off. So first off, she ran into the WandaVision problem. Is she a heroine
Ooh,
or is she a villain?
yes.
And they
Yes.
never really solved that. They
Mhm.
kept trying to like push her in as the like harsh, ruthless villain, and then they just like bailed out at the end. And it's like, well, now it because by the way, we can love a villain.
Yeah.
People like Hannibal Lecter. People like Darth Vader. If you give us an authentic villain who's committed to their task,
Yeah.
oddly, we tend to like those villains, even
Mhm.
if we know we're not supposed to, right?
Mhm.
They had some of that with her, but then they're like, no, she's too good. She's really against all the bad guys, and she really infiltrated all them. And it's like, okay, so she wasn't really a. So I feel like they undermined her villainy
Mhm.
commitment
Yes.
with this, like she's actually a noble, great person. And then they undermine her nobility because she still did all these terrible things in the early parts of the show that
Oh,
made her a
yes.
villain. So it's like
Yeah.
like Wanda, it's like, well, we can't really buy into you as a heroine because you did all these terrible things.
Yeah.
Likewise, we can't buy into you as a villain because you just said you renounce it. So you're
Yeah.
neither. And so, I don't like you as either. I don't like you as a villain or as a heroine. So they had
Yeah.
that problem. And then they had some bad writing. Some of the dialogue was really bad. They had
Dialogue.
bad
Oh.
effects with her. There was that terrible scene with her wielding a lightsaber with a snow speeder, and the snow. It was awful. And Star Wars is not known for awful visuals.
Mhm.
Part of the Star Wars brand is great visuals. So if you're
Mhm.
going to tell us a Star Wars story and introduce us a new character, and you put her in terrible visuals with
Mhm.
bad special effects,
Yeah.
you're putting her in a B movie, and that undermines not only the actress's performance but the character's presence in the story.
Yes.
Right. See, I feel like the company, like Disney, did a disservice to her and then blamed all the fans for not liking the product.
Yeah.
Um, if I was the actress, I'd be more upset at Disney than I would the fans.
Yeah,
Um,
and I think it did something to her career because she was on a
oh no,
trajectory to do a lot more, and, yeah, her
she was in
career.
Queen's Gambit, right?
Was she in that?
Yeah, she was in Queen's Gambit. She had
Okay,
a cool
alright.
role.
Well, hopefully she's still doing stuff. I felt bad for her, honestly, because people were not kind about how they felt about Riva. But also, there it wasn't a good role, and I think initially I think she made the best of what she could with it, but
Agreed.
one of the problems that they did, and it is the editing involved here in this, particular production was terrible. They only spent $90 million on this movie. This series, and they're now spending 130 on some unknown characters that are coming up in the next series that they have going on, and it's just kind of like, what?
Oh my God.
You guys couldn't even give Obi-Wan a decent decent budget. It's just crazy. But back to her in general. The biggest issue I think with her character was dialogue and some of the behaviors. I thought it would have been really interesting if she wasn't so big of a character.
An
And
emergent heroine.
yeah, where she was just part of the the Inquisition. We see the small clips of her. She's no different from everybody else, and then maybe one scene where we do get that backstory of her remembering her, her childhood and what happened, and then seeing an intimate moment of her like trying to adjust herself and her emotions and her anger, because we didn't really get to have a moment with her dealing with that. Like if just an intimate moment is with the visual storytelling combined, might have helped us connect with her. And then if she's not a character that's yelling all over the place, then we have a chance to kind of see the human side of her. Do you know what I mean?
In fact, if they gave her character to me, I would not have made her an ex-Jedi. I think that's I thought that was a mistake to tie her into the old Jedi Order. What I would have done is had her recruited by the Empire right at the get-go, and part of her job is to track down these Jedis. I would have made her personally curious into what happened to the Jedi, and have her come to the conclusion that it may have been a great thing to have been learning the ways of the Force through the Jedi than to be recruited by the Empire. Because she's obviously Force sensitive. It would be interesting to be like, well, what would I have been? Maybe I don't like this with the Empire. To slowly uncover the truth of Order 66 and this mass extermination event of an entire religious order to which she may have been a part.
So maybe, you mean approach it more like a detective?
A little bit, yeah. To where she's that would be the cult of deception, that the truth of what happened to the Jedi is obscured, and that she's been told all these lies about the Jedi, and she finds out that some of these were good people, and maybe she starts to feel like she's playing for the wrong team. I would have liked to have seen that, and I would have loved to have seen someone like her who's obviously Force sensitive, who just blindly assumes the Empire is right, change her mind about that and be like, man, I think I would have loved to have joined the Jedi Temple. These people cared about knowledge and balance and all of these other things, and we destroyed them. Maybe this was a terrible event that we killed these people. So, and I wouldn't have had her go to Luke's.
Oh yeah, no.
Or
I wouldn't have Luke. I mean, if you were watching him from afar, fine. But to actually have interaction with Luke, I feel they should have just kept Luke in the, in the peripheral and not have anybody try to go after him. That whole thing was just so weird. I was like, what am I watching here? And how does Luke not realize that, he forgets about this all this that happens?
Well, just like Leia had to forget everything. It just wasn't good writing, because you're interfering with a canon that is
exactly
pretty well established. And, and there's no problem with that canon. It's fun to recontextualize canon if there's a blind spot, which I actually thought like Rogue One did a good job, right?
Yes.
There was always kind of a joke that that blowing up the Death Star how convenient is that? You just fire one into the exhaust port. So they took that flaw and wrote it into the plot that was designed by a dissident of the rebellion who's sympathetic, or no, a dissident of the Empire who is sympathetic to the rebellion.
Yeah.
That it was a purposeful design flaw.
Hmm.
I actually love that they
Oh
recontextualized
yeah, that
that,
was
you
good.
know?
Yeah, yeah. Rogue One was pretty good. I didn't love everything of it, but it was definitely pretty good. Well, let's
Yes.
move on. Poor Riva. But I still like the way, like I I I still like the idea of what she could have been.
Right. So, right, there's a character there,
Hmm.
but we got like again, someone ordered this off of the menu and just said, I want her to do this, 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 and this. And
Yeah,
that's not how storytellers come up with their stories. You don't
yeah.
order it off a menu. You find something that you think is interesting
Hmm.
privately as a writer, and then you deliver that to the audience, and
Mm,
hopefully they agree that this was in fact interesting.
yeah,
You
yeah. Agreed. Um, and Sabine. Um,
know.
Now, Sabine had a lot more going for her in her animated form,
Yes.
but in the context of the Ahsoka show, why didn't Sabine really work for a lot of people who watched it? By the way, there were a lot of people who watched it that liked her and enjoyed her as well. So it was like sort of the, half and half. Some people
So
enjoyed her, some people didn't.
so I'm a huge, huge Ahsoka fan,
Hmm.
um, from the Clone Wars animated series, and I
Hmm.
liked her in Rebels.
Uh-huh.
I never liked Rebels too much, but it grew on me, right? And Sabine was one of those characters that also grew on me. And by the way, her plot line crosses into the Darksaber,
Yeah.
you know? Um, well, yeah, so I was going to actually mention that Riva's character suffers from some functional problems.
Functional, yes, I would say that. I would say that.
Well, this
Functional
is just
issue.
one of many. She's impaled by a lightsaber and it has no effect on her. Same with
Mhm.
Sabine.
Yeah.
That's a major problem.
Yeah,
People are
that's
like, "Oh, well, they cut Darth Maul in half and he survived." Yeah, they cut him in half, but you can't being impaled. That's the end, you
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But you can get cut in half, and in your upper half, you could still survive.
Yes, you
So
can.
in real life, even to this day.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
I think that the only reason she didn't work
Mhm.
is because the writing and acting, and again, when I say acting, I mean acting as was written, was just so flat. Um, like even Ahsoka, who I couldn't wait to see the live action version of her, but her, Sabine, I mean, almost all the characters in the show, they spent, and look, she's folding her arms. They
Mhm.
all, including Ezra Bridger, they're all like this.
Yeah.
It's almost like they just couldn't believe we're here. And they
Mhm.
just thought people were going to freak out by seeing live action versions of them. So they just showed them, and they thought that was all they needed to do was show up. And it's like, absolutely not. You have to have a
Yeah.
story. You have to you
No,
have to
because
you have to
'cause
entertain us.
some people were just like, "Oh, yeah, I'm just so happy that they're in live action. This is how I imagine them." And that's cool, like,
Sure.
that's really cool. But, as far as impressing and this character really annoyed me because, what would you say her sacred fire was? If
Well,
she had
so
one?
they ran into a little problem, which I even thought of with Anakin and Obi-Wan, that
Mhm.
they were too close in age to actually have a pure mentorship relationship.
Yes.
Um, right? They were like brothers, Anakin
Yeah.
and Obi-Wan. They weren't like mentor and pupil.
Yeah.
Same problem here. Um, they're almost like the same age,
Yeah.
right? So it was almost like two roommates who had a falling out and were like, "Hey, are we gonna try to rent another room together?" It just seemed like not a mentor. Like Ahsoka did not have that wise, grizzled mentor upper hand over the pupil. The pupil seemed almost like unwill, like they didn't seem to like each other.
Yeah.
They didn't seem to really. She doesn't really seem to want to learn the Force. So there just wasn't a lot of motive. Like you said, what is her sacred fire?
Yeah.
I don't know because she wasn't really into the Force. She wasn't really into the rebel. I guess she was into the rebellion for Rebels, but here it's much more like
Do you think
let's see
Ezra
where this goes. Very
was
passive.
Was Ezra her, like, getting to Ezra, was that her sacred fire? It
Yes,
became her
actually,
sacred
yeah,
fire.
you can make that argument.
Yeah.
You can make that argument because that is what she wants. But again, is it worth it to risk ushering all the bad guys over to see
Yeah.
him? I mean, or do you just have to accept that this
Ah,
relationship is
so
over?
this is another situation. This is Scarlet Witch problem.
Hmm. The ethics.
Yeah. This is a Scarlet Witch problem. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of modern writers don't think it through. So when you're writing a story, you don't just write it and send it off. Like
Yeah.
I submit it to several other writers and writers groups, and they read it and they give me feedback.
Mhm.
And it's amazing how important this step is because they're going to be like, if she says this but does this, isn't that a problem? And I got to go, ooh, yeah, that is a problem. That's immoral. There's a moral
Yeah.
conundrum. So it gives me a chance to correct that. All of this seems like first draft right out. No one looked it over. No one thought about what the decisions meant, and they didn't care, and they just put them on screen.
Yeah. Kate Roberts says the creators from the Rebel series deconstructed and corrupted their own character
Yeah.
development in live action. They did. And Amy Jo Johnson says holds paint brushes and writes rebellion. Ah, and says same violation of Worf in Picard third
Picard
three.
season 3.
Oh, okay, yeah, I
Yeah, I've
didn't see
heard there
that
is.
one.
I will say I love Picard season 3, but I have heard that there's a little brief. There's some continuity issue with Worf.
Mm. Now the next one is Ahsoka herself. Now she's definitely a character people love from the animation series,
Yes.
and also in The Mandalorian season 2, a favorite. People liked her a lot. She really made a big impression.
Yep.
Well, it comes, to her own show, and people are just sort of like, "What is this?"
Oh, so yeah, like
Like, "What happened?"
yeah, Ahsoka. Well, she has this great storyline, and I
Mhm,
just don't think that the writers asked the right questions about where she is and what she's doing.
mhm.
They just kind of dropped her in and started like this completely standalone storyline that leads to Heir to the Empire and Grand
Yeah.
Admiral Thrawn and all these other stories. So I didn't feel like this is where Ahsoka would be. I feel like they just used her to try to reestablish canon that they threw out, because the original sequel trilogy was written by Timothy Zahn,
Oh,
right?
okay.
And Lucasfilm threw that out the window. And then they're like, no, we're going to take it back. We're going to reintroduce these characters in these plots, but we're going to do it Filoni style. And by the
Mhm,
way, I'm not anti-Filoni. I actually like Dave Filoni.
mhm,
He's done a lot of good stuff for Star Wars, in my opinion.
mhm.
Ahsoka was not one of them, though. So I just don't think that they solved her character. It's like Han Solo in Force Awakens. It's like, this is what became of the character. This is what they're up to,
Yeah,
skulking around and hanging out and folding her arms and
yeah.
so I just don't think they functionally knew where she was and what she was doing. They just kind of dropped her in and said, this is her starting point and we're moving into this plot line, the goal of which is to reintroduce formerly rejected canon. So it
Mhm.
just felt like they were doing that. So I'm a huge Ahsoka fan. I made one YouTube video that I really cared about, and it was all about Ahsoka Tano and the Clone Wars
Mhm.
animated series.
Yeah,
And I was gushing over how great she was written and how great of a storyline that she had.
yeah.
And to see that this is all that she's doing now, it just seemed like such a. If you watch the Clone Wars, she is in the apex action. I
Mhm. Yeah.
mean, this woman, she is there for Order 66. She survives it. And it's not just like a thrown in plot line. We follow her step by step through how she survived and what it cost her and who decided to join her and who decided to turn against her.
Mhm.
We've seen her turn, the Republic turn against her. We've seen her fight Darth Vader in
Mhm.
one of the greatest sequences in the entire Rebels animated show. Now she's just walking around in like temples. And by the way, like The Mandalorian, they do not portray the New Republic positively. They portray the New Republic terrible.
Oh, it's awful.
Awful.
It's so bad. And it's like, what did they, why did they do that? It's really bad.
It's so bad. They make them look terrible. They actually make them look like villains.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so.
And dumb. And dumb
Right.
because
So
they're literally are allowing the New Republic to form pretty much.
Yeah. As if it's just Empire 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
So that ruins a lot of everything, because everything that these characters fought for that we really cared about,
yes,
including Ahsoka, doesn't matter, because all you did was, it's almost like the messaging in these stories with Ahsoka and The Mandalorian is like, doesn't matter what you do, whoever's in charge is the evil empire anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
And only it's all a matter of perspective. You know, everyone's evil. So then what are we fighting for? Nothing. It doesn't matter if we overthrow the government. It doesn't matter if we subscribe to whatever the government tells us to do and just accept their rule. None of it matters if that's really true. So
yeah. And I think this is why it's very upsetting for fans of like especially the original. And we were there for the first 3 movies where they had the battle and they won. And
right.
then to see how this entire government has sort of let it fall to the wayside is just sort of like, wow, why did we, you were in better shape when the Empire had you.
Yeah, exactly. You're not kidding. There are times where I'm like, man, they're making the Empire almost look like they at least had things organized.
Yes.
Like the New Republic seems like grossly incompetent, and then like
just sad.
Like even when the Empire was evil, they were deliberately evil. They made it look like the New Republic is so incompetent, they're just smothering people on accident. And I'm like,
and this is bad writing, because one thing people want to see is that we want to see our protagonists, the people we're rooting for, doing the very best that they can, using the best of their intellect. And that's not what's happening in Star Wars right now. Oh my goodness. Sable Phoenix.
This is interesting.
Thank you so much. Says it reminds me of what Tolkien said when he started trying to plot out a sequel to The Lord of the Rings. The story inevitably had mankind descending to villainy. Oh wow. He said it was not worth telling.
So he was smart enough to call it, and just say, hey, the story's been told that I meant to tell. Yeah, they're running it. See, I actually do think that Star Wars had room for an unprecedented third sequel, because what Lucas did with the prequels, he got a lot of crap for that. I'm not going to deny it. I didn't like the prequels when they first came out. I thought there was some dreadful filmmaking involved in there, and some really bad dialogue and subsequent acting. However, what George Lucas did was give us a story that no one had ever really seen before, which is the total collapse of moral society, coinciding with the moral collapse of an individual who becomes our favorite villain of all time, Darth Vader. That's huge. There's a huge blueprint underneath all that. And so you have this great society that collapses, to Sable's point, like a great society that descends into villainy, right?
Yeah.
Now, Tolkien said that's not worth telling as a sequel to Lord of the Rings. And he's right, because if you want, or if you endure Lord of the Rings, if you experience it, it's a story about how society was saved.
Yeah.
To then follow that up with, and then it falls back again.
Yeah.
Is not a good story. What Lucas did was go back and say, this is how society fell before we saved it, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, Star Wars had the opportunity to then do what no one's ever done. If this is how society fell, and this is how we bring it back, what do we do to stop the bad thing from happening again next time?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And that's not what they're doing. They're like,
And that,
oh,
yes,
we're
that is
gone.
worth telling. Because what
Yeah.
we're saying is, look, we failed. Society failed.
Mm-hmm.
We brought it back. And now we're going to solve the problems on how we failed in the first place.
Yeah. We'll never
That's
let that happen again.
right. On a moral level through the
Yeah.
Jedi, and on a political level with the New Republic. How do you make a good society? That's the sequel trilogy. That's what it should have been. How do you do if we know that the Jedi went wrong, then what do you do to prevent that next time? You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to say thank you to Sable Phoenix with a little video. Thank
Hey, well,
you so much.
that is a good thank you video, ain't it?
And K. Roberts says the writers clearly had no breadth of knowledge on economic culture or warrior journey, and either setting to craft tales. You know, I mean,
Totally.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't want to go too further off into this section, but this is really part of the reason why this whole thing fails. Already.
What is she a part of? What is her sacred fire? What did she care about? I mean, this woman stood up against the Galactic Republic before they turned into the Empire.
Yeah.
You know, it was a precursor to Order 66. You know, she stood up to the Galactic Empire, or she stood up to the Galactic Republic, and really, in many ways, exposed the danger that was about to come for all of us in this world. And then survived, apparently. I don't know. She's meant for big things, and they just let her become a subordinate piece of introducing a new plot line for the Disney guys. And it's like, well, then good luck rallying people around that.
Yeah. It's just yeah, it's sad. A shame. That's it.
Oh, that is awesome.
That was insane. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry to keep you for 6 hours talking about movies.
Well, my sacred fire are these stories, and if you get me talking, I will keep going.
It's just so good to hear your point of view on all of these, and definitely just to analyze all of these stories and see where things are going right and see where things are going wrong. And hopefully, as you know, people begin to find the book and find the teachings inside, you know, I think they'll start to understand, like, okay, now I'm going to write my own story, and I'm going to put these pieces together and see if it will work with a little bit of, you know, a black swan, or a little bit of you know, a fragile, a fragile power. And you know, I'll, you know, just try different things and see if these could actually help the writing. And also
Right.
when I'm watching a movie now, I just sort of see these you know, the archetypes everywhere. I'm like, oh, there it is right there. It's just great.
Yeah, it is amazing to see them repetitive. So once you accept that they are repeating, the real joy comes in seeing how each writer handles it.
Yes.
You know, this writer did this with it, and it's unforgettable now. And then this writer did the same thing, but and it looks nothing. They look nothing alike.
Yeah.
You know, like the poisoned apple in Wizard of Oz is the witch falling asleep in the poppy field.
Oh,
the
yeah.
unconscious heroine, you know, she falls asleep. It's the masked minotaur hovering above, and that's nothing like the face hugger in Aliens.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And yet the archetype is the same under the hood. And
Mm-hmm.
you start to realize the scope of human creativity. And
Mm-hmm.
it's inspiring because it's like, what would I do? Like, what? You're up. What are you
Yeah,
going to do
yeah,
with the
yeah.
poisoned apple moment in your story? What are you going to come up with? And that's why AI can't replace this, because you have to come up with something that's unique,
Mm-hmm.
and yet bring something from your past experience into it that other people are going to be like, ooh, that's good.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
that's very hard to do.
yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate you spending this time with us today. Guys, I'm going to end the stream. I know we've spent so much time together. Amy Jo, you're amazing. Thank you for being here for all
Amy
this
Joe,
time.
stable.
Stable. Oh my God, it's so great to see you over here and just hanging out and all your comments. Kay Roberts, who else is here? I think that's the core team that's left. There's I think two
And
more.
here our fellowship has ended.
Very nice.
There's only a few of us left.
Yes, and I'm not gonna play the full on outro like I usually do, but I will play a little thank you note, and I hope you guys will have a fantastic week ahead. So take care of yourselves, everyone.
Hey, good night, Retro Crew.
Yeah.
You guys are great, truly.
All right, here we go.